logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Speed them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hear reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these moves while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all line on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
the Friday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. It is season number 9, and they say Friday nights for fighting, and that's just what we'll do, because one of these days, these UEL boots are gonna walk all over you. I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say we get down to that UEL beatdown?
Hey, log in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin',
Here we go. BNB starts the call.
we never leave, so we
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, and they get stuck in their college view.
Ultimate in-game is the person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know,
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got a lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, respect.
ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. VA Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
What's going on, UEL? It's Ryan here, and I'm with Ambush from the Cyclones and also with Sin from xGODS. They're here to put on a performance today. You have the Cyclones, who are 0-3. It's going to be a big hole to dig from, especially against the xGODS, who are 3-0. How do you see today going, Sin?
Of course, I'm going to see this as a win today, Ryan. You know, my team, we're beautiful. We're amazing at what we do. We love gaming. We've been gaming for a while. And like I said in my last interview, I compliment my team, and they compliment me a lot, and I know that we have this wheel covered for sure.
Okay, so I want to ask one more question. So what has practice looked like over the last week? I know you guys have been getting wins. Have people been kind of laxing off, or are you guys turning it up?
Oh, no. xGODS are always on it. I'm going to be honest, especially me. I'm aiming for Rookie Racer of the Year. I love racing games. That's me. That's going to be my my go-to category. You saw me in Need for Speed last week. So I've been grinding racing games, but I've been grinding every game on the wheel, making sure that I'm there. My Tekken 8 has gone crazy. Thank you, jury. But yeah, so that's been our week. We're always on it, no matter the team. We respect everyone. We think that, you know, they can definitely show up and definitely could show out for a week, and we got to make sure that we're always on our A game.
No, that sounds great. So everybody's gonna be looking out to check out his racing and his overall performance. Very confident. I like it. I want to see what you got to do today. Ambush, what do you have to say? How do you see the team performing, and what's practice looking like?
You know, honestly, I know we're 0-3, but we're doing what we can. We are definitely improving. We're working together. Well, our weaknesses, we constantly keep trying to do what we can to fill in those spots. And yeah, we're 0-3, but you know, a lot of the other teams thought that we couldn't hold, and we definitely had a pretty close games on every single one. So I'm hoping we can give a challenge to them and hopefully make it close.
Okay. All right. Is it going to be close, or is it going to be lights out? We're going to see. Thank you very much, Ambush. Thank you, Sin. Back to the best two commentators in the UEL.
Welcome, everybody, to Day 2, Week 5 of Season 9 of the UEL. I am Speedy, joined here today by Strix, and we have a match between the humble Cyclones and the beautiful xGODS. So we'll have to see which one of these two teams is going to come out on top. The xGODS feeling confident, very rightfully so. A 3-1 team going up against an 0-3 probably should feel that way. But the Cyclones making a point. All of their games have been very close. They are fighters. They're going to scratch tooth and nail in every single game. They're not a layup for anyone. Strix, how do you see this game going today?
I think it might be closer than some people expect. I know the Cyclones are hungry, but it's that knife's edge, because I think beautiful is the only way to describe the way the LAX guys have been playing this season. Every time we think we've seen their ceiling, they always come out, whether that's new players like Sin and Hasaj performing, Electric showing up like we know him to do, Havoc, Nexus, every single one of them, I feel like I could talk about for hours, showing the gameplay, showing the small decisions they make. But again, the Cyclone teams is something that has challenged every team they've gone up against.
Yeah, not only are their entire team working fantastic, but it's individual players as well showing up so high on the leaderboard. Hasaj, the most winningest player in the UEL right now. He is a rookie, but he is here to play. We heard Sin talking about wanting to fight for that Rookie Racer of the Year. Hasaj, on the other hand, is going for MVP. That man does not want to miss a single trophy this season, so he's going to scrap for everything he can. He's absolutely destroying right now. On the side of the Cyclones, though, they've got a rookie of their own starting today, and we can't see him in the picture, but why don't you tell us a little bit about who we're going to see today?
We're going to see Sauce. So this is one of the rookies they picked up, I believe, during the draft. They found, and it was kept pretty quiet today. I didn't realize not a lot of people knew he was showing up, but I'm happy to see what he's able to bring to the table, and maybe he's that last little bit to edge them over the top and get them their first win here. And new talent's always useful to try out when you're starting to get pieces in place. You mentioned, and we talked about the LAX gods, but Bosif and Pizza Man have been performing well in shooters, well, just performing well across the board, and everybody is right there. They're just a moment from being able to claim exactly what they need for victory. But I think we're going to go ahead and jump on over to RPS to choose our first controller setup. AJ versus Baba Yagins. Let's see. And he hit the rock, and that's Baba with the win there, getting his team control of the game early on. RPS is important, rock, paper, scissors, because what it does is it gives you control of this, our first spin powered by SurfThing PCs, the official PC sponsor of the UEL. So they can choose to either play this game or put it back.
Yeah, and we're going to see the first spin is going to be Lethal League Blaze. So going into a sports game, pretty unconventional sports game, has a lot of fighting elements, that 2D platforming, and sounds like we're going to be playing it, so Cyclones elected to just jump right into this one. The xGODS, the Cyclones do have Bosif on their side, who is a fantastic sports game player, so no surprise to me at all. If he wants to lock down that category, he's definitely been grinding this game.
Yeah, but I got to give a little bit of a callback to last night. We also had a strong sports team here last night, and they didn't take all of the sports games, and those few games ended up mattering. So I want to see them come out swinging and hit hard. If you're wondering why we're talking about sports games, here in the UEL, we play 33 different games separated by 5 different categories: sports, shooters, fighters, racers, and strategy games. Different people specialize in different areas, but all players are looking to become well-rounded and cover every single genre on the wheel, which requires you to put in a lot of time, effort, and kind of find how your skills can translate between these different games.
And that's why we have 7 players on each of these teams as well. Some veterans, some rookies. They all have their specialties and everything they can provide. Playing 33 games is very, very difficult. Some players can pull it off, but oftentimes you'll have players that cover a certain section of the wheel that they can provide help to their team. The best teams that we see in the league have players that can cover just about anything, and that's who we call the real end gamers in this league.
Yes, the master of all games. Lethal League Blaze, it's kind of like ping pong. And there we go. We get a good look at Sauce, the new rookie. I'm happy to see him there jumping in with his team, has his jersey on. Thank you to production for the quick work. I know like everybody's getting into place, but Lethal League Blaze, it's somewhere between a sports game meets Pong.
Yeah.
Where you have a ball that is flying at ever-increasing speeds, and your characters, they have abilities. So a little bit of Overwatch, a little bit of the special ability hero elements in the game, but then you are trying to just hit your opponent ultimately. Get the ball going fast enough, hit them, knock them out, and that will take you the round. This is a 2v2, so each team is going to have to decide their 2 best players to send in.
Yeah, and the Cyclones, I think we know that they're probably going to want to hit that Tier 1 in Bosif, their top-tier player. You can see that they're all listed in order there. So Bosif, all the way on the furthest left, is your Tier 1 for the Cyclones, and AJ Lil Blue is the xGODS Tier 1. Tier 2s are what we've been talking about, have a lot of focus on them because they're often used as the anchor for their team to lock everything down, cover every category, and be a dependable player. We see a little bit of a shakeup with the Tier 2 position on the Cyclone side, though.
We saw this last night as well. It seems like teams are starting to experiment, maybe not just with rosters and personnel, but where those pieces fit in. Psycho doing all right anchoring, and a lot of people, we've talked about how the anchor position, and we see Psycho actually there on your screen, so it looks like it's going to be Psycho and Silver going in on the side of the Cyclones, and up against them is X-Ray Aspect. And I believe that is Nexus, the Tier 2 and 3 on the side of the LAX guys, and Apex being the next game.
All right, so going into a shooter after this, so it is going to be 2 separate categories that are going back to back. We'll get to see a little bit of variety right off the bat, which is always nice. Speaking of bat, we do have a Raptor in this game.
And here we go. You notice now one player is knocked out. Once that ball gets going to increasing speeds, a single hit can take out the health bar of the opponent. And when everyone falls, you see one player alone stands. And this is important. You can see those ticks underneath each one of the health bars. That's how many lives. Everybody, but it looks like the Doombox has 1 life left. So red team currently up and leading here, trying to deflect some of these moves. And you can see everybody in this game likes to go fast. It ends up being a lot of fun. And let's see if Psycho is able to do it. But no, he ends up getting hit there. I believe that is Psycho, because Silver, I think, plays Raptor, as you mentioned, the player with the baseball bat. But now Psycho has his work come out for him. He does have 1 player against 2. And this is the issue with the smash situation in the game. He has to find this hit and is not able to. And I think that might be an xGODS win. We'll find out. xGODS win. Thank you to all the players that keep playing the same characters. It makes it a little bit easier on us to figure out exactly who is who. Again, you mentioned the Cyclones would have loved to take that win, but the xGODS just have looked consistently strong in every single game.
Yeah, they're going to be strong in almost everything we see, so it's going to be up to the Cyclones to outperform them in this one, because the xGODS have already laid their claim on the league, already laid their claim on their conference. They're going to stand tall over here, and it's up to every team that comes up against them to take a win from them and not just try to wait for the xGODS to show weakness, because that's very not likely to happen.
I think that you said it right. You have to take initiative. You can't be the person hoping that the xGODS make a mistake, because up to this point they've made so few that the only team we're comparing them to is the 3-time champion, the current reigning champion of the league, the North Carolina Reapers. So when you're being compared to the champs, I think you're in a good spot, especially when you are standing alone at the top of your conference. But this Apex Legends is coming up, and we don't play Apex maybe like people are expecting, so maybe let them know at home what is different about how we approach Apex here in the league.
So in Apex Legends, we're not going to be playing it Battle Royale and adding up points based on kills and placement. It's going to be one of a few different game modes. There is the Control game mode, there is the Team Deathmatch game mode, and there is the Gun Run game mode. So these are all 3v3 sections that we play. Obviously, you can see at the bottom, this is a 3v3 game that we play. So we play one of those categories, and we have a time limit of 8 minutes. And at the end of those 8 minutes, depending on what the score lines are in those game types, that will decide who our winner is. We do have the ability to play on several different maps, specially crafted for these game modes in the game. So we'll just have to see what the players want to go with. It's always interesting to see some of these teams actually do prefer to play Control, which is always fun to see because it means they have a strategy set in place. But more often than not, we see Gun Run or Team Deathmatch with the real gunners of the league wanting to outgun the rest.
And maybe I was wrong. It looks like the Cyclones actually picked up that first game there, getting a point. So we will get all that figured out. It's a new game, so we winding up a little bit, and we will find out what's going on there. Apex is really interesting. So we mentioned setup. That setup timer is about to run out there in the middle of your screen. Teams have a designated amount of time. If you're going from the gauntlet to the PC, 2 minutes. If you're going from the same platform to the same platform, you are given 4 minutes, but you have to finish this time limit. It looks like the Cyclones are losing their first timeout, so maybe finding a win there in Lethal League Blaze. We heard them shouting, running to get into this game as quick as possible, so maybe that game just went quicker than they expected.
Yeah, and that's not great because you're going to see soon on the Cyclone side that timeout counter is going to drop down to 3. Unfortunately, they have already lost a timeout on the basis of putting in an incorrect lineup before the game started, making them lose a timeout off the bat. They had to recorrect their lineup, and now we're going to see the Cyclones go down. So you do see it was an xGODS win in the last game, and the timeout that was taken from the xGODS will also be taken from the Cyclones instead. So we'll give back the xGODS their 5th timeout and take away the Cyclones, put them down to only 3. Now, when we reach halftime at 2 hours, they're going to go down to 2 timeouts anyways, but having to lose 2 this early on, it only leaves you with 1 left that you're going to have to use in the first half, and you'd like a little bit more leeway than that.
This is the scary part, I think, of every new match. Every time you come back in here, there's a little bit of apprehension, but you have to be prepared. We do know that the Cyclones have a pretty deep coaching staff, multiple people in place to try to make sure everything goes smoothly. But, new rookie, maybe you have to have that conversation with them a lot of times to be like, how do you feel about this game? You ready to go in? Are you comfortable? Just because everyone else here might be comfortable, but if your rookie really is uncomfortable, this is a pretty different format than most people play. That weak link is enough for the X guys to exploit and just find a quick win in something like Apex Legends.
Any exploit possible will be used by the xGODS. The lack of comfort with setups, the lack of comfort with actually playing in-game. It sounds to me like they are getting ready out there, so obviously the timeout being pulled out of them with their setup. They do have to set up the games themselves, and you get 4 minutes when you go from PC, from console. Well, sorry, from PC to PC, you get 4 minutes, and 2 minutes when it's PC to console. And console
Other way around.
to PC.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah. I thought so.
Because
they have the time. When they're playing at the consoles, this actually gives a chance to explain it to them. When they're playing at the consoles, the team has the opportunity to set up during the game time. So they only need the 2-minute setup for a little bit of extra time after the game. Whereas if it's PC to PC, they have to close down the games and take the full 4 minutes to reset up a new game. Now, thankfully, our sponsor, SurfThing, can run multiple games at once, but it's not ideal. However, if you do want the best gaming equipment and you want to be able to play like the pros, you're going to want to get yourself a SurfThing PC. It is the only official PC sponsor of the UEL, and it's the only equipment that you can use to play like one of the UEL pros. So go to surfthing.com and get yourself a SurfThing PC if you want to play these 33 games across 5 categories, just like we do here in the UEL.
And I think we're going to go ahead and take our SurfThing PCs and be getting into Apex here in 1 second. Now, going back to setup really quickly, because of how RPS went in that first game not going the way of the Cyclones, what we did end up seeing actually is the LAX gods, they get the choice of mode or map. So they either picked to play gun run or picked to play on estates. And then the Cyclones would have gotten a chance to pick the opposite side.
All right, so Dead by Daylight will be our next game coming up, a strategy game. Asymmetrical, so we're going to have a situation just like we had yesterday where both teams do have 7 players in the lineup, but we won't see it being even throughout the game. It's going to change from this point on because one team is going to play 1 character and the other team is going to have 4 players going to play 4 separate characters. So it is going to separate the lineups, and we're going to have 2 separate discussions for these teams from now on when it talks about lineup setups and resets and things like that. So we do see a fuse here coming out from Hasaj, and it's going to be Sin and Electric with him. So this is what I would call their ideal shooting lineup.
Yeah, Hasaj, Sin, and Electric, they were amazing. I could use any number of adjectives, but amazing might be the simplest way to say it. In their last game, they came out, and they were always playing together. They were playing well, and each one stepped up in different games, but they all could have carried if absolutely necessary. So we see this gameplay kind of come out consistently from everybody in the league. They want to play towards this middle building, get control regardless of game mode because it's such a strong point of interest.
Yeah, and you see that Bloodhound scan there going out will let them know where the enemy team wants to be, and it seems like the Cyclones are playing off of that center point that we see most teams playing with. So Sin going to land some shots from afar. You can see that it wasn't onto shield, so one of his teammates already getting that player low. He's going to rotate around the backside here now, and he's going to have a sight line on some of these players where they think they may be safe. But he is alone. You can see that his team is not quite with him. So maybe he's going to rotate on the back of the Cyclones here, either in that building or if they try to push in. It does not look like they're going to try to push in. So it's going to be, right now, Hasaj putting down the damage and Sin rotating around the backside. They're going to try to pinch here. Hasaj putting down plenty of damage, setting his team up for success. He actually finds a kill and moves on to the R301. So now he will be the only teammate with that weapon. We can see that the Cyclones are trying to fight back, but they're being jumped on. Sin catches another one. He's going to move up another weapon for his team, and no kills yet for the Cyclones.
If you're at home and wondering, this is the rookie Sauce that we were just looking at there, looking at some of his gameplay, figuring out exactly what he is ready to do. He looked like he was locked in. He was talking with his teammates, so I am happy to see that. But again, this LAX gods has already been talking. They've already been coordinated, and they've been playing at a different level than a lot of the other players in the league. You can see there down in your bottom of your screen in the gray corner, you can see the gray box being that of Sin. Took me a second there. His mustache always gets me. I always want to call him Sir, and you expect him to be drinking a fine drink this time of night. Now that they've gotten their kills, though, they've rotated back to this middle building, which has put them in a pretty solid position.
Yes. Right now, they are actually, this is one of the few 2-level buildings on the outside. It does look similar to that building in the center, but it's another position to play at that we don't often see players play here. So very understandable why it would seem like that top building, but it does not have that 3rd floor, so only a 2-story building here. that they're playing on, and you'd see they're trying to counter the rotate, but the xGODS not pushing at the moment because they have the advantage by 2 kills. The autoloader is active, but no contact really happening right now. The shots are still coming from afar. You can see the fuse engages. That'll be Sin, and he trades out for a kill. His teammates are going to come in on the back left to see if they can finish any kills. Oh, man, this Rampage doing real slow damage. If that thing isn't charged up, then it is not going to do very quick damage, and Sin does end up getting taken down in the process.
It looks like the Cyclones are starting to find their footing. They've figured out what they need to do, playing these outside edges and forcing them into conflicts that can give them an advantage. They're clawing their way back into this game with 3 minutes to remain.
Yeah, and the Cyclones still only 2 down. It's been an even push for both teams. So the Cyclones holding their own, but still not able to close the point deficit. This scan you see coming out from both sides, so they both know where the opponents are. The xGODS right now on the low ground, so they will have to push up. Although with the gun advantage right now, 2 guns ahead of the Cyclones, they don't really have to push anything the rest of this game if they don't want to.
That's the big thing. I think the LA xGODS, we saw this from them in one of their first games, where they were willing to sit underneath the enemy team the entire game once they got a lead. And they even joked around saying like, hey, yeah, it was kind of boring, but we are looking to win, and so we're going to do what is the best play. And I think that's part of their strength. They can play fast, they can play slow, they can play however the situation dictates, and they just choose and decide. Maybe they feel like they're just a better shooter and they can take these fights.
Yeah, and these Bloodhound scans are on the exact same cooldown. So we're going to see Sin getting the first kill and moving on to the Devotion. That's an early kill in this fight. They're going to be able to hunt down the other 2 players for the Cyclones. Now, the scan not coming out from the Cyclones, surprisingly. Those Bloodhound scans should have been on the same timer for cooldown. They were using them consistently at the same time, but I think the Cyclones not wanting to engage anymore. They may have moved. Yeah, it looks like they've had a little bit of a rotate. So you can see that now Sin is going to pop his ult here as Bloodhound. It's going to light up all of these enemies, and it's going to give him a movement speed increase as well. You'd see the screen making it seem as if he's moving a little quicker to let you know. And now he finds Purchase on a target. The kill is quick. He's going to have his White Raven going out to let him know where another enemy is, and they should be near, but no, it looks like they may have rotated. He finally catches one behind the lights, and that one's going to rotate into the building, but he's going to be able to catch that one sooner rather than later. He's got the car now. Doesn't find the kill, gets taken down.
And that's important. These little kills, if I'm looking after every fight, the Cyclones are just barely losing out. They're not just getting outshot. They're always by maybe a bullet or 2 off of winning this fight. But here, when you run into 3 people, what do you expect to happen except maybe find a kill in that moment where I was trying to compliment them? We see some of the falling apart. Now we've jumped over here, and this is Electric. This is the veteran shooter on this team. And with 2 rookies, has always been putting on performance every time you get the chance to go in for one of these.
Yeah, it looks like Electric getting himself set, taking his time. This Bangalore can put down smokes and get herself out of sticky situations if she needs. Not able to do so there. It will be the ulting Bloodhound, or the previously ulted Bloodhound, that will get the kill. Now it's Sin all alone. Both of his teammates were down. He's going to try to regroup with them. All he has to do is stay alive, because at the moment, they have enough of a gun advantage to win this one by just not taking a fight. And he is going to fall, but there are still about 3 guns between these teams, 4 even. If the Cyclones want to catch up on this one, they simply don't have enough time. They have to win this fight immediately and rotate for another one. They only have 10 seconds remaining in this matchup. They cannot find what they're looking for. 5 seconds left. Let's see if they can find another kill in this fight. No, in fact, they lose a player too. They go down far too many, and it's going to be an xGODS taking a second win in this matchup.
I want to say a solid showing from Bosif, Baba, as well as the new rookie Sauce. They came out and they made it kind of competitive. I think it was just their slow start. Ultimately, the gap was too big for them to close with the time limit of 8 minutes.
Yeah, they played the mid game really well when they needed to play slower. You can't really hold the ending against them. They were forced into a fight, but that's a situation you put yourself in if you don't win early fights. Their choice to stick to a position and bunker themselves down didn't end up working out for them. They were collapsed on by a team that was confident, pushing in a coordinated manner, and because they were locked to one location, it didn't matter how well the Cyclones communicated. They couldn't counter such a strong push.
And now we go into Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight is going to disconnect these rosters. What I mean by disconnect is they're no longer going to be matched up. Right now we see 2 and 2 on either side for people who have to go on. One of these sides gets to be the killer. They get to be the seeker. Think of this like hide and seek. The other 4 will be hiding their best and looking to fill out generators to unlock a door and to escape. But what this means is that for the rest of the game, these 2 lineups are going to be playing a very careful game of cat and mouse, where can I catch your best players out of position? Can I catch your worst players out of position? And maybe use that to my benefit to win as many games as possible. I don't know which one the Cyclones are going to take here. I know a lot of people opt for Killer, but both between Pizza Man and Ambush Man, I don't know which one of the two of them has enough experience on Killer to be comfortable going in against what I have to expect is a pretty strong LAX Gods Survivor Squad.
Yeah, if you put the xGODS, kind of force them to play Killer here, then you're putting them in a situation where it has to be their Tier 1 AJ or it has to be Havoc. And the Cyclones, even if Ambush and Pizza aren't the best Dead by Daylight players on their team, which they very well may be, we'll have to find out, but there will be 2 more players after this roster reset. After those 2 players are put in, it's very similar to the way that baseball lineups work, where once you've played all your players in different games, you will be able to reset your lineup fully and use whoever you would like in future games. So we see Ambush Man going in, and will Pizza be lit up? No. So it will be Ambush Man on the Killer then, as we see Havoc and AJ both going in as survivors. Nexus as well, going to be joined by X-Ray Aspect. So putting in their top 3 tiers for this one.
And going along with Havoc, I think this sets them up pretty well. Havoc and X-Ray being the main strategy players on the teams in terms of just straight player profiles. And then AJ's no slouch. The other thing that I know, and that maybe a few people at home have known if you've watched the league a little bit, we've already seen AJ play Killer this season and win, and Havoc played Killer a lot last season and was pretty consistent to win. So I think here just operating under the idea of I can go up against a good Killer, or we can utilize the help of one of the Cyclones coaches, Third, who's been in the league for a while and known to play a lot of DBD and have a lot of extensive knowledge, maybe helping his teammate, helping his player here to have a fairly strong build and to make life a little bit difficult for the xGODS. This game is very much winnable because even with coordinated teams, there's a lot of, I'll say, funny business that can happen.
Yes, there definitely is a lot of funny business that can happen. We'll have to see which Killer Ambush Man wants to choose. There is the most variation in the league comes from the choice of killers. We see the same perks and Survivor being played often, but it's not always the same killer that we end up seeing. It really is about player preference. There doesn't seem to be a killer meta unless it's an unexperienced player on that role. Then there are some default options. But when it comes to players that actively want to play killer, there's so many choices that they seem to be comfortable with across the league.
I think that it's a game that has such a high level of variance. We don't default to what most people would consider the strongest killers in DBD. We've seen all of them across the board. We've seen new killers. We've seen old killers. But ultimately, what is important is we never have to just be like, oh, yeah, you're going to play Nurse because Nurse is the best character. No, when it's a newer killer, I would expect here, honestly, to see either a Doctor or a Wraith. Doctor can electrify people, cause them to hallucinate, and then a Wraith can make them invisible. We'll see here in a second. That looks like the Nurse, so I am immediately proven wrong. This is a fairly difficult killer, one of the highest skill caps of killers in the entire game. If you're able to play her well, she's the strongest killer because she breaks all of the rules. Normally you have pallets at different walls to keep yourself safe. She can teleport straight through those walls and still catch you at a moment's notice.
Yes. All right. Then this one we have seen quite frequently in the league. Nurse is, like you say, very, very strong. There's a reason that some of the better players opt to play this character, whereas some of the other players, maybe somebody who's not as comfortable on killer, will opt for something like the Huntress. There are a few options that are more common. This Nurse is going to just allow for a good killer to basically bypass the only chance that you had at creating obstacles for them. So we'll see how quickly Ambush can play through this one. And honestly, there's something about this game that, with it being not nighttime, it's not quite as terrifying.
Yeah, it feels a little bit better, but I can promise you that already finding a player, it looks like, wasn't able to get a secure hit on him. Now, this is the counterplay. After a couple of those blinks, she will be stuck out. Ooh, tried to blink there through the wall to catch, and both of the blinks unfortunately fail. He did force the player off. No, the player is smart enough to stay up there. So he has to commit here. This is showing the strong understanding of the LAX gods on how you can play this matchup. If you stay up there, he has to commit to jump over the window. You drop down as he comes to the window, and you can keep running. This shows you already the consistency and the strength they have in being able to play. Jumping over, unable to find the hit. He's just barely too close, and this is the skill ceiling of this character. There is no reticle to tell you how far you're going to go. You just kind of have to know how long do I need to charge it to find some of these blinks. Uses 3 blinks and is still not in range, so a pretty rough situation. And right now, I should be expecting, if the LAX gods are playing the best they can, a generator to start popping here soon.
Yeah, they've been able to occupy Ambushman's time pretty well, so you'd think one player might be able to. And this player, even while getting chased, felt confident enough to try that generator. Unfortunately, ended up taking a hit and has damage, but it does take 2 hits for them to go down in most cases. So right now, we won't see that player going down just yet. They'll be able to still run. See Ambushman trying to use his blinks, and he finally does get some vertical terrain, but a generator has popped actually 2 in the process. So not only do they get 1, but their players that weren't being chased down were working very efficiently on those generators.
And that's what I am seeing. I'm seeing immediately that he's getting an inch, the smallest line of hits here every single time. If he could get a few more of these hits, the pressure would be significantly better. But because he's missed out a few of these, losing those 2 gens, especially the one he was standing right next to, feels like the LAX gods just have the number on this one, are incredibly coordinated and ensuring that they are finishing each and every single one of these gens as quick as possible. This is why I want people to stray away from Nurse. Yes, she is strong. Yes, she will be able to dismantle even the best of Dead by Daylight players, but the problem with that is you have to have so much time studying and pre-planning that I don't know if it's worth it if you're not already a great Nurse player.
Yeah, if you just looked up what the Dead by Daylight meta is and you're playing based on that, it's likely not going to work out for you if you don't actually have experience in the game. We can see that Ambushman did find 2 of these survivors, but he's going to have to stop the generator, and it's going to give them more time to get away. He's only damaged 1 player and downed none so far this game. This is not the kind of start that usually carries you toward a victory. This is a much better start for the xGODS. They're in a good position right now.
And this is the scary part of, I think, right now, they can do either side of it. You mentioned that it was Daylights, and maybe that vision is also helping the LAX gods see and keep track of exactly where Ambushman wants to be. Ambushman now stepping into his first role as the tier 2 also on this game. I'm liking that he's trying these different angles, but it looks like the players are so aware of what the character does, they're still utilizing the speed and the space possible to get away. X-Ray Aspect here trying his best, avoiding, unfortunately was unable to find the hit there. Once again stunned. And with 1 generator left, just 2 of these survivors need to make it out. And so this is going to be an incredibly difficult game if the Cyclones are going to find a win.
Yeah, in that chase alone, 2 more of those generators were popped. So you can see that now he's going to be dashing his way across the map to all these other generators, checking to see which one they want to try and get finished off. And you can see that there are 2 survivors there that were working on that one. So that one's got to be pretty far along at this point.
If you look on the screen there, all those pistons were moving, so it was up there in the 80th, 90th percentile, just about ready to be popped. But you also see how these red generators you see around him are spread out so far. He has to essentially go to 3 different corners of the map constantly to try to stop people from playing, but they're instead choosing to play on the same generator, and he has found somebody. The first start to a win here is going to require him to get a hit and a down onto these LAX gods players.
Yeah, still has not found a hit since near the beginning of the game. He sees one of the survivors trying to approach, actually got the generator popped, not the one that he was on, but the one furthest away from him. So now the door, which was closest to that final generator, is able to be opened. We'll have to see if he can get there in time for the survivors, and it looks like he will be there to challenge this. He gets a hit on 1 player, so that's the 2nd damage he's been able to do this game, but still not a down. The other survivors are going to be around. They're going to be able to try and escape while their teammates occupying time. Tries to find one of these hurt players. I believe this is X-Ray Aspect, who is able to hit at the beginning of the game.
And this is where it's important. That bar at the top means the other door was open. So while he was doing his best to defend 2 players, the other players rotated away. He might be able to get a kill here, but the moment the second LAX gods walked out of the door, that is a win for them. And I think they're having a little bit of fun here. They could leave X-Ray Aspect. The others get to the door and leave. And once again, I think X-Ray is showing off his skills at a survivor, finally gets down, finally gets hit, and is now going to go ahead and pick up the player and take him on over to a hook. So this is a mechanic that we're finally getting to see. Normally these hooks, if you get hooked 3 times, you end up dying and taking that player out of the game. But it looks like they actually chose to heal up, and with the 2 other players leaving, that's going to go ahead be an LAX gods win. Great showing for them, and they get to move right along in the 4s. That's 3 quick games in the first 25 minutes of our day. Yesterday was a little bit of a slow burner, a slow starter,
yeah,
but this one seems to be heating up right at the beginning.
Yeah, it's going really quick. We don't even usually see Dead by Daylight go that fast, so that was a very quick game. Most strategy games, I think people know, are not played through very quickly, so really impressive to see them already finishing that one up. The xGODS are making quick work out of the Cyclones right now, and the Cyclones want to challenge them, but they're going to have to find a place to do it. We've already played 3 games in 3 different categories, and we're going into a 4th new category, so we've almost covered all 5 categories on the wheel already, and the Cyclones yet to pick up a win. We'll see if Forza, maybe Racers is where they can lock it down, but the xGODS have some really high-tier talent on their team.
We haven't seen it other than Sin mentioning he wants that Rookie Racer of the Year, and this will be the first step. We do know the 5 that are going in for the LAX gods, and this is that disconnect of rosters. Normally, you would be hoping to catch somebody out of position, but as much as I was saying that before, the LAX gods seem like a team that to catch them out of position, you might need perfection on your own side. All of them have stepped up and been able to play. You now have their tier 7 who is wanting Rookie Racer of the Year going in. Havoc to your face, who's been a racer in his own right. AJ Little Blue's been on the championship teams. We know he plays. Hassad, you mentioned the most winning player, and Electric coming from that same team as AJ. On the flip side, we have Pizza Man, and Pizza Man is good, and if you ever get to let him play one of the shooters, he might just surprise you. But seeing as young as he is, he doesn't have his driver's license, so I have to question. Maybe Forza might not be his strongest category, but we never know what exactly they have in store over there on the Cyclones.
Yeah, recently in the news, there was an 8-year-old girl that drove herself to Target. So I'm sure Pizza Man could do anything if he really puts his mind to it, especially in a video game. We'll just have to see what happens. For the xGODS, I would say the one thing that they didn't get out of this one is that they don't have Nexus available. Nexus is formerly, I believe I have this correct, a Rookie Racer of the Year, is an award that he took 2 seasons ago or 3.
He took Rookie of the Year 2 seasons ago, but guess what? You are still kind of right, because during that season, Havoc to your face took Rookie Racer of that season.
Oh, well, there
and
you go.
so either way, you have the Rookie of the Year from season 7, as well as the Rookie Racer of the Year, and now the wanting to be season 9 Rookie Racer.
Yeah, really.
I guess your best thing is, hey, the Rookie of the Year isn't playing.
Thank goodness. Yeah, thank goodness Nexus isn't playing a very well-rounded player. That's why he's in that Tier 2 slot. We talk about that being such an anchor position. And Ambushman, with his first performance, it was a 1v4. It's a difficult way to play your first anchor game as a Tier 2, but he's going to have more to show if he really wants to hold this position. Psycho has proven that he can be a significant player on this team. Some of the reasons that these games were close is because of Psycho's ability to play multiple categories. He played in those fighters. He's been improving in that category. He wants to be more of a prominent name there because he does feel like it's something that he's good at. So the performances they had previously in those 0-3 games, some of their comebacks were off the back of Bosif and Psycho, both players trying to get winning records for their team, trying to have their own. You know, we talked about Asajj being the most winning player in the league. They just want to have a positive record over there on the Cyclones. And honestly, they are close enough to it. They just have to be able to challenge a team like the xGODS. Right now, they aren't even bringing the fight to them. They have to pick it up in some category or some game that can get momentum rolling, because otherwise the xGODS are going to use the momentum they're building and run with the game.
That's the question of the day. I want to see, and if I'm the Cyclones chatting with them a little bit, they don't have their heads in the clouds. They know this is going to be a tough game, but I just want them to show more of that development. All of these teams, you look at a team that's 0-3, 0-4, and you're like, oh, well, like the team is, no, the record doesn't always tell the tale of this team. They're not strong, they're not weak, they're where they are currently, but we've been talking about this even last night. Every team that is not one of those top 2 teams, we don't know where they actually stand on the overall rating. So we'll get another wheel spin here to see who and what is coming up next, who might be looking for another chance to play. Valorant is the next game. Luckily,
5v5.
Pizza Man is going to be going in, but I don't know with this roster if they're going to be able to field the roster they exactly would want to going into Valorant.
Yeah, they will have one choice player, so they'll be required to put in 4 of the players that are still remaining on their lineup, and then they will have one choice player. I would assume with Bosif being out for this one, they may select him to be a team leader, a talented shooter. And now we see here Forza getting started. All of these players do have to play with different vehicles, so there is a draft to it.
Looks like we're going to quick restart of the game in this situation. started a little bit early, a little bit premature. We players got to be a little bit. I know you're itchy, you're antsy to go ahead and get back into the game, but hold on, let everybody get in and go ahead and jump in. So we did see some lineups there. So this is where my worry comes in, and we're going to be having a technical timeout while these players get in. So in that moment, we'll come back to rosters. But someone that loves to talk about rosters here in the UEL is Logan Summit on Technical Timeout. You can join us on Wednesdays on the UEL Esports channel at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. EST, where he will go over the rosters, the moves, all the things happening in the UEL, and keep you up to date with all the news you need to know. Please go ahead and tune in and check us out. In the meantime, while this technical timeout is going on, we're going to also let you know about our sponsors here at the UEL.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
Again, and that one goes in. They're taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And welcome back to us. Hopefully you enjoyed that ad. Please go check out SurfThing PCs. They do help us keep the UEL powered and playing all the different games across all the genres that we do play. But notably, I noticed Bosif in the game, Bobby Yoggins in the game. A lot of players, even if they would want in that Valorant game coming up next. So we'll have to see how the Cyclones lineup plays out, because I don't know if they're going to get this ideal lineup going 5 into 5. All right, let's see what we are doing. Let's see what's happening. Let's see where we're able to play. Oh, my goodness.
All right. AJ, Lil Blue coming in hot on the camera. Maybe just cleaning it off, making sure we can see him well. But we are going to start off here with Pizza Man. Going to be the one that we are spectating first. You can see the little live now arrow on the right side of your screen is pointed up at Pizza Man. So that is who we are going to be watching. And it looks like he may have had a different car selection as well here. So he's going to start a little bit further back. This red team, I believe, is the Cyclones here. And it is the blue team that is the xGODS. If everything stayed the same from the last time that they started up the game.
And it looks like everybody is locking in, but I'm seeing a lot of red together. That could bode well, depending on what team you are a fan with, because you don't want to necessarily see your team all together. You'd love to see at least a few players contesting the front, but I do see blue leading the pack. And so I'm going to take your side. No, the Cyclones are actually the blue team, it looks like. You can see up there in the top and left and right corners where different players are. But now popping over to AJ Little Blue, the tier 1 here, is sitting right around that 5th place spot with some of his teammates.
Yeah, just taking this turn right now. It's going to be a 2-lap race, and he is a little bit behind one of his teammates, but gaining way on them. Going to be passing one of his own teammates who needs to hurry up and pick it up, because the lowest time can really affect your team's average in this one. It's 5 against 5. We're going to average all of the team's times together. So coming too far in last can really damage your team, even if you have some teammates far ahead. You can see AJ purposefully not making contact with this car, making no attempts to spin it out, taking the inside turn just so he can get ahead and try to take a faster race, get a better time for his team. Going to spin that camera around. You can see how comfortable he is in this one now, heading into his second lap at this point. So a quick lap for him, and he's going to be making the second one. The lead looks like it's held by the Cyclones, but at the same time, the entire center of the race looks like it's held by the xGODS. So it may come down to those players in the back, and it looks like the furthest back we can see at the moment is one of the Cyclones, but he is very close to another xGOD.
So as long as he finishes this race, this is that important piece for some of your weaker players. We'll see it again in other races like Lumina Rush, where just getting them across the finish line is going to be the biggest and most important thing you can do. You have to let your racers be the ones that are going to be challenging for that top spot, getting you the best time. As we see in-gamers PC1, which should be one of the Cyclones, sitting there and being 10 seconds ahead of AJ there. Now cutting over to Bobby Yoggins, but we see that Sin, the young rookie, looking to be a player of the year. If I am on the side of the Cyclones, I'm telling Pizza Man, hey, I don't need you to go fast. I just need you to finish this race. You very clearly see somebody kind of stuck there, not really able to move exceptionally quickly. So you just need to make sure you cross the finish line, and our players are crossing the finish line. One thing big about Forza is Forza, I believe, now 2 laps instead of 3, so these races will finish up a little bit quicker. And an unfortunate this loss, I guess, for Sin, if he was looking for that rookie racer, as long as Pizza Man's able to finish the race. Now, if you're wondering how close he is, usually the pit is near the end of a race, and he just has to make it around this last turn, and he should be able to finish no problem with 25 seconds left to go. And I'm going to go ahead and guess this should be a Cyclones win. A great job. All of them racing amazing, staying in that front spot. And looks like Sins maybe parked, grabbed the drink, and realizes what's inevitably happening.
Yeah, Sin off of a breakdown. You can see that he's the only one who has not finished the race. The seconds are ticking up as he actually is moving backward at this point. So if his time was not bad enough, it'll be even lower. And Cyclones are going to win, and it will be huge off the back, honestly, of Sin's disappointing showing. They do get a roster reset. So heading into this Valorant game, they will have their pick of the litter for their entire team. We can see that the reset for the Cyclones gives them 3 players required to go in, so they're actually going to get their choice of 2.
So this is going to be the interesting step. I think this becomes pretty easy. You're looking at some combination of Bosif, Baba Yaga, and Psycho going in. You actually have 2 of your best performing Valorant players in Silver, as well as Pizza Man, available to go in for this game. And again, Sauce, new rookie, we don't know exactly the extent of where he is, but I'm happy and I'm excited to see what he's able to bring to the table. He looked pretty locked in playing Apex, so shooting might be one of his categories. So if he is comfortable in this game, he could be that surprise factor as well. On the flip side, though, the xGODS get a full reset and get to pick their lineup. I'm going to make a wild guess and say that we probably see Electric, Sin, and Hasaj possibly going in here with, maybe a couple of other players that just decide they want to play.
Yeah, and of course, with shooters being one of my top categories for esports, seeing these 3 as like a shooting trio, they can cover the 2v2s, the 3v3s. They can be the core of your 5v5s. I'm really taking a liking to those 3 players together in these shooter games and just how they work as a team in general, because despite Electric not being a rookie with Hasaj and Sin, he is still not one of those AJ Lil Blues, Nexus, X-Ray Aspect. They were all players that played on that New Moon roster in a starting position. Electric was able to learn from them over that time, but didn't have that starting roster position. So he's kind of in there with Hasaj and Sin, making a name for himself in something, and it is in the same category. So we see the other 2 that will be going in will be the Tier 1 and 2, AJ Lil Blue and Nexus, the most well-rounded players on this team. Of course, X-Ray Aspect also able to get the job done in any game you put him in. Havoc, he holds a lot of positions, honestly, for them for games that the rest of the players don't play. I do not envy Havoc's position to have the coverage that the rest of the team doesn't quite have.
So speaking to a little bit of history while we get into the game, funnily enough, Havoc and Psycho played together, and they fulfill a lot of the similar roles for those teams, which come from their rookie season. They both were actually players over on a team formerly here in the UEL, the Bucks, and both took the initiative. Funnily enough, hey, I was their GM, so I know a little bit more about this from like a personal aspect. They both took the initiative to be able to learn as many of those 33 games as rookies. They wanted to be the anchors on the team. They wanted to be able to play all 5 categories in their rookie season, to be able to challenge the best players, and they were always looking to beat the best players where possible. And what that has turned them into are these well-rounded anchors that, regardless of where you see them in the roster, they're fairly reliable regardless of what comes up, that you can put them in knowing they've touched the game and at least feel somewhat confident or comfortable in whatever's coming up. So I think that for the xGODS, we've seen Aspect as well as Havoc go in, do their jobs exceptionally well, and same thing on the other side. Now let's see what these lineups are. You can see them in the top left and right of your screen. Now, if you're wondering who we're watching that player that Speedy mentioned there just a second ago, Electric, and it looks like he's going to be playing the Reyna, a duelist here, and an entry fragger.
Yeah, locking in that Reyna. And then we also have an ISO as well, so that'll be a double duelist position. We do have a Sage as well. And it looks like they may be locking in a Clove, too. So a pretty well-rounded roster here. It's somewhat standard, with that ISO and Clove being 2 of the much newer characters in the game. So a little bit of a toss-up. It can kind of tell you who the players are that have played this game more recently, rather than just knowing the standard ins and outs.
That's important to know as well. And now on the other side of things, if you're wondering, the attackers will be the Cyclones going first, while the xGODS, who we are currently watching, will be on defense. And again, I'll give those names just in case you maybe aren't looking directly at the names there in the top left and right. Your xGODS, you're looking at Nexus, Electric, Hasaj, Sin, and AJ going up against the attacking Cyclones here on Sunhead, which is Pizza Man Silver, Says, Psycho, and Bo.
And it looks like we're going to be seeing a Phoenix, Fade, Clove, a Cypher, and another ISO on the side of the Cyclones. So bringing in some of those newer pieces, but also that Fade for information, a little bit more information that they're bringing, truthfully, not opting for the Sage and the Breach, which are going to cause more disruption, but they're not supposed to be played for the long term. So you're going to see maybe an attempt at shorter rounds coming from the xGODS, a little bit of running and gunning, using their utility to make quicker plants.
And this is going to be important. We don't always see Sunset. It's one of the... It's not a never pick map, but it's definitely not a frequent pick. We normally see a center split between teams here in the UEL. And we do play Swift Play for people at home, so the economic factor of Valorant is a little bit different in these rounds compared to what you might be normal, you might be comfortable or expected seeing. Shutting the door here, cutting off access from mid, hearing some footsteps, so that might tip them off maybe to where people are coming, and just instead choosing to drop a wall and stop this early push.
Yeah, it looks like they're closing off both sides, really not wanting any kind of entry. It's an early Sage wall set, but it sets them up for the early round to gather a little information. So because they didn't bring any of those agents that will feed them information, this is a good way to get it for yourself. Some of those players trying to break through that Sage wall, it seems, the Cyclones at the moment, but not trying to break through that closed wall. We do get a kill already from the Breach on the side of, it looks like it was Sin there, and Hasaj finds one as well on the ISO.
And it looks like they were able to put the bomb down, but they were unfortunately lost a few players, which meant that they were unable to find some kills. Psycho grabbing a company of kills. You hear the comms there to save their creds. Even in a game like this, a few extra creds and getting that kill can be all the difference here in being able to maybe pick up a stronger weapon a little bit earlier in some of these Swift Play rounds.
Yeah, we see Psycho now opting for the Ares here. Going to be placing these smokes down pretty far up the map. It looks like they might know which way they want to enter from on B, honestly. Yeah, he's pinging his own locations. Both objectives, but two of which are going toward the B side, so you have to think that the team is going to push that way, and it looks like they are at the moment. That wall may have gone up again. We did see the smoke, but that is a really quick kill from Hasaj, landing on a Bosif. Goes down so early in the round, having their tier 1 unavailable for the rest of the round now.
This is going to be important. That did also mean they lost control of mid part of this map, which is pretty central in controlling either one of the rotates to either side of the map. If you have control of it, you notice Cycle, they're running back towards his spawn. Now has to take the long way around instead of just being able to cut into the middle there. But here we go, Hasaj, currently the best performing player in the entire league, even as a rookie, holding mid and finding an early kill for his team and setting them up.
Yeah, this Breach now, Sin, going to be putting out a lot of disruption. He must hear some of these players out there. Wow, putting out the flash as well, but he gets rotated on by Psycho, who finds a kill for the Cyclones, their first kill of this round. No more coming out just yet, but we see AJ Littleblue landing a very clean kill, and he goes for the second, but gets taken out. So it's going to be an even game.
Now we're watching Nexus, their tier 2. It is a 4v4. It looks like they just have to make sure they're in a position to survive. 1v1. Let's see who's going to be able to hold this here. So Cycle just needs to make sure that they can't put the plant down and finds the kill to keep his team in it. Great job there, making sure. So they found a lot of success with this A site. Do you think they keep going for it?
I think they're going to keep switching it up. I think that the Cyclones are a little bit smarter than to continue pushing the same site. They only pushed it, honestly, off of a counter rotate after losing a player, losing Bosif up mid. They decided to rotate the other direction, maybe feeling that they would have a read on which way they were going to push if they sent a player to scout mid. So we'll see if they decide to go A again, but I think that they want to at least try a successful push at B, because now that they have had success at A, the xGODS are probably going to feel that they're more likely to go there again, put a stronger defense on that site.
I was going to say, this is really smart from them. This time, instead, choosing to put up a wall. They importantly dodge the ISO ult coming out of Hasaj there, but Hassad still manages to find a kill. That's 2 on the side of the LAX gods. As we see Silver stepping up here, trying to put some pressure. He realizes there is slow. I want to see if he's able to figure out exactly where that slow came from. And it does look like he's trying to check just to see, is someone up there? Where did it come from? Instead chooses to put his cam, looks out, doesn't give him any immediate information other than a teammate dying. And now he has to make this play. He's going to need to find some opportunities. He has to be wary because he knows he also saw a teammate die over towards that mark area.
Yeah, he's holding still right now, too. He's not even rotating the pillar at the moment. He does find the player from far, but gets taken out there by Hassaj, who finds his 3rd kill of the round to close it out. Very nice from the Sage there. Much less likely to be a gunner, honestly, if you're going to be playing the Sage, if you're going to be playing a Sentinel of any kind. So Hassaj being not only a duelist player, but an ISO player in particular. That means you have to have a lot of confidence in your ability to take gunfights, and particularly 1v1s. It's no question why why Hassaj is the player choosing that role for his team. So the xGODS are up in the lead again, but the Cyclones came back after a round lost before. So this will be the last round before the swap. You can see that it says there they're going to side swap after this, and it will be the xGODS that will be attacking for the rest of the game unless we go into overtime.
Yes, and that's going to be important because I do think that this LAX God's composition will be pretty strong on the offensive side of the field as well. But I think the coordination of this entire team, not just their shooters, really is being shown off here in this game. None of them look stressed because they are expecting exactly where things are meant to be. They have the hand-eye coordination to quickly respond to whatever is happening. But ultimately, they know what is happening. It's easier to respond a little bit quicker, but Pizza Man does what Pizza Man does best, taking 2 before he goes down. That spike is down, and now they just need to find a win. They get a kill, and now they know where Psycho is. Psycho is going to have to find a play because they're going to they have to stop the possible defuse. Now it's to halfway. Is he going to be able to get there in time? He finds 1 kill, but I don't think he's going to be able to swing in time to stop it. So it is a 1v3, and he manages to get a couple of kills before this side swap does occur.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the xGODS. Only needed 2 more games before a win. And it's going to be Hassaj here on the ISO with the spike, actually. So very interesting. We'll see if he gives it away to one of his other players. But if he's confident in his ability to run, gun, and plant, then he becomes even more of an MVP and a shooting MVP for this team, honestly. He's pinging a choke point for his team, really one of the only locations they have to worry about on their rotate into A. If they can watch that rotate, then the side that he's pinging right now is where they're going to later watch that, maybe where they want to set players up upon winning gunfights. It's always good to set your win condition. Being that confident in your team that you're going to have a late game ideal, it shows that you think you're actually going to end up taking the win in the early gunfight, and I think that puts your team in a good position.
And it looks like they're willing to move exceptionally quickly here, wanting to put the pressure down on their opponent, stepping back to get this ult orb to help them maybe in one of these subsequent rounds. Pizza Man is waiting and finds a kill there, and it looks like he was enough to, even with a trade kill, scare the LAX gods off.
Yeah, and it's going to be a rotate after a bit of a commit. They do find a trade, so possibly the Cyclones rotating their players from this B objective toward A. We're not sure yet. Good job checking his corners. Hassaj definitely experienced enough to know what positions are going to make you pay for it, and he does not find any on the boxes. So now, with 1 behind, it's going to be Silver trying to find kills. He puts down some good damage on the xGODS, but he's unable to find a kill, and he ends up going down. You can see he put damage onto 3 separate players. Now it's just going to be up to his team to clean it up. We see Pizza Man here looking at this corner, rotating around it. He's going to watch one side, and actually now he has enough space to watch the entire rotation, but could you imagine? Is this going to be an xGODS? It is. It's going to be a full rotate to the A objective. And now this wall is going to go up and block off a huge entry point. A little bit for them to peek through, but not going to be significant enough. They're going to have to break down this wall if they want to enter. We see Electric holding an angle himself right now. Actually, sorry, watching his teammates. This will be Sin that we're watching at the moment on the breach, who is holding a corner kind of behind the objective, making sure he can rotate in from the outside. And this will be the rookie in Sauce that's trying to rotate onto the objective. He sees that there's a little gap. A good catch from him. He nails a headshot onto their Sage and finds a second kill. He needs to find 1 more. He does not, unfortunately, and it will be no defuse. Oh, actually, it is a 1v1. There is an opportunity here. Pizza Man has to go for the defuse now. Otherwise, I think he understands that he loses this game. He's got it to half. Waiting for the rotate. He gets the kill. Can he defuse? He cannot. So finding all the kills, he gets the double kill at the end of the game needed, but unable to unfortunately close it out.
And as happy as I'm always to see Pizza Man succeed there, a really smart move by the LAX Gods, pushing him when he kind of either has to commit or just take the loss. Unfortunate there, but that's just coordination against most teams. They don't necessarily know that timing as well, let alone have the ability to concentrate, focus, know exactly when to peak to make that move.
It was a really great move by Sin because he stayed behind the wall even after he heard the audio cue for the defuse. He called his bluff completely. He gave him enough time to finish the defuse and only peeked out after that time would have been not sufficient enough for Pizza Man to finish the round. So really, really called his bluff. He could have paid for it big time, but an intelligent play by him. You can see now Hasaj on the ISO. Unfortunately, we see AJ going down early. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on that rotate. Now we see Sauce setting himself up, holding an angle. His team is down by 1. A double kill from his teammate puts him in a 2v1, but now it'll be a 1v1 between Sauce and Hasaj. I would not want to be... Sorry, it is not Hasaj. It is the Sage on the other side. So I would not, truthfully, I wouldn't want to be in this position if I were the Sage anymore. The xGODS maybe not in a great position anymore. We can hear the plant beginning. Is it real or is it fake? It is a fake, and the shots come down. We now have Sauce very low. The plant's not real again, and the kill comes through to win the round for the xGODS. A really great play from a Sage player. You typically do not see them going for such brave gunning plays, but decided to fake plants out in the open to continue to pull those rotates, and the peaks were not good.
I want to highlight, it just took me a second to realize that Sauce was on the ISO, so he's played some Valorant, he's put some time in there, and so maybe another strong shooter coming into this lineup, adding a little more diversity and depth. But again, you mentioned it at the, like the confidence of the LAX Gods is something to marvel at, just willing to tap twice to make you really believe that he was willing to commit and say, I know you're going to peek, I know you want to check, go ahead and look at me. You don't have the ice in your veins right now to wait and manage to catch them overboard.
I think there may have been Nexus there on the Sage because I believe the Sage is the only player from the xGODS we didn't spectate, and the only player we didn't spectate on the xGODS was Nexus. So I believe that was Nexus that closed the round for them.
That's some great play, and I think if I am the Cyclones going into Midnight Ghosting against the LAX Gods, where they have choice. Last time we saw them get a kill within 2 minutes of the game starting.
I believe, was it a kill or 3 kills?
3 kills. No, I mean, more than when I say a kill, I mean they killed the game.
They killed the game.
The game was over and done with long before we ever got close. The game started, and we're like, oh, okay, they're hiding. Okay, here, okay. Oh.
Yeah. So why don't you explain to the folks at home what Midnight Ghost hunted and how the xGODS were possibly able to get kills as props in the first couple minutes?
I will immediately compare it to DBD. It's another game of hide and seek. The difference is this is a hide and seek called prop hunt. Essentially, you're able to turn into different items around the map. So you're looking here at us. One of them could be the chairs we're sitting in, the table we're at, the beautiful Cantus slides sitting there in front of us. Those could all be the ghost. And as these ghost hunters run around these various maps, they're looking to find them using different abilities and tools, machines, and gadgets. And if you manage to catch all the ghosts, you win. But if you take too long, midnight hits, and now you become the hunted. The ghosts look to seek you out, chase you down, and to, do what ghosts do best, I should say. And so you have to play this very specific game of when do I choose to go on the defensive, or can I win this game in time, or just be like the LAX Gods and not really hide at all and just find a way to take out those hunters before they really get a chance to play the game. I'm interested to see what they will do because they always seem to come with some different type of tech. They're going to be bringing in Hasaj, X-Ray, Sin, and Havoc going up against Ambushman, Silver, Baba Yagins, and Souse.
That's interesting to me from the xGODS because I would say this doesn't really tell me whether they're going to be playing Hunters or Ghosts because Sin and Hasaj would make me think that they're playing the Hunters, but opting not to play Electric and instead to play Aspect and Havoc, X-Ray and Havoc make me think that they might be playing the Ghosts, and this might be a more strategy-oriented group. So I think that's a fantastic point to the xGODS that their roster is so diverse that even when they put in their players, you don't know what their strategy is. You can't tell just based off the 4 that they put in whether they're going to be on the Hunters and they're going to be trying to utilize 2 of their great shooters, or if they have 2 of their talented strategy players, the great minds on their team, and they're going to be trying to play this prop and outsmart the other team.
We have to see 30 seconds though to get into the game and get this all set up and started. If there's an end-game team right now in the UEL, a team that really has a mastery of all 5 of those genres, it's got to be the LAX Gods or the Reapers. Both these teams coming out and showing incredibly strong performances. You mentioned their diversity across the board. You don't know who's going in for what really ever, other than those key moments where it could just be a easy saying.
Yeah, and the timer has run down, so we'll have to see if they're ready to get into this game or if they're going to have to use the timeout for the setup. We will let you know in just a moment, but I think we should be heading into this one. There is only going to be one player anchoring for the Cyclones after this one, and that is Pizza Man. So a lot of weight on his shoulders for whatever spins here next.
Hoping for a
wheel.
shooter. Hoping for a shooter.
Definitely hoping for a shooter. Pizza Man has those on lock. It's going to be Die by the Blade coming up next, so the anchor won't matter too much. That is a 5v5 game, so most of the team has to play anyway. Now you can see it's going to be the xGODS on the Hunters, so understandable why they would bring in some of their shooters for this one. Of course, it's always good to be able to strategize and figure out where those props are going to be hiding, but you do still need to land your shots. We've seen what has happened when you can't. Sometimes these ghosts just get away for free, put on a show, and then join us on the commentary desk the next day to tell us about it. So
Having going really hard. He's going really hard there on his little Game Boy, and we are in the mall. The mall has a lot of very interesting items. It's pretty spread out, but it looks like one of the ghosts was a little bit late in getting into the game and immediately went down. And it doesn't like Cyclones in the game, so maybe somebody that, you know, one of the newer players that wasn't exactly sure how the game works. But now we have to see. They've set up a camera there. If any of the ghosts run by, that'll catch the movement and alert them. Throws out some C4. Looks like they're just willing to blow everything up. And now we see one of those strategy experts, even in the tier 6 position of Havoc to your face. It sounds like they found somebody else. Sounds like they had a marking and now begin to run around looking for any obvious movement from any of the players. I can hear some gunshots, so somebody's being chased. And I have to hope that the LAX Gods haven't locked down all the ghosts just yet. It's a little bit scary if they're able to kill as killers as well as they can as the ghost.
Yeah, Havoc being very liberal with the C4 as well. He's finally going to join his team to try to get this kill. It seems like the other 3 players were moving pretty well together while Havoc was just scouting the rest of the map, putting down that explosive damage. They're so efficient with the way they've gotten these 2 kills already. I have to think that they've been putting in some really good practice on this game. Suspicious of some of those items over there. Drops down a C4. He's going to put one over here as well. Man, he has so many of those, and he's put out so much damage, but still he's not able to find all the kills. So finally going to open up that door and get around it. He did suspect it of being an item earlier. Going to tag up everything just a little bit. Try to find out if anything is hiding in plain sight. It is only 2 players remaining, so even if this does get to the point where the ghost can do damage, he may have somewhat of an even fight. Oh, that soccer ball freaked him out, but it doesn't seem like that's a player. Otherwise, they're playing the part. They must. That may be there. They're playing the part very well of a soccer ball, but that is certainly a player now, judging by what I'm seeing. That is a perfect escape route. The only thing that can make this better is if that isn't a player, in fact.
You can. There's a perk that lets you push items, but I don't think you can push them that far.
No, not quite.
So I'm guessing this player is trying to move. The issue here is that 2 of the Cyclones have to survive for another minute and 50 seconds, and it is Baba Yagan's rolling around, doing his best job as a Cycler ball, becoming incredibly difficult to hit, and is trying to move and then jukes back the opposite way and is just continuing to roll on. Baba Yagan's keeping his team in the game, dodges the C4 there, and is heading back up the escalator, it looks like. And it looks like they're not able to land these shots. We see Sin jumping on the piano, making a little bit of noise, jumps back down the escalator, and no one seems to be able to tag him. The movement is beautiful, each and every single option. They finally get a few shots. These are going to slow him and make him a little bit easier to hit for his teammates, but he's still dodging a flurry of freezing bullets. And Havoc, meanwhile, is just still checking around like, hey, where's this other player hiding? While 3 of his teammates continue to pursue Baba Yagan.
Yeah, keeping his eye on the prize. He knows that once they get that final play, there is still going to be a final player once they finally catch Baba on that soccer ball. So trying to make sure he tags up a little bit of everything with these explosives. And yeah, it looks like he wasn't able to find anything once again. So just pushing things around now. If this player is hiding as an object, if it's one of these here, puts his shots down, eventually destroys. Yeah, smart to check for the small objects because that would be pretty just unfortunate for the team. I can't think of the word at the moment, but it would be a smart decision by one of these players to hide as a smaller object while the rest of their teammates go for something that's more mobile. That deer is gonna freak out a little, but probably because they were just shooting him non-stop. Now you can see this late game setup is going to be switches made for when the Ghosts turn this game around on them.
And now going to go ahead and set up some traps to catch the Ghosts as they try to run around. And as you mentioned, with about 30 seconds left, if you aren't close to getting that game-winning kill, you're going to want to go ahead and back off and switch up your loadout to being something a little bit more defensive. You know that you're going to be getting hunted, trying to set up, a few different traps, dropping plenty of C4 bombs and playing from here. And this is why you pick the mall. Santa Claus is here to play. We have to go ahead and see if he's able to get in here. This is going to be very funny. Some props have unique attack animations when the Ghosts decide to attack with them. So you should get an opportunity here to see this, I'm hoping. If they're able to sneak around just correct, we just have to find their moment to make sure they're not going to get hit. So they're starting to move in. They're starting to find their opportunity. Now remember, they have set up a few traps around here and are now just trying to get in from a distance. He has to be a little bit careful, taking a little bit of damage. They do have plenty of time, so I don't mind them kind of taking their time here. And you see him looking at all the different traps and all the different perks here. He knows that they have tons of stuff around here, and they need to find a way to play from there. Ooh, trying to throw an object, wasn't able to do so while being around the corner, and now has to kind of reposition. So a game of cat and mouse, you can see that they have already, and there's a little bit of a hint to what Santa Claus can do. But now bringing out some of the bigger objects to hopefully get through here. If I was on the side of the Cyclones, I might want to go ahead and swap up my perks, maybe use something that would help me close this space. But it looks like Bob Yoggins has already gone down, and having one of the Ghosts go down puts you in a similar position when you're hiding. You now don't have enough of the immediate damage, and he runs out, is not able to grab it, but takes a bunch of damage from the C4 and has to immediately back off and move away, trying to find some other way to engage with this. He needs to play with one of his teammates, but just the lockdown in the front of this area coming from the LAX gods is so difficult to get around. He's trying to find something that he can maybe throw in. If they're going to sit over in a distance, I don't have to approach you. Just throw a ton of objects at you continuously until they're able to hit. And now at 2 minutes, I think you're finding yourself in a difficult spot. The Cyclones have to make a move. If I was Ambushman, I'd probably be going to look to see if I could find a different, a healing item. Some of these spirits sometimes come around, they let you heal out. And he's now still trying to get an opportunity to get hits off, but they're just willing to wait here. This is that thing. Yeah. All the Ghosts have to do, the Ghosts have to get kills. The Hunters just need to survive to the end of this timer now, and he's not able to get in. So, the other way that I can tell you is if Ambushman gets the opportunity, Santa's just looking for a hug. And that's a pretty scary hug. I would love if one of maybe the LAX gods ends up getting hit. They're trying to stop Santa from coming in. Santa runs in, and he unfortunately has to switch objects, jumps back into Santa Claus, is still on cooldown. And is he going to be able to do it? No, they end up getting taken out, and that will be an xGODS win.
Yeah, the xGODS win that one on the Hunters on that second round. That's very interesting. We usually see the Ghosts having the advantage for that late game. But no, it's going to be the xGODS with a really great setup at the front of the mall, just locking themselves down and creating basically a separate room from everything else made out of walls of C4.
Yes, well, I'm going to challenge some of the teams in the league. We've now seen this strat done 2 or 3 times by a few different teams of, oh, we're just going to box ourselves in. There's counterplay. There's always counterplay in games like this. In our strategy games, it requires foresight. It requires planning. It requires you to look at not just an individual tactic, but look at the entirety of the game and to be a little bit of creative. I'm expecting the strong teachers in the league to maybe find an opportunity to grow and to maybe think outside of the box and,
there's
find some solutions.
Some serious theory crafters in the league, people who like to mess around with these strategy games in particular, and then bring strategy to as many other games as they possibly can as well. So we'll just have to see who those players are going to be that are going to step forward to do that. But it's going to be Die by the Blade coming up next, a 5v5, which means we know exactly who we're getting out of the side of the xGODS. I don't think they're too upset about who they've got left after that Midnight Ghost Hunt. The Cyclones, however, having their pick of the litter after putting in Pizza Man, they'll have 4 players of their choice. I imagine Silver will be going in here, likely Psycho as well.
This is our first fighting game of the day. I think that it's going to be a difficult task to ask Silver to carry all the fighting games, but I do think that he is the strongest fighting game player in the building today. X-Ray Aspect should be able to give him some challenge as well, and Havoc's been known to surprise. So we have to see, maybe this is their category. Right now, they've taken a racer, and beyond that, they've lost a couple of sports, a couple of strategy games, and a couple of shooters, excuse me.
Yeah, we've done one sport.
One sports, yeah.
And
so
strategy as well. So
this might be their avenue if they can win these racers and these fighters. And there's still some sports games I think that could be favored to them. Things like NHL, if you have Bosif available, I think you put yourself in a pretty good position to go ahead and take that game as well.
All right. So we're going to have a technical timeout here for a moment. We're going to let our players get situated. But in the meantime, we are going to go ahead and let you hear a word from our sponsors.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
Huge shout out to our sponsor, Volare. You just saw in that ad, there are plenty of ways to play in comfort with these pillows. This is one of the many ways. It is a very large airplane pillow, but it can also be used around the waist, forward or backward. Really, my favorite way, truthfully, is to use it for your arms when you're holding a controller. So for anyone who plays on console, this thing is extremely comfortable to just put in your lap and rest your arms on. A game on console, kind of like CTR, if you think about it. And we're going to see some of these players playing on controller as well in this console fighter. Most fighting games in the league played with a, what do you guys call them? Hitboxes, fight sticks.
Hitbox.
There's tons of names.
A lot of people try to use them interchangeably. They are slightly different, each and every single one. But yes, a lot of different players play with a lot of different controllers, variously across the board. Notably, Havoc to Your Face does usually play with his hitbox. But it looks like he's playing with a controller today, trying to make sure that the controls and everything are working okay. They want to make sure both sides being really patient here. We have to see what they're going to go ahead and do and what opportunity they're going to play. So now I have to see, we see both sides locked in and ready to go. And the first kill, we got to see who was able to pick that up. We'll find out pretty quickly. So one team is going to be playing, player one side is the Cyclones, so it does look like the Cyclones. Pizza Man lost that first life and now has lost his second. He's going to step up as the LAX Gods on that second spot is moving in. We've seen a lot of people just adopting controllers. Seems to be the simplest way to be able to play here overall. So now what are we doing here? Looks like...
Oh, yeah, that is a notable change that has been made today, is that we're going to be watching these players in their player cams during this because it's not at the console setup anymore. They will be playing these ones on PCs. So you can see on the right side there, we have our PC cams for the players, and Psycho is currently the one that we are watching on the player 2 side. I'm sorry.
Havoc and Ambushman. Ambushman
yes,
on the top.
Ambushman on the top. Man, you said the Havoc and Psycho always play games together, and now I think they're the same person.
Trust me, I was on the same team. That is the only reason that I can do this. Now, if I remember correctly, famously, Ambushman and Havoc are friends outside of the league as well. I've known them each other since before then, and Havoc actually was the one that recommended Ambushman to join the league. So I'm looking at the patience here. It's really funny just to watch them kind of look at each other now. It's the stare down. You have to have that moment where you both look at each other and are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah, when you're not playing locally on the same console, button checks look a little bit funny. It's one player at a time taking their settings into their own hands, but the game is live. So waiting for each other, respecting the button check. And, of course, right now having the stare down. getting themselves warmed up, making sure that they are ready to brawl.
Saw Havoc moving his head there. Somebody out there might need to get him a Valari gaming pillow. Let him sit there in comfort while he's waiting. And now we are live, so let's see how these play. So you see that red flash on attack? That is a finisher. So I'm looking out these players to see if they're going to be able to find it. And a nice job stepping in and does find the kill. A good job by Ambushman. Looks like overwhelming Havoc there and taking the first life, keeping his team as even as possible. And a quick swing and the double tap does man. And you see the immediate yellow over there. You could tell these two are friends. They've been knowing each other for a while and have to, immediately be like, I got you this time.
The banter between them. It's always nice to see some playful banter between our players, keeping it respectful. Now it's going to be Nexus sitting in as the second player for his team. Very fitting as the tier 2. Although usually in fighting games, we do see the best fighters in the league anchoring in the back. Usually the last player you'll send in. Your team tries to get as many of the enemy players eliminated as they possibly can, and then you just leave your final player to clean up the rest.
I think that's the issue is that, like, the xGODS and Die by the Blade look so good, any of them can anchor. Electric might be finding a kill or two and finds the kill there. Did a great job of mixing in his strikes and finding his moment to find a victory. And now, once again, playing the spacing game. I love he's never overcommitting. He's generally letting his opponent play first and finally gets taken out after a good deflect by Nexus. Tying it up means we are going to be looking at a one life match. Whoever finds their strike first will take this game. And Nexus stepping back and utilizes spacing into the cutscene. You have to perfect parry that. You can't just get away with just tapping the button. You have to be exactly precise on what you're trying to do. But unfortunately, Nexus only has one life left. So now we see Nexus sitting down, getting focused up. I can tell he feels a little bit of the pressure there, but a good job just recognizing the situation and know that Ambushman probably wasn't ready for that immediate red parry that he needed to hit there if he didn't want to lose a life.
Yeah, already in 2 rounds, he showed 2 different styles of play, so the ability to switch it up on his opponent, and now we see Baba sitting down, Baba Yagins is sitting down, and he won't know what he's walking into, really, because he's already seen 2 different modes of play from Nexus, so he's going to have a really good eye if he wants to know what's coming at him, but I think he's going to need a little bit more time, maybe 1 round in person to really figure out what Nexus is going to try to throw at him. Hopefully, he can outlast, survive, and take the kill before getting taken out.
Now moving on to the double swords. Now he's going to be setting up his buttons here. So while we get this, the different characters in the game do a wide variety of things. All right, cool. Backing up, getting a little bit of space, deciding to play with his opponent. Now, he does have a larger stamina pool, which lets him string together a few more of these strikes than we would see on the side of Nexus. But you see Nexus, in turn, being a little bit cautious there, striking, going into a feint, kind of asking Baba to start off the dance to do the first step. But neither side is willing to commit here. Nexus finally taking some more steps as they move to this middle area. So I want to see what they're able to do and where both sides are willing to play. We see the swing and just waits for the whiff and immediately punishes this. Both sides were taking their time moving back and forth and finally finds his opportunity to strike. Now both stepping forward here. And a nice job trying to call out the parry. Good job holding, matching sides.
And Nexus doing exactly what we talked about before, switching it up even on the same opponent. He does not want to play the same style twice.
Nice job deflecting that low blow. We haven't seen Nexus use the low stance that often. There are 3 different stances here and did 2 slashes into a delayed 3rd slash to catch a possible parry attempt. And now we see the fighting game player of the Cyclones, Silver, sitting down, ready to play, ready to go in, and ready to crush.
Yeah, interestingly, Silver sitting down before Psycho, so it is going to be Psycho that they're anchoring for this one. Maybe a game that he's taken to pretty well. At this point, Silver, a little bit of an uphill battle, but there is still one teammate remaining for him, and he does still have to take down 4. So it's a 2v4 at this point. Not an easy hill to climb for the Cyclones, but they do have probably their best 2 players to take the challenge now.
All right, and we will see Katana versus Katana. Now, again, Silver's advantage is having more of that stamina. We have to see how he's able to play around with it. And the big stab is able to be deflected. Looks like he was trying to get to one of his red finishing attacks. Goes himself. Once again, 2 red parries from both players. And we see the feints, and now we see Silver go on the attack and utilize that last attack after getting Nexus comfortable to take his last life. We got to wait for the next player. They're going to go ahead and swap up characters and get back into it. And here we go. We see Electric. Electric has been electrifying on this game. He's found a lot of kills for his team. I think he averages like 2 kills a game he plays of
Very positive.
Die by the Blade. He usually is able to get his team a pretty sizable advantage whenever he goes in.
Yeah, very, very positive for him being able, in any fighting game, taking out one opponent is good enough as not a standard fighting game player. So for him to be able to take 2 on average in this game, it puts him in one of those positions where, as a newer game on our wheel, he may be one of the highlight players, especially being on a team that gets highlighted in so many things.
Now, this tells me that Silver has played against the Wakizashi a decent bit. He's living in this down stance, that little speed check that you can get by just going low, not necessarily there. You see a couple of attacks coming out from Electric. It ends up being low, and just the patience. This is that emotional management you have to have as a fighting game player. You're willing to let somebody basically move within an inch of killing you and then have to respond. And finds the immediate... I thought it was a trade, but no, Electric finds the kill. Silver losing a life. You're making it 1-1. Both players are going to have to find their own spot here, their own comfort.
Right now, Electric is just kind of teasing the aggression, making sure Silver stays on his toes. He's continuing to do it every opportunity, but as Butterfly, he does not have a lot of stamina. His engagement does not go through, and Silver is able to take the life from him.
Silver's space management is impeccable. He stood there and was waiting right outside of the range. He was comfortable. He knew exactly what he needed to do and where he needed to stand. He did it twice. It shows it's not an accident. This is something that he's planned, he's worked on, he's studied, and he's done a great job of.
Right,
let's see.
Are live with no button check, so these players are just going to get right into it. X-Ray Aspect stepping in for his team. He only has to take out 1 more life of Silver's to go down to the Cyclones' last player.
Nice job canceling out that second attack, not wanting to commit too heavily. But ends up not being prepared for the cutscene, tries to parry it. I think he was just a little bit too fast, and now it's all left up to Psycho. I think we're going to see another opportunity here for a button check, and then we're going to go from there. So let's see, who does Psycho end up taking? Is he a monk? Is he a butterfly? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
So it will be Butterfly lowest stamina pool in the game. So going from one of the largest on the Tony Monk down to Butterfly, one of the lowest, which means that the combos are going to come out quick. It's going to be one at a time, engagements and disengagements quickly. We are going to get a button check first. No, we get live, so nobody calling a button check.
Just think he wanted an opportunity just to sit down and make sure there's no funny business. And we see the smile on X-Ray Aspect's face. He seemed very ready to play this. I think we're going to see the red attack. Ooh. Nice job on the parry. Doesn't immediately finish it, but goes into a red attack of his own. Good job from Psycho to take a life off of X-Ray Aspect. And again, I think X-Ray's starting to lock in a little bit more here. Looking for his opportunity. Not committing to any of these attacks just once. And manages to clip him just on the edge. Once again, it looks like both of these players from the Cyclones, Psycho as well as Silver, their spacing is what is winning them this game. They're both willing to stay just on the edge of that range and to find a win. But now it comes down to the tier 1 on their side. AJ Little Blue now also picking up the butterfly and sticking, it looks like, with the katana.
Yeah, very interesting matchup we're going to have here because Psycho, truthfully, the first player in this matchup to be able to parry a red attack. So you can see why they have him as an anchor. He is the most well-timed, most quick reaction player that they have on their team, and he's able to land another one extremely quickly, eliminating AJ's first life.
And there we go. They're biting on the first swing of the red attack, trying to parry it. And ends up getting clipped. Now, final life, final game from both sides. We got to see them both being willing to play. AJ just willing to step forward and swing there. Maybe reading a feint. But gets a red attack. Is he able to follow up? And unfortunately, Psycho stands up into the attack and is not in a position to go ahead and like quickly parry it. That's the danger of those attacks. They are one-hit kills, but if you do get parried, you put yourself into like a guessing situation that you just have to win. And a good job. We mentioned that Psycho was the first to do it, but it looks like both sides had their reason for keeping those players as anchors. They were both prepared to hit that red parry and be ready to punish it almost immediately.
Yeah, really impressive when Psycho did it the first time. Still slightly impressive when AJ did it the second time, but I think Psycho was making himself far too readable. He clearly had one option that he liked to go into. Like we said, Butterfly does not have a large stamina bar. You have very few options to work with, and that's why it becomes hard in the 5v5 game mode. Little pro speedy coaching tip here. If you play Butterfly in this 5v5 game mode, your options are very limited and you're quickly going to be found out. So you are not long for the matchup if you play Butterfly, barring a few players out there that could probably take me in that game no matter how many rounds we went. So truthfully, not an expert by any means, but I do think that you become very easily readable the less options you give yourself. And when you have a low stamina bar and you use it up so quickly, that really limits what you can go with. So Psycho made himself readable too early. It wasn't just him against one, it was him against two. And when he came up against AJ, his options were well known. AJ came in with a nice parry, a good read, because it takes a player to read the option as well, and was able to take the win for his team. That's why he's in that tier 1 slot. He can do it in fighters, he can do it in sports shooter, he can do it in whatever you need him to.
He comes from from a team that has challenged for the championship consistently season after season, coming from the New Moon. So we know that he has the skill and has learned a lot of these games. But CTR being another one of those legacy games that requires a lot of legacy knowledge, we've now moved it down to one map, and the team setting up does a good choice of that map, which is going to give the advantage to the LAX gods in the situation. Don't know if they necessarily needed it, but having it is always nice. And on the other side, I was going to say, I don't think we see Sauce go in here. This is not one of those games that most people play outside of the league. But in the meantime, while we get this set up, we're going to send you on over to an interview with AV, with one of the players from the floor. Let's see who he's chatting with right now.
All right. What is going on, everybody? It's AV. I am here with X-Ray Aspect. X-Ray, you guys are going off today, bro.
Yes, sir.
I think you guys have only got like one loss.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, you guys are literally putting like the gas on these guys. So like what is your strategy? Obviously like to win more games, but like what games are you like do you think may go 50-50?
Certainly StarCraft is one that we have down as a 50-50. Havoc is really close friends with Ambushman, and we've heard something that like he's not to be slept on whatsoever. So there's a major 50-50. Depending if Silver is in, Tekken is a 50-50 for us. Yeah, if Silver is in, I'm packing my bags. But for the most part, those are really the only ones aside. We're going to be playing off a rotation and definitely going to play around anchoring Nexus and Aiden to have as much sports coverage as possible. And
I don't know who Aiden is, but I believe I'm joking.
Aiden. Yeah,
but
Aiden.
It does look like they're actually getting ready to get into this CTR. So I'm gonna cut this interview short and we'll switch back over.
And we are popping into CTR as the wheels spin, so you'll find out exactly what is coming up next as these characters and players are already flying around. Top left is doing a great job along with top right.
It's going to be F1. Bosif is not going to be available for that one. I'm sorry, actually, I believe they will be able to select one player. Oh, no.
The rookie Sauce will have to go in for that. He's their last remaining available player after this CTR game for F1.
Wait, did that say F1?
Yes.
Oh, I thought that said FC. I thought that said FC. It's going to be F1. Oh, my goodness. I need to get new glasses.
But here we go. We're going into CTR. So this is going to be one race, and it's going to be decided who's getting first place. Currently, top left is running away with the race. If you're at home and wondering how to tell just how far or close this race is, look at the middle of your screen. That is the length of the racetrack, how far they are into the lap. So you see that red panda character there approaching the middle of your screen. They're about at the halfway point, but it looks like a couple of players are hot on their tail, trying to make up this distance. But being on the second lap, they don't have a whole lot of time, and hitting that fire is going to slow down one of those two challengers. I think as long as they're able to drive a clean race from here, we're going to be able to see top left take this. Who is AJ?
It's AJ. Yeah, so hot off the tail of a really nice cleanup in Die by the Blade. He's now the first player to go into his final lap, and you can see that the other three are in a very tight pack together. They're all definitely holding their own. They're picking up a lot of speed. They've got blue flame sometimes in their own right. AJ, with a little bit of a spin out, it's going to give the rest of the team.
He's hit the fire twice now. 2
spin outs, actually. Not really paying attention to the timing of these flames. Maybe just thinking he has enough of an advantage to take this away. There's about half of a race between him and the player in second. We can see him taking this shortcut here, getting that speed boost over top. He's 3/4 of the way down to this final lap. None of the players are really catching up with him. We saw that second-place player just get stuck and fall back into third, actually. So even if that was his teammate there to back him up, and no, it wasn't, actually. So luckily with AJ winning here, those second and third-place players will not be able to catch up to him. It'll just be him taking the win, and xGODS are going to go up now 7-1. F1 is coming up next. It is a 1v1 racer, and like you mentioned before, Sauce will be a mandatory entry into this game.
We'll see what the rookie has. You never know. Sometimes there are some really good racing rookies coming in and beginning ready to play. I do want to highlight, with that win in CTR, the xGODS have officially taken a game out of every category today in this first hour and 15 or so minutes of our game, showing their versatility once again to be able to play wherever across the world. I wanted to highlight and jump back to that interview with X-Ray Aspect. He said Tekken if Silver is available, and he said StarCraft if Ambushman is available, basically. There are 2 games out of these 33 that they consider 50-50s, which is saying that, hey, they win them otherwise. I think I'm going to need to take a drink to get a little bit refreshed as we move into this F1. And while I do that, I'm going to show you our drink sponsor here of the UEL, Sly.
Right, we are back from that ad break, and we are going to shortly be going into this game of F1. We don't have any timeouts called, no forfeits called, nothing of the sort. I have to think that this one's getting set up on that console and will soon be ready to go. We still don't know who we're going to get from the xGODS, but it's very clear that we're going to have Sauce from the Cyclones. It's nice that with only Sauce remaining, they do get to reset their lineup. They haven't been able to have a full reset this whole time. That Dead by Daylight really kind of threw them off. They haven't had a good position like the xGODS have. I believe the xGODS have had 2 perfect resets already, so a lot easier for them to get through with their lineup. However, this 1v1 is going to change that up a little bit and put the Cyclones in a spot to be able to choose whoever they would like for whatever spins next.
My guess from the xGODS is we're going to either see Havoc to your face or Nexus. Both of these players I know have at least dabbled or touched F1 at some point. And so that would be the expected. I think the real question mark here, though, is going to be Sauce and how good he is at F1. If he's really good, then that gives him an opportunity to really surprise a lot of people. F1, we leave a lot of room here. You have to beat your opponent, and part of beating your opponent is surviving the AIs, so we got to see where he's able to stack up.
Yeah, it really is, and it would be interesting to see him win this one, not only to prove that he can play F1 in general, but because either of the opponents that he would be going up against on the xGODS would be really impressive opponents to defeat, so it would jump him from an unknown up to a really high position in F1 and probably racers in general. If you have that much control in a game of F1, then you're probably pretty solid on racers. If he was in for that Forza game, then since that whole team performed well, I would assume that he at least has a grasp on the category. And it looks like we're going to have Skullgirls coming up next.
Hey, love me some Skullgirls.
And that one came pretty late in the game yesterday, so nice to see it coming out a little bit earlier with everyone still fresh, not all fighting gamed out at this point. Yeah, it's nice to see it take precedent over the likes of Street Fighter and Tekken. It's more important in this game so far than those ones because they haven't played the other ones, so very nice to see. Now, it's going to be a 5th place start for a player on top who's going to be Sauce. So Sauce on the top there, starting now in third. These very, very narrow streets. This has definitely got to be an Italian course of some
Now,
kind.
the issue is he has to hand his position over in the next 5 seconds. Otherwise, he could be disqualified for the race. I do see it disappearing, so maybe, just maybe, being okay. But he is rolling his way through this. Now, the question was how good and how comfortable was he on this game, and it looks like he's comfortable.
Yeah, notably, we have X-Ray Aspect stepping into race for this one, so they kept Nexus and Havoc out for other categories, and oh man, almost coming into contact with the wall there. If I were X-Ray Aspect, I'd be scared to back up as well, but he does find his way around the corner. He loses a fin because he did not take the straight angle. Now, these roads are very narrow, but these cars have a lot of maneuverability. He takes the right turn there, and he's finally underway of the tunnel, but it's a lead now for Sauce. He's definitely made his way. Even though it's a 4th and 6th place hold for these two teams, there's a lot of space between them, and they've dropped down to only 18 racers, which means somewhere in that cluster, that difficult spot that they were in before, with all the crashing happening, there were 2 racers that dropped out. So on top, Sauce right now, still somewhat comfortable. He knows that he has to take a lot of this slow. He may be past at this point, but he's not playing against that AI. He really doesn't have to worry about whether he gets passed by them.
The issue is I think he got hit with a 10-second penalty for corner cutting there as he came around one of the corners, so he has to be really careful. Also is very close to possibly running out of the race as a whole. And we see they're running into the wall, maybe realizing that he was not going to be able to finish up in that race. But he did show a lot of promise, I think, cleaning up his racing a little bit. That immediately shows me that they have another potential racer, if not a potential racer, on their hands. And he's good to look from their really good job. And I think that's why even X-Ray started to slow down. If he saw what I saw, where it said that he was about to be he was on the edge of being disqualified from the race, then there's a very strong chance that any more mistakes would have taken him out anyway. But again, he got 5th, and he stayed in like that 3rd place position for a good period of time, clean up the lines a little bit, and I think that you have yourself a solid racer for the league.
Yeah, losing a game of F1 does not mean that you're not a good racer by any means. It is a hectic game where it can end for a variety of reasons. The AI can crash into you, the turns can come too sharp, and all you have to do is miss a single turn, not get the correct prediction on where you're supposed to slow down one time, and you end your own race. So racing consistently most of the time. He did cut the corner at one point, so maybe a little bit of map knowledge that needs to be known, but his control of the vehicle was actually, I would say, even better than X-Ray's throughout that game.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Sauce. Thank you for coming in. Now, shooters and racers, a shooter-racing combination is a great combination to have in the league. And I know they were talking to him a little bit about some sports before the game started as well. So if you already have 3 of those 5 categories with at least 1 or 2 games under your belt, you're in a great position. But moving into fighting games, the choice to send in X-Ray Aspect, this could be the first mistake I might call out from the lineup on the xGODS. I don't know if they have maybe another fighter waiting in the wings. Again, their veteranship is where I have to look for it. Havoc's always managed to surprise, but I know Silver has been working on this game, and so I have to expect him to go in here along with whoever they decide that maybe whatever comes next, they're okay not having it. We've had a few shooters roll at this point, so maybe you don't feel like you need to hold Pizza Man, but at the same time, there are still 5 on the board, so you might want to keep them in place.
Yeah, I think the specialists on the side of the Cyclones that are most notable and probably most likely to take games off of the xGODS would be Silver and their Tier 1 Bosif. I think when it comes to sports and truthfully even shooters, I think Bosif is going to show up pretty big. Now, the xGODS are going to put in a forfeit there, which not too unexpected. You did talk about the fact that Silver going in and them not having the correct lineup set. They didn't have X-Ray available, so just going to put in Electric and Hasaj there.
And college football coming up next. To your point, to this exact point, I didn't expect them to lose too much sleep over it. That's not an FF because they can't play the game. I think it's an FF more of realizing, there's no reason for us to really worry too much about it. With Silver being available and I think X-Ray not being available, they're not really comfortable trying to take that matchup. Silver is one of those top fighting game players here in the league, and so it doesn't surprise me that they're just willing to walk away from that one. On that note, if you're wondering what an FF is, if you came up to a bad lineup situation, if you've come up to maybe just a game that is unwinnable and taking too much time here, we do play a 4-hour game clock, and you need to win as many of those games as possible. You can go ahead and forfeit that game. You're conceding that win to your opponent, but you're usually doing it for a strategic reason 9 times out of 10, and just acknowledging that there are 33 games on this wheel, and maybe, just maybe, you don't win all 33 all the time, maybe in a perfect world. But as beautiful the LA xGODS have been playing, they finally got caught out, as you mentioned, on that perfect reset by the Cyclones. Finally, things going in their favor.
Yeah, things going in their favor. They're also going to have the sports lineup that they would prefer available, and the xGODS forced to put in 2 players are going to be Nexus and Havoc that are required for them to play, but that will bring the xGODS to another perfect reset. So we've had, I feel like, a pretty frequent amount of them, both of these teams finally finding places where they're lucky enough to have full resets. If the Cyclones were to receive no, it would have to be a 3v3 because we're going to see them put in 2 for this game. So if a 3v3 spins after this, the Cyclones will get another perfect reset after. So plenty of opportunities for them to put in ideal lineups for these games.
There may be another forfeit.
It's possible because BoSeif is available and the xGODS are pushed into putting in 2 particular players.
Nexus, from my understanding, hasn't played too much college football, at least earlier in the season. It's been a few weeks. Maybe he's gotten some time to get hands-on. And Havoc, while sports were never his forte, he kind of was okay doing what he needed to in sports games, but not having to be a priority. So if they see this as another thing that, hey, we can give this up, not a good lineup, get our full reset and keep moving, it wouldn't surprise me. But you never know. Maybe they want to chase as many points as they can. They might be looking for that, I guess, now 31-2 score line if they can get through some of these games.
Yeah, they'd love to go perfect in this one. We've had very few teams almost do it. Never quite a perfect shutout, but it's been close in the past. We do see the lineup locked in now for the xGODS. You see that beautiful full reset, the beautiful xGODS as they described themselves earlier. Now it's going to be BoSeif and Bobby Yoggins going in on the side of the Cyclones.
That's about what I expected for college football. These
Yeah.
are their 2 players that I expect them to have the most time and energy put into it while still being flexible enough. Any shooters come up, you can grab both of them back out depending on the shooter. If a fighter comes back up, you have easy access to Silver, seeing as the only 2v2 left would be Mortal Kombat and Blaze Blue.
There's
Those
still
are the
Blaze
2.
Blue 1v1.
And Dragon Ball Fighters. Actually, this is a really dangerous situation for them, actually. More than
less
half
5v5
of
fighters remaining than not.
Yeah, usually I'm so used to just being like, oh, yeah, like the fighters or whatever. But now that Die by the Blade has been gone, you pretty much would need Tekken or Street Fighter to be available. So I guess they might be looking at, with that lineup, StarCraft is a really hard game for me to recommend, but that might be the move here as well. Or just some game that you're not super worried about. Maybe Lumina Rush. Maybe a Lumina Rush here wouldn't be the worst thing in the world as well. You just go ahead and coach somebody through. We have to see what both these teams are going to do, but it does look like the game is going to be paid, and we're going ahead and spinning the wheel. Let's see what we go ahead. Did I manage to call it in any way? No, it looks like we're getting something a little bit different, and that game will be Rainbow Six Siege. Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, Rainbow Six Siege coming up next. Now, I do think it's important to explain why the xGODS are going to play this one out. When we talked about how strong the Cyclones are in this game, we're coming close to halftime. And you have to think that at this point, the xGODS believe they win the wheel. And what that means is they believe the majority of games will go in their favor. So the more they play, the more likely they are to win. We see down the sideline some really good movement already. We're going to have Georgia versus Ohio State. And Ohio State is going to be the Cyclones. Georgia is going to be the xGODS. So that is going to be Georgia with the first possession of the game. We see Nexus playing the quarterback position. It's going to be Havoc making the receptions.
So we have to see what both these players do. I want to see how they play. Nexus, show me that you put a little more time into the game. Maybe you've gotten a little more comfortable with the game since the last time. We saw you playing it. I believe that was in their Shogun's game, I want to say. We have to go ahead and see how he's able to play the game. Nexus was a strong sports player. I believe he did get Rookie Sports Player of the Year in his Season 7. That's the other award that he received.
And we don't always talk about him being a sports player, and that's because, truthfully, when he did receive that award, he was confused. he wasn't really sure why. I think it came down to scoreline. It wasn't something that he had necessarily seen himself as a specialist in. It was just something he had performed well during the season. So hopefully he's able to bring it back. Not playing this new college football may have been a crux for him, but being the Rookie Sports Player of the Year 2 seasons ago may mean that he's going to pick it up quickly, and we see it as a running play. Just going to be a couple of yards gain, but the more time that you could burn in the first half, the closer you come to not giving the other team an opportunity to come back with it.
And you do see they do have control of the ball here, and AJ is in the background there, giving his team coaching wherever possible. He hasn't had a chance to play this game, I think, just yet himself, but is assisting his team along the way as that tier 1 with the knowledge that he does have. Let's see if they're able to get a little bit bigger of a game on 2-11. Make a bigger gain. I asked for it. I don't know if I asked for that many yards, but finds a huge gain, putting himself in a position to turn what kind of was a questionable drive, at least off the first play, into something that should be able to turn into some points.
Yeah, that was a really nice gain right there. We're going to see it go back to a running play. They don't need to gain a ton of yards here at the moment, so they're just going to pick up a couple. Looks like picking up 2 yards, 8 more for a first down. They are about the 35-yard line, so not too much further to go. They might even want to play it slow purposefully to not leave too much time on the clock when they give possession away. But running to the outside, this is going to be the fullback getting them a first down right near the 20-yard line.
Great cut back there to ensure that you pick up the first down and continue your forward progress. It looks like he has touched the game a little bit more, maybe just familiarizing himself just enough so that now he knows that AJ will understand the big game of football, of defenses, offenses, how he should be audibling these plays and maybe moving players around the field. But he just needs to know the controls so that if AJ tells him, like, hey, you're going to run to the outside, I need you to cut back in if you see an opportunity. He knows the buttons well enough to be able to play it. And we see the same screen pass. Not going to be as big of a gain, but a gain nonetheless, giving him a 2nd and 4 as they are on the within the 20 of their opponents.
Yep, they excuse me, they are in the red zone now. Very fitting for both of these teams as red is their primary color. We're going to see it go back to a running play. Not quite a first down, but a good gain and going to be some more good time off the clock because he did not go out of bounds.
And this was going to be important for, I think, the Cyclones. I need to stop here, hold them to 3 points. That keeps the game in your control. They're able to play, just that bit better than their opponents. But now we see they line up again, and they're looking for another run play that does find them a first down, which is going to put them at 1st and goal. They are within 10 yards of that touchdown now, and they just need to find purchase. But the field has shrunk immensely, so they just are going to need to still find these edges and find these opportunities to continue to get just that bit further. And now looking for the hole, but it closes up just as soon as it opened up. He is now trying his best. I think Nexus might be finding a touchdown on this first drive.
Yeah, and they have left minimal time as well. There's only going to be about a minute left in the first half, so we'll be heading into halftime pretty soon here in this game of college football. We're going to see if they want to close it out on this drive, and it will be a run up the middle. His legs will get taken out, and they'll drop down at around the 4 or 5 yard line. Not much left to go, but they get to burn more time.
It's something that's really important. We play 2-minute quarters. There's basically enough time for 2 possessions across the entire game, barring turnovers and mistakes. And so if you are able to kind of manage your time and play efficiently, you get the opportunity to make a play. Now, scoring with some time left might give them an opportunity. They go for the throw, and the play is broken up, making it a 4th and goal. Now, the question is, do you take the field goal, give control back, or are you willing to take the gamble and find yourself a win? Maybe feeling like Bosif and Bobby Yoggins aren't going to be able to score on them the same way here, and they'll be able to hold out that touchdown.
Yeah, kind of a funny thing to say that Bosif and Bobby Yoggins wouldn't be able to score here on the drive. In the first half, maybe not enough time, but I have a feeling the second half is going to be pretty grueling for the xGODS. They're going to really have to fight to make a good stop. And you never know what's going to happen with a player as good as Bosif in the quarterback position and a solid player like Bobby Yoggins as his receiver. They may just score in the remaining time in this first half.
That is the scary part. You gave them 30 seconds to make a play and get the ball back. If they're able to create their own victory here, this is that moment. They just need to find 1 or 2 good shots down the field. And at the very least, they just need to get that field goal. If they get in the field goal range, they can go into the second half playing for a touchdown and playing for a win. Throws it up, and that ball is intercepted. We mentioned the touchdown and the win possibly coming out of the Cyclones, but it's the LA xGODS that actually score before a half. Not able to do it on offense, but able to do it on defense.
The clean footwork coming out as well from, I believe that was Nexus. Now we're going to see the extra point is going to be nice. So a pick 6 into an extra point puts them up at 10. So even with a full half to go here in a possession from the Cyclones, they can't play that slow, grounded game with the running back anymore. They actually have to go for a quick touchdown to start this one off and then go for another scoring drive.
And you see opting now not for the touchback, but to run it back out. And now the real question is, are they willing to commit with this time on the clock to another play? You throw a pick, you can't be too scared to keep on throwing that ball, especially in a situation now where you're down by 2 scores.
Yeah, tricky position to be in. Truthfully, not going to be a breakaway. I think that was a first down, though. They'll call the timeout here. Might as well use them while you've got them. Cyclones may be going for a really long pass here, and we saw what a passing play went, earned them last time. We'll see if the defense can be as clean from the xGODS or if the Cyclones will finally be able to break their way downfield and score before this half is over.
The ball going wide, and this might be another touchdown. It's intercepted. That's 2 pick sixes. 4 seconds left. They'll get another shot at this.
What an opening left by the Cyclones. It is now 17 in the first half. We have 2-minute quarters here in the UEL. This is not a high-scoring game in the UEL as of late. And this should be a game that you would expect Bosif to have on lock. But unfortunately, his passing game has just not been it this game.
But he might just say before the end, he has 1 man to beat, isn't able to get by. That's the end of the first half. If he had scored there, I think they would have set themselves in prime position to keep this game close. Now we're looking at more of a miracle. They're down by essentially 3 full scores.
Yeah, that is to win the game, they would have to get 3 scoring drives. And right now, they're just starting off this first half not very quickly. They have to make a lot of space, and we've seen what happens when they go for long passes. So what do you do when you have so little time to make up so many points, but the long passing game isn't an option? What do you go for? You have to find the perfect breakaway running plays, or you have to keep risking putting that ball in the air.
We'll find out here. Let's see what he made his decision to do. Adjusted a few of those routes, manages to get the ball out, and there's another perfect user.
I'm
sorry, Nexus. I'm not going to ask you if you play games no more, bro.
I'm speechless.
Legitimately, he told me he hadn't played the game when he played it against Shogun. He legitimately told me that. Verbatim. Was like, I've never played that game before. And to come out 3 weeks later to do this? On the ground now, heading to the outside, cuts back in, gets another first down.
He's locked in now. I mean, his footwork is absolutely immaculate. They may go for another scoring drive here. Honestly, with as little time as left on the clock, you can score whenever you'd like. You'd be putting the nail in the coffin.
I'm not going to lie to you. I keep hoping that production whispers to us that they got something back. Because this looks like what I would expect out of Bosif. This is exactly what I've expected out of that Tier 1 sports player. This player that has come in and shown and proved everyone wrong as to why he deserves to be a Tier 1 in this league. But it looks like Nexus now is maybe kind of telling people there's a reason why I was sports rookie. There's a reason why I'm the Tier 2. There's a reason why people learned to keep an eye on me.
Yeah.
False start on the offense there.
You can take flags like that all day long. It's really not going to change much. In fact, might set them up for a more ideal play here if they want to go for a passing game, or if they want to go for the first down without scoring to waste more time, which may have been the idea because the 5 yards is exactly what they needed for that to be possible. The running back just runs into the defensive line there and going to be taken down after a gain of about a yard.
20 seconds now, under 20 seconds left in that third quarter. So not too much time. They might just make it so that they never get to touch the ball again with a few incremental plays and letting the time run down. They could guarantee they keep this ball until the end, holding them scoreless.
Man. Yeah, it is fourth quarter. They do leave the Cyclones scoreless at the moment, and they're not going to give them a whole lot of opportunity to score either. I think the field goal locked in again is very smart. They've already got enough on the board, and the points are just going to be so hard to make up. It is wide, so it won't be good. They will not go up to 20, but do you really need it? Yeah, I don't think you do.
Oh,
So
no. It looks like they just, between the three of them, they just have a read on what you want to do here and are playing. And again, for people wondering what Havoc is doing, they got Havoc on the line, playing a nice passing play for a solid game there, 2nd and 3. Things are looking a little bit better there in that moment. And now they're going to need to do that quite a few more times to, in the next 2 minutes, to find a win here in this game.
yeah, I would truthfully be in fear to even put the ball in the air. I would just keep handing it to the running back and hope I can find an opening at this point. I would play so timid, but Bosif with the gall to continue putting this one in the air and going to for it because that is going to be another pick 6 for the xGODS. Cyclones, you cannot put the ball in the air. You will be intercepted every single time.
It's so bad. I was just looking and I was like, where is the defender on that play? And the moment the runner stopped and turned, I was like, if there's a defender there, he's stepping in on that route and taking that ball.
3 interceptions would be impressive for a quarterback in an hour-long game.
2 of them came in the last 30 seconds of the second quarter.
Yep. In our 8-minute game, Bosif managed to throw 3.
Again, I want to be fair to Bosif, you're not expected to win every single sports game. Even as a sports game specialist, I will give you 1 or 2.
Sure.
It's just college football, the traditional sports games, is what I felt like his strength was in the season. But now deciding to keep the ball on the ground, maybe ensuring that there's not going to be any more interceptions as this game plays. I think right now it's a little bit of pride. You're just playing for that singular score.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. You talk about winning. Strix, he hasn't been able to get the ball in the hands of his receiver more than once this entire game.
2-yard game to put him back at 3 and 10.
Stop.
Look. You got to look at the upside. The glass is not cracked and broken open. Okay, there's liquid left in the gas. Throws the ball down the field, pass is broken up.
Oh,
4th
man.
and 10.
Even when it's not an interception, it's still incomplete. There's only a minute remaining. I do have to say they've certainly been using the clock sparingly. They've been slowing down this 4th quarter by a lot. We're not even halfway through the 4th quarter yet. Keeping it on the ground, making the way toward that 1st-yard line. Almost breaks a second hold, but yeah, not going to make it, and that's going to be a turnover.
Now, I'm saying all this as though I also want to say to Bosif, get it back in blood in that Rainbow Six Siege coming up next.
Mm-hmm.
Just sit down and everything you remember, just every time you think you see Nexus's head, just make everybody's head looks like Nexus's head. And just do what you need to do there in Rainbow Six to find your team a dub. We have to see here where we're going. Now, the real question here is Nexus looking to put another score on the board in this last minute of the game, or was 24 enough? He's in a prime field position to go ahead and at least make it 27. It's going to be a matter now of if he's able to play. Rolls out, and we see a sack on the play. Great job there. I saw the timeout, so I think they're looking for a touchdown. We got to see what's all happening. Let's see what we are doing. I'm trying to see where we're going to play from here. What opportunities are they able to make here?
Trying to set the play. Finally gets the ball in his hands. He's going to try to send this one long. We've seen what happens when he does, but he gets sacked, unfortunately. It was an incomplete pass, so that will stop the clock. Once again, they're going to go for another field goal.
Let's see, is he able to do it this time? Looks a little bit more on center.
Oh, that one was short. All right, well, not able to extend the lead to 27, unfortunately.
All right,
but
both these offenses are suspect. Both these offensives are suspect.
That's true. It has been an insanely defensive game. The xGODS did score on their first offensive drive, but after that, I think they figured out that they're just better on defense, and they've been willing to give the ball away. So let's see if they can keep that up, and they do. That is a 4th interception thrown by Bosif. I can't believe it. We're going to wrap this one up here in just a moment, but I don't, how do you even do that? How do you do, I couldn't do that if I tried right now.
I need you to, that's a combination of things. You have to be able to look at the field. You have to be able to see the play. and then you have to time it correctly to jump on the route. Rainbow Six coming up next. I have to believe here that we're going to be seeing, funnily enough, Baba Yaggins and Bosif immediately going back in. This is probably, in my opinion, their strongest shooting lineup. I don't know, though. Sauce had something to say and show off in Valorant, so maybe shooting is this category, and maybe we see something a little bit different. It's all going to have to come down here to what's going on. That is the danger of playing the quarterback role, though, in college football.
Yeah.
All eyes, I wasn't looking where Baba Yaggins was on the field. I wasn't looking what was going on. I was literally just looking at Bosif and looking at Nexus.
Yeah, it was really fantastic positioning from the xGODS and just a really bad eye from Bosif that game. The xGODS may go up to double digits before the half, which then, on that kind of run, would put them in a position to take 20 before the end of the game.
We played 11. We've been averaging like 24 games a game. We're halfway there at halftime, and that's with forfeits included.
Yeah.
This game has the ability to run at an exceptionally big pace, but I do think that the win is on the horizon, and if it's going to come, this is the shooter that is the Cyclones' favorite on the wheel. They have a lot of players that love to play Siege. They've put a lot of time into Siege. They have coaching staff that loves Siege. If I expect them to take a win in any of the shooters today, it's going to be Rainbow Six, and I believe we're playing with open rosters, so I want to see if these players are able to maybe make some magic. Let's see. Now, whose setup is it? It's that. Never mind. We're going to Oregon. I was going to ask you a question about maps. We're going to Oregon.
I'd love to see Bank. I always do. You were wrong.
Or not.
It is not going to be Oregon. It is instead going to be Night Haven. So
this feels like an xGOD. This makes it. This feels like
coming up next. Another 5v5. The Mira obviously being locked in. I would have to assume this is going to be a basement hold first. Then, if we're going to see the Mira right away, maybe I shouldn't yell that. But I do believe it's going to be a basement hold first. We're going to see the Tubero Bandit, which is a great duo. The Vigil, some nice roaming from Electric, and then Rook is going to be Aspect's pick. So. What do we see Asajj on? Asajj is going to be playing the Bandit, so not trying to carry just on kills. He's not playing the Roamer. He's not playing the Mira. He actually knows how to play the game. He understands where his placement should be on that Bandit, but we're going to start off watching AJ, but this is going to be a really important position that he's going to hold. So where he sets up his black mirrors here, they're one-way mirrors that only he will be able to see through, and his teammates as well. If the enemy team, if the Cyclones are able to get inside, they would be able to see out from the other side, but that is very unlikely to happen before the very end of a round. So the most significant part of this is that AJ sets up that mirror there, blows a hole in the wall so that he has an area to shoot through, takes out one of those drones that the Cyclones try to use for information. They know where this mirror is going to be, but it's kind of a giveaway once they find out that you're on this objective. They already know that that's going to be a setup. So you can see that Asajj has set up his wire, his electric wire, on the furthest wall in front of the mirror. Now it looks like this back of the site is where there's not going to be a double. Okay, so AJ, I think, was contemplating whether or not he wanted to do a double setup. No, he wants to leave that soft wall open. And we'll see if he puts a hole in it. Probably won't, so that the attacking team will not be able to see inside. The Cyclones won't have any info, but going to hold this position most of the time and watch that wall. You can see that already it's been EMP'd. The Tubero goes up to freeze the wall and anything that may be used to breach it. AJ a little bit unsteady, not really choosing to just hold one mirror or the other. He wants to turn around, check, make sure everything. He hears the breach coming through and knows he has to rotate back to this black mirror, but his teams are on it. The Tubero and Bandit combo. But a ram from up top is going to break through this soft floor and give Cyclone so much space to look down onto the objective. That was a great operator choice.
And this is the example that I have to say about them loving this game. This is how you see some of those higher levels of Siege being played. It's not just these horizontal and these horizontal sight lines long way across, but these vertical sight lines as well. But it looks like Electric has something to say, as well as another one of the xGODS. They've taken out two of the Cyclones, but the Cyclones answer back.
Yeah, some damage coming out here from AJ. Electric on that Roamer, I believe, found the Ram and one other while they were up there, although I think Hasaj did get a kill as well. Hasaj is down now. The xGODS Rook down as well. A smoke is down. There's likely a plant coming in, so AJ's just going to have to take him around some shots. We're going to see him pull out the C4 here, and he's going to set it off and find no kills. So they may not be in on the objective yet, or it's possible that they've just pushed too far in, and they did. They're on the right side. AJ finds a kill. He does damage to another. Now he's going to watch that corner where the diffuser is set down because that player can't escape. Looks like his teammate is rounding that corner, and no, that player that diffused or placed down the diffuser is already gone. There's only one teammate remaining for the Cyclones to defend this position. They know where he is. He's above. It may be that Ram or somebody that not Josh, Electric was not able to find earlier.
Wasn't able to find a kill, but it's going to have to stop them from diffusing, so it's going to have to keep stepping out here into the open, and they were unable to. They managed to get that defuse down. A nice attempt there from the Cyclones. They almost had it. I think they weren't able to rotate out before that smoke faded away, needing another smoke just to give them the cover to be able to safely get out of that site and defend from a distance.
Yeah, Sin and AJ working really well together. We talk about Electric, we talk about Asajj on these shooters, but it's really great to see the Tier 1 and one of their players who's fighting for, honestly, he wants Rookie of the Year in many categories. I would assume he's playing well in a lot of them. Picking up that defuse while AJ challenges the player up top. I am curious how Electric was unable to catch that player up there, or if that was a rotate for positioning after the plant went down. Either way, it was a really, really good attempt by the Cyclones, and there's a reason it came down to such a late-game position for both sides.
My guess is maybe he was trying to rotate as that roamer, and he found a kill, but now once you find a kill, the jig is up, for lack of a better. They know somebody's lurking around there. They probably know it's a vigil. And someone should be watching, especially once you drop that first ram, you kind of make enough noise that everyone in the building now knows that you're someplace and you were around. All right, so dropping down a mute here, we see, and we do see Sauce going in, the rookie looking to make a play here. Interesting set of options, but again, every time I'm now seeing this, it makes me believe that he is a shooter, and I think having a third shooter or fourth shooter on this team is going to help them grow. They want to be a shooter team, right?
Yeah.
And they're taking the second floor spot. I think that you expected maybe the xGODS to take instead.
Yeah, I like the xGODS taking the bottom floor positioning because it shows more confidence. There's a tough setup that you have to hold down there, and you have to expect that eventually the resources will run dry, and you'll have to play a late game. So I like that the xGODS played that with confidence, but the Cyclones choosing this objective, it does give them a better opportunity at a win. It's an intelligent play, and sometimes can feel more comfortable for the defending side, so I don't blame them by any means for playing this. We do see Sauce there right on the bottom left of his screen. There's some holes in the wall, and he set those up as a way to peek for feet when these xGODS will try to push in. He'll see the players walking in, and they won't have a sight line on the Cyclones on their defense, even though the Cyclones will have a little bit of sight line on them.
Already impressing me with his play and his clear understanding of the game. Peeking around, just trying to catch somebody with any one of these peaks. Now is unable to move because of the Lion.
Yeah, and the xGODS knowing that that is a very common setup for this position to create those holes so that you can see the enemy team's feet. They blow that wall wide open, so now it's an even playing field. Any team can peek this wall at any time, and they may not even push in. Right now, kills are coming through. Oh, he finally does find one. The headshot is good, and it's a one-for-one trade on either side. He sees one of those drones being electrified, so he's not sure. That is muted out. He's not... the xGODS are not able to see with that drone right now.
Importantly, AJ got a kill as well, so this is still in an even state. And he realizes now that there's someone else possibly trying to look. He's looking for an angle, trying to stop somebody, but they finally get some identification on who they're going up against.
Yeah, you know where that Thatcher and Thermite want to be right now. They're definitely on that far wall that we saw at the beginning of the round.
Bobby Ogden's picking up in a kill, putting them into a great spot. Ooh, tried to look like he wanted to make a play going through the wall here. Tosses it in and managed to kill a teammate, unfortunately.
Oh, no. He was the only one remaining, and he does go down. So the Cyclones on a shooter that they very much enjoy. Not going to be a win. The xGODS are going to go up to double-digit wins, now up on their 10th. The Cyclones still only with 2, and the Cyclones really fell apart in that endgame. Once they had multiple angles that they had to hold, they didn't know what to focus on anymore. It was such a strong push by the xGODS they were really calculated in that Rainbow Six Siege. They worked so well together as a team.
And man, they just keep surprised. I don't want to say surprising, like it's because it's not surprising anymore. But they keep one-upping themselves, impressing. That is the word of the day, I think, coming out of the xGODS. They said that they only felt worried about 2 games, and they're kind of showing it here. Still, there's a lot of talent there on the Cyclones. I want to give credit to Sauce. I saw him. He really has an understanding now. That's the second or third shooter I've seen him in where he understands the game he's playing. This isn't like a question mark. I initially was like, okay, Apex, how well do you actually know? But both Valorant now as well as R6 that we just saw there, I think he can be a piece of this team that really does strengthen out the entire lineup, as well as an RC. Like, this lineup, once again, when we've said this before about a few teams, you look at this game and you're going to judge it by the scoreline.
Yeah.
Some of these games initially are very close. It's just the LA xGODS have a different gear they're able to go up into, and that's what we expect from our top teams in the league. And the best way I think to look at that is by our tier 1 matchups between these 2 tier 1s, Bosif and AJ Little Blue.
Ooh. And exactly opposite at the moment. Bosif with a 1-5, AJ Little Blue on the other side with a 5-1. So one of those 2 games that the Cyclones were able to take was a loss for AJ Little Blue, and it was that Forza that entire team had to go in for. So not really on them. We know that came from Sin's unfortunate DNF. A fighter, 2 shooters, a strategy, and a racer all going the way of AJ Little Blue.
And AJ clutched out, specifically Die by the Blade. So again, this isn't just him being carried in some of those categories. He is performing in these categories. He was sitting there as well, coaching during. He doesn't have to win in sports, but coaching during college football and helping as well. And now let's see how they're supporting Cast is showing up. Nexus been the long-standing player of the LA xGODS, and Ambushman newly moving over in there. And it's a rough show of things. Once again, those opposite scorelines existing there. Ambushman being in for that Forza win, and Nexus not being in that Forza loss of his team, but otherwise performing in every single one of the categories. Maybe he is the one anointed by heaven. Gojo, you see him with his pose there. He's having a little bit of fun. But man, oh man, I'm excited to see what continues to come out of this game.
Yeah, Racer's the only category so far that Nexus hasn't been able to take a win in, but if he goes in for one right here, right now, he may just add another win to his score line, and he'll be not only undefeated, but have taken a win in every category in this game. So Wreckfest actually holds a lot on the scale for Nexus himself, not just the whole team. I think this one is very one-sided in the first half, and we're going to have to see how the Cyclones are going to try to turn it around in the second half after this game of Wreckfest. But the xGODS have one last chance to turn this momentum into another win to separate them from the Cyclones. Or the Cyclones can begin their streak before the half even begins.
I think that's what you want to see if you are a Texas Cyclone fan. You want this to be a win, something else that you can go into the half saying, hey, we're losing some of these games by the smallest of inches, Die by the Blade, we barely lost. Valorant, while it looked pretty one-sided, they did find a couple of rounds on offense. Similarly, Apex. And again, their setups on R6 looked okay. They're not getting so blown out that I don't see a world where they can win these games, just not right now.
Yeah, I just think each of their individual pieces don't fit into every puzzle quite as well as the xGODS do. It's hard to find a weakness on the xGODS, not only in what their team across the board can't accomplish, but each individual player. We've talked about their strengths so often. I don't even know what to say about their weaknesses. I haven't even seen them yet in this season, so I wouldn't even know what to tell you. The Cyclones right now are going to use up that last timeout, and why not? We're going into the half anyway, so you might as well use that timeout. The xGODS are going to lose all 3 of the ones that they didn't use in this first half and go down to only 2 remaining of those 5 timeouts that you see there now.
I think that this is really unfortunate, but we won't know until we see, I think, LA xGODS versus Reapers to see where both of our top teams' weaknesses really lie. Unless one team can just finally poke a hole in the armor. These teams have weaknesses. I think both teams are beatable, not just by each other. But if you're coming in not prepared to fight for literally every game on the wheel, I think you're setting yourself up to have a score line. like this. We got to see Wreckfest again. We don't have buses anymore in Wreckfest, so every team is kind of adapting and learning and figuring out their new strategy. So I want to see what the Cyclones bring to the table here and what they're going to bring out. Anything you want to see? I always ask this. Any vehicles now that you want to see?
In Wreckfest in particular, I got to say, I don't really desire anything else anymore. I like the way the state of the game is now. I like to see these high scoreline games. I like to see people using their cars as unexpected battering rams because it's like, oh, there's no way he's going to crash into me with the nose of his car. He'll wreck himself out. And then they do. And it costs both teams a little bit of their scoreline, and it changes the way the game has to be played. So I like how back and forth the game can be, how much of a ping pong battle it can be with each car going down, getting damaged throughout the race. Or sometimes you find out early on which team was able to preserve their lives better, and they just are expected to win throughout the entire thing. So an early lead can really run you into a win.
We have to see. Maybe we get that Cyclones win. People in the chat, there will be predictions being run on every single game, so I want y'all to make y'all voices heard. Don't just follow the xGODS because you think you get your points back. Be willing to take those big risks and take a risk. Once again, they're introducing us. Hope you're doing well there at home. So go ahead and throw your points in. Let me know at home who you are vying for. The Cyclones, do they take Wreckfest and find their third win, or are the LA xGODS that one step closer to that magical number of 17?
Yeah, and what you shouldn't do is after every single game, hit us on Twitter and let us know who you think is going to win, because that will fill our feed very quickly. However, if you do have an opinion on this particular game, we would like to hear it. So definitely let us know what you think. Be typing in the chat. Let us know on social media. Use hashtag UEL if you would like to. Let everybody know what your opinions are. Wreckfest 5v5 is going to leave the xGODS in a place where they get to choose. No, they will have 4 players remaining in this next lineup, so not a perfect reset. The Cyclones, however, do get a perfect reset. So coming back into the half with all 7 of your players remaining, that's a good start. It's like you're starting fresh, and that might be something that they want after how this first half has gone.
Yeah, you have to treat the second half like a completely different game if you're coming back and looking to win this game. You can't come in and be like, oh, yeah, what happened in the first half? No, the second half is something completely different. We will find an opportunity. We are having a technical timeout, making sure to get all of our players in and set up, and we will get you there lickety-split. But if you are mentioning, you mentioned lineups, you mentioned a lot of conversation. I know one person that is at least happy about the current state of the game. That is Logan Summit. Logan Summit is the host of Technical Timeout over on our YouTube channel. Wow, I lost there for a second. 6 p.m. PST or Pacific, 9 p.m. EST or Atlantic over here. Go ahead and check it out on Wednesday nights on the channel. Check out this week's. Pretty sure he picked the xGODS and know he's happy at home. But if you are sitting there and you need to be a little bit more comfortable, our sponsor, Valari Pillows, has you covered, and you can hear about them right now.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Valari Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy, and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Valari. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that two from the Bandits.
And there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back from that commercial break, everyone. We are still in our technical timeout, but the state of the game has been decided. Wreckfest is going to be a 4v4, and we are going to play that to close out the half. So we talked about that 5v5 being so hectic. I don't think we're going to lose any of that game state with a 4v4. I think it's going to be just as crazy. So going to be wild. Going to start off, I'm sure, with a couple of crashes. We're going to have to see if anybody drops out Maybe that will be significant earlier on because you do only have 4 players, not as many cars that you can spare.
It's going to have to change how you play, and a lot of that's going to come down to map. So I want to see the Cyclones, I believe, will be blue. The xGODS will be red, just so those at home that are wanting to know who is who, get you right into that game. Lickety split. And I mean, I think this is what a lot of people expected from today's game. I'm not counting the Cyclones out, but I think this half is at least done. And so we can kind of start reflecting. Is there anything that has surprised you from either one of these teams today?
Honestly, college football. College football was the biggest surprise for me. The Tier 1 Bo Seif, maybe the most notable sports player that we have in the league. One of the only definitely the only Tier 1 player that has determined himself to be a sports specialist, took a loss in college football. Not only took a loss, threw 4 interceptions, failed to have a scoring drive. I don't even know if the yards were positive by very much. It was probably single-digit yards. So very, very unimpressed with Bo Seif's performance. We talked about impressed being the name of the game today. Impressing performances from the xGODS, but not so much from the Cyclones. I really thought they had more to give him this game, and clearly they need more practice.
All right, let's see. And we pop in to Wreckfest, and we see some Star Beast. I think we see some Rammers, and we see a Bone Breaker Valley here as the map choice. Street Fighter 6 being our next game coming out of half.
Yeah, we're watching Ambush Man at the moment, who going to take a little bit of damage to his nose. That's going to be the most significant damage you'll get right there where the engine block is. Before the hood comes off the car, you won't receive as much. But oh my goodness, Ambush Man dragging AJ around the entire map. Gets him all the way around that bend, and AJ didn't really have to do anything there. Got a little bit of free movement. However, Ambush Man did pass him, so we'll be picking up more points for his team when he crosses the finish line coming up right ahead.
Now, importantly, they do hold that second and third position, giving them a little bit of a point advantage if they're going further from here. But similar to Forza, we're going to need to see more of those Cyclones take that upper echelon spots if they want to take this game. Looks like they currently have that 2 or 3 of those spots. It looks like 3 if they're up in points still. I would have to believe 3 of them are the Cyclones here. You see actually in 4th, and they unfortunately almost bump into each other, but still manage to keep on going and pushing forward, with Psycho pushing forward and Ambush Man looking to...
Ooh, Sin, I believe the driver just came out of the windshield. Ambush Man is getting passed a little bit. He pitted AJ again. Sin is surprisingly going to be able to catch up very quickly, but he was previously in first, which was keeping his team in this one. Now the team trying to get revenge for AJ. Not going to be able to get it, but because Sin lost that first place position, now the Cyclones are going up by a more significant lead. Instead of a 1-point lead, it's now an 8-point lead as the 8th player crosses the finish line.
This is going to be big. Like I said, same thing happened in Forza. We saw them holding those top 3 pole positions consistently, and now we have to go from there. And we see Psycho now sitting out here in first position in this rammer, doing his best to just move his way around the car and around the track, and just his team holding those first 3 spots.
Yeah, and he's taking that inside turn nicely. Usually we see people ramming into that far wall, taking it too hot past the finish line, but holding this first place position now up to 67 points for his team. Sin, it looks like, is in 4th at the moment. A hard crash, and Nexus taking out, I think, the first player of the game.
Ambush Man.
Yeah, it was Ambush Man. So Cyclones are now down a player. They do have the point lead, but they're not going to be able to pick up as many points in these future laps, and there's still half the race to go.
And I want to talk about the difference in play there. Ambush Man, we've seen him pit multiple people, but the coordination there by Sin to set up the pit on specifically a hard turn for Nexus to take as little damage as possible, taking him out of the race. Beautiful team coordination and beautiful play.
Yeah, they need to get some of these players up further in the race, though, because I don't know if even with a player missing from the Cyclones, if the xGODS will be able to catch up to them score-wise.
We'll find out here.
How close it is.
Still
No, but I think with 3 laps left, if none of them crash, I do believe they'll be able to catch up.
And that's going to be important. It might come down to that weakest link there in the back. This is Electric.
Oh.
Electric doesn't have much time left. Electric's going the wrong way, just doing as much damage as he can before he wrecks out. He has lowered them down, but we still see Psycho now in the 2nd place position right behind Bosif as they come around these turns and are just, they feel comfortable. 40 health. You can take a, they can take some damage, but 123. Let's see when they catch up here what this looks like. Nexus and X-Ray Aspect coming around. Almost like he wanted to hit him and decided not to. Maybe leaving him there now that he's in the back of the pack as another threat when they come around to possibly finish this race. If they can take out 1 or 2 more players, they'll be fine. And Havoc now lurking. He's looking like a shark in the water, blood in the water, trying to find him a Cyclone. Manages to avoid 1, clips a second, hits a third, and now just doing that damage and looking to possibly reset and force them to continue going is now turning around and chasing them down. This is hilarious.
Yeah, with 3 players on each side, it is really going to be hard for the Cyclones to lose this one, honestly. The xGODS are going to have to fight really hard to come back. They had to get more wrecks than that before this lap. Now that we're in lap 7 for most of these players, including Nexus right here.
But importantly, there's only Bosif in that first place spot, which has to make me think Psycho got wrecked out. I saw Nexus move up in the points position. They are now, I think, all just looking for Bosif. They don't want this race to end because they're unsure if they're going to be able to take a win from the game. And instead of risking their own life, Bosif manages to cross that finish line. But now the other 3, I think, xGODS players just need to get across safely.
Yeah, if all of the other Cyclones are wrecked, we're going to have to see how many of the xGODS are able to cross.
24 points.
3 of them.
So let's see, 24 points. And I don't think that was somebody on their final lap. I think that was somebody that would still points the game. So the big question is going to see Nexus in third. How much does he get by crossing? This is going to tell us a lot about how this score could end up shaking out. 37 points.
No.
That leaves a difference of 18?
Yeah, I believe it is Havoc playing on that X-Ray Aspect account right now. That's, yeah, going to be finishing up. He
has 2 more laps. So what does this put him at? 142. That was a 5-point gain.
Yeah.
He's in 4th, and I don't think there's anybody else behind him. They'll come up just short, I believe, after this lap finishes. He doesn't even get the points for it because he took too long. There is a hard cutoff after the first person wins, and going into the halftime, they managed to secure themselves a win, and we do find ourselves at halftime.
Yeah. So a 10-3 scoreline. xGODS still heavily in the lead, but the Cyclones thankfully able to pick up a win. That is the second 5v5 racer they've been able to pick up a win in, and F1, truthfully, barring one mistake, could have gone a different way. So pretty solid on the racers, surprisingly, today. That's where they're finding most of their success, but they're gonna have to versify. They need to show that they have more under their belt if they want to take wins in the second half. We're gonna have to see how successful they are after this halftime break.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught jiu-jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from jiu-jitsu what they need from jiu-jitsu. Gracie bully proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the master cycle, and the cooperative work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the master cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the master cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
Home. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on this trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there.
runaway, like you're saying.
Logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these moves while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaguing they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league a million degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
Bet. Hey guys, thank you so much for joining us. This is your boy AV. I am here with Silver, ready to play this Street Fighter 6. Silver, it's been a tough game for you guys so far. You haven't played your fighters. You haven't gotten your fighters. We're getting them now. So what is the expectation for you guys moving forward for this half?
Well, you know, we're not out yet.
Okay.
We had a similar game literally last week with the Bandits, so we know we can come back for sure. So we're not worried about it. And come on, man, none of these fighters have rolled yet. The only ones, like what, Dive by the Blade and Skullgirls, they forfeited like right away as soon as I sat down. So I ain't worried, man.
Right.
Only thing I'm looking for is Zangief grabs right now. That's all I'm worried
Zangief
about.
grabs, bro. So I know that like Tekken was the one thing that we're all obviously expecting like to be a 50-50. Are you sweeping?
Probably. Here's the thing. Tekken is a very particular game, so I would rather just sweep than just come in and clutch at the end, honestly.
Okay. Okay. Now, outside of fighters, like what games are you looking forward to playing that you guys think you can actually take from xGODS?
I mean, Checkmate is a fighter technically.
That's a fighter, bro. You're good at chess too.
I'm looking forward to some chess.
Okay.
Mainly though.
Okay.
But I am looking forward to we got like one more racer, right? Or did we get every single
Ejected Rivals.
Ejected Rivals. Oh, I've been practicing that game. I'm looking forward to that game too.
All right, bet. Well, thank you so much for joining us for this. Looks like halftime is over. We're going to get that 4-minute setup. That was weird. But yeah, you'll get back over to either the halftime or the casters.
Welcome back from halftime, everybody. I am Speedy, joined here by Strix, and we are in this xGODS and Cyclones matchup. xGODS are clearly running with this one, even in just the first half. The Cyclones, however, were able to take another game to bring them up to 3 before we went into the half. Now we're going to be heading into Street Fighter 6. Before that, Strix, how did our first half go?
Our first half was a blur, I think, not just for me, but the Cyclones, and they weren't the ones whipping up the win this time. It was the LAX gods. Across all the categories, the LAX gods have found consistent wins. I think some of the more surprising ones is you might not have guessed that they took Die by the Blade, F1 CTR, Dead by Daylight, Midnight Ghost Hunt, college football even, in fact, being our biggest surprise. And it was a doozy of a game if you didn't already see that. Go back and check it out. And if you're at home wondering, why did I list off a bunch of random games? They're not random. They're separated across 5 different genres: shooter, sports, fighters, and strategy games, along with racers. And we play 33 different games. We spin that randomized wheel, which we'll be getting to you right after the Street Fighter 6 starts, so that you can see exactly what is going on. This is the ultimate End Gamers League, where we look to build masters of all games using a variety of skills gained through gaming and while playing games.
Yeah, and now we're going into a 5v5 game, the largest category we have outside of our singular 7v7 that we've got on the wheel. So this fighter, the xGODS, are going to have their pick of the litter. You can see on the bottom right of your screen over there, you can see the players all lit up. They are all ready to go, and they just had a 5v5, so you can see all of the 5 in-game. That was from last game. They do have all 7 players available to be chosen. Meanwhile, on the side of the Cyclones, they are going to have to put in Pizza Man and their rookie sauce as well.
So these are updated lineups. These are updated lineups. Just to jump in for you, everybody sent them in because Pizza Man was the lone person up last time after Wreckfest. Everybody made sure I had at halftime that everything was good and ready to go. Next up on the list is Fortnite, and Pizza Man's available. That's what's important here.
Oh, yes, Pizza Man is available. That's very important right in that age group. So we're going to see it be a Cammy versus Ken to start us off.
All right, let's get into this. Everything going back to default. Player 1 should be the LAX Gods, with that being Hasaj, and on the other side, that Ken Masters player is going to be Pizza Man. The game is live now, so let's see what these two players are going. Pizza Man looking to comfortably back up and try to get some space. Love to see some fireballs, but you see Hasaj jump in, try to get some damage, and there we go. I asked for it, and it looks like he's found all the fireballs. Just keep throwing them. He's got to find his way through the flurry of hot plasma. He's not able to. Doesn't get pushed back this time. Manages to get in, get some damage in, and that's what's important. A nice DP on Wake Up into some more pressure, and he backs up again. Says, whoa, whoa, whoa. Give me a little bit of space. Doing a great job here. That DP was actually really nice. I gotta give Pizza Man credit. Pizza Man, you give him a job, you give him his buttons, and he handles it. But that big whiff there on the DP means that Hasaj doesn't have a lot more room, and Pizza takes out Hasaj. You see the look on Hasaj's face like, bro, I just wanted to do a little bit more damage. Please. Please, and coming in next is a Zangief. Let's see who's piloting the Zangief from the side of the LAX Gods. That's the threat of Pizza Man. A lot of people don't know. Pizza is not necessarily a super well-versed fighting game player, but people have taught him different things to do, and he executes them. He's not worried about the risk-reward, the plus frames, the negative frames, all the terminology. He just said, you told me to press these buttons. When certain things happen, I'm going to do that.
Yeah, but very much so. Now it's AJ sitting down the tier 1 for the side of the X-Gods on the Zangief, and he's going to have to engage as well. Tries to break through it with the grab rush, unable to do so, but he is able to engage. Oh! Cleaner whiffs the grab.
Yo, I need somebody to continue to work with Pizza Man. Pizza Man definitely got a fighting game player in him. That little backstep makes me so happy. The Shoryuken, though, is going to cause and lead into big damage, burning the super to just go ahead and hopefully in this round. But I think Pizza's still surviving. So Pizza's got to do everything he can to get as much damage. And he ends up getting caught. Nice job, though. Pizza Man, you brought him down to half health. You see the fist bump there, working with Silver, their fighter. And next up is Ambush Man on the E-Honda. Edmund Honda. You're going to see a lot of hands, a lot of headbutts, a lot of butt
Is that really his name?
slams. Yes, Edmund.
Oh.
Edmund Honda. A lot of people don't realize. I forget. I think when this game came out, people were reminded that his first name is Edmund. Not Edward, but Edmund. Oh, man, a little bit different. All right, cool. We have a live setup here, so let's see what we're able to get into. I'm looking at these players. And jumps in and hits him with the hands. Hit him with the hands. Boom. All you'll see here, he's got to jump that. Oh, but the backstep. Yo, Silver, you've been getting them right. I see you. Tell him the backdash just to avoid these grabs. You just can't be in range. You either have to jump up or move back to avoid. But he said, I got hugs of my own. Throws him down to the corner. And these Cyclones came out of the half ready to play. They're putting all the pressure on here. AJ not holding block long enough and misses that grab again. And he's just backing up. He's saying, hey, you got to get to me. These hands, talk to the hands. Hey, yo, give it to me one more time. Give me one more. Oh, hands. Oh, the whiff on both grabs. And the perfect KO coming out of Ambush Man. They're tier 2.
Ambush Man able to pick up that win against AJ. Perfect KO. He didn't take even a little bit of damage. Silver is laughing at how that one ended. Right before the finish, it was a whiffed grab on both sides, just barely able to make contact, which it likely would have been a grab break anyway if he made contact.
And so this is really funny. I think this is one of the first things that did not go to the LAX Gods plans, because I see X-Ray Aspect sitting down. They realize they need to stop this Cyclone from literally sweeping them up, and so brings in the JP that is just a straight up knowledge check for new players, and it's really difficult for them to deal with. You see it just straight up backing up and throwing these ghosts out. You have to just block out and kind of know when to block, when to jump, when to move. Otherwise, you're just going to get hit. Some of these are highs, some of these are lows, some of these are overhead. You don't just have one option, and that's why you see him just holding him here at full screen. And that is a perfect stopping the overwhelming force. But Baba Yagan's coming in next, and if I've been hearing something, we might see the newest addition to Street Fighter 6, Terry, make a debut in this moment. This character came out Tuesday of this week. I had to think I was going to say 2 days ago, but Tuesday of this week
Wow,
is one of the
hyped him
newest
up for a while.
characters. Yes, and so we have to see. I'm excited to see what Bobby Yoggins is able to do because right now, I'm just saying the Cyclones are looking good in Street Fighter. They're going to go ahead and press start here, get their buttons right,
Yeah.
go ahead and hit these control selects.
Honestly, got to be one of the most iconic characters from gaming. Terry from Super Smash Brothers joining the roster.
The way I just looked at my co-caster in like the nicest way possible.
Maybe I need to start saying Terry from Street Fighter now.
It's one of those things. Now, this is the issue. You're not going to get an opportunity to play. Yep, I like the jumps. You can't jump too many times. You kind of have to jump and see. I want the patience here from both these players. And again, he's finally found some space to stand and to get a little bit closer from X-Ray Aspects and just goes into level 3. Says, I want to deal all the damage. I'm just going to get my hit and push it out as much as possible. Brings him down almost to half health, and it should be still his turn. But he uses the amnesia there. Unfortunately, that's a ton of damage, and now back to full screen, and we've kind of seen how this goes. Yep, nice job. He's finding his jump-ins. He's finding his opportunity, and that's a big punish that's available. That move's actually, I believe, -9. Pretty much means you can go for whatever combo you want after the fact if you go ahead and block that shoulder. But Baba did a lot of the work that he needed to do here. Next up, though, I believe we have a couple of kins left on the board. It's going to be Psycho as well as Silver left to go. This is still very winnable, but they have to get past X-Ray Aspect. You have Nexus and Havoc waiting in the wings, and neither one is light.
Slouch, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not going to be beaten easily, honestly, but Psycho and Silver have got it in them for sure. The unfortunate truth is that X-Ray is the barrier that they have to get through if they even want a road at winning this, and X-Ray is really tough on this JP. He was able to gain back 67 seconds worth of HP there, and he's looking about like a quarter down at the moment, but he still has plenty to work with. We've seen him make quick work of enemies before.
Psycho's a much more well-versed Street Fighter player, so I expect him to be able to get in, but gets knocked back immediately. Nice job blocking. He has to take his time. And looks like X-Ray is not giving him the space, realizing maybe the flaw from fighting...
Oh, man.
Baba Yoggins goes into level 3 to deal a ton of damage here, realizing he just needs to put pressure on these players. Psycho now burned out, is going to instantly die if he has this combo. He shouldn't have to do too much. Nice job spinning the meter and killing him without too many mistakes. This is the issue with JP. JP is a character that is a straight-up knowledge check for most players in this game. No matter how much you play it, you have to just know what he does and know how to get around it. It becomes incredibly annoying to deal with.
Clearly so, and X-Ray Aspect is almost up to full health again. He actually has more health this round, significantly more health this round than he started with in the last one against Psycho. So a really, really great combination in that last round put him in a state where I don't think he took any damage. So all he did was heal at that point.
A great adaptation by the LAX guys. I have to give them credit, realizing like, whoa, this is going a little bit fast. Let's put in one of our stronger players to go ahead and maybe stop the progress, and especially a character like X-Ray Aspect, who knows the exact set of, knows his job, knows his tools, knows where he can win, where he can't win, what's going to be difficult, what isn't, and to play from there. Let's see there, the GM of the team, Coach 50 Cal there, setting up, making sure his player is ready to go. Accord, I think, maybe not working, so now they're trying to make sure everything is plugged up and ready to go. Really good hardware swap. I appreciate that. They were able to realize really quickly what was going on and what was the problem. But we have to see what...
Yeah, it looks like we've got our buttons down, and that's why you call a button check.
Yes.
Got to make sure everything is working, especially now. If he's having a little bit of trouble with his equipment, then you want to make sure that it's working beforehand. So setting all of his buttons, getting in his controller settings here, and soon he'll be ready to go in against a really dangerous opponent in X-Ray. You talked about how annoying JP can be. It's even more so annoying when the character actually is played by a pilot that knows what they're doing.
So the immediate jump, you notice the different approach here, jumping in, trying to get play going. But now he has to find his way to navigate around all these different spikes. There's a very specific timing that you kind of have to know, find the rhythm. You can parry these as well, which helps you get in. He's jumped now twice, and he's gotten in. He finally gets some damage on, and he's going to need to keep the mix coming. Don't let X-Ray Aspect. He punishes the amnesia. That's normally a counter that will land you taking your turn back, but the jump back ends up catching him, and now it looks like X-Ray is trying to find his spacing. He jumps forward. He avoids the level 2, but he gets tagged by one of the ghosts from the backside, and that ends up calling the round. That is another xGODS win.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out as well is X-Ray knowing his options really well, because when he goes for the highs, we see those diagonal kicks so often. That's the direction that most characters have on their jump attacks. However, he knew that he could engage with an attack from above because JP does have that strike straight downward, and that was not able to be guarded, so that's how he was able to pick up his win. That's what started the end there for Silver, unfortunately, but the best attempt that we had at defeating that JP, probably one of the most efficient JPs in the entire league.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to describe X-Ray Aspect's actual fighting game style. He's a very efficient player. He's not going to show too much. He's not going to do too much. He's going to play the game and kind of go exactly as far as he needs to, and he knows the tools and assesses players very well. But now they have Fortnite. They're going up against Pizza Man and Bo Seif.
Yeah.
This might be ideal. And the young rookie Sauce, who has been showing out today in these shooters, not able to find a win just yet, but I think Fortnite is their best chance, if any, with the lineup.
Yes, the xGODS do have Hasaj, Electric, both available, Sin as well, and they've got their top 2 tiers, so it's going to be tricky. It's not a takeaway. You would like to have maybe Hasaj not available, or at least Electric not available there, but the Cyclones are good at the game in their own right, so despite the xGODS being talented in shooters, the Cyclones might still be able to have it.
I think the big thing that's different with this one is it's not just how good you can shoot, but that element of building.
Yeah.
You have to be able to keep up with people building in Fortnite for you to be able to even get the opportunity to shoot. I've seen tons of players that in straight up no-build shootouts will beat some of those top-tier players. But when you introduce the ability to box people, to play around with these different build options, edit options, to open up windows and walls and very quick and confusing methods, if you don't know how to handle that and deal with it, you could end up getting run over. So I have to believe here that there is an opportunity for them to win and to finally take a non-forfeit win. And it looks like there was a timeout called on the xGODS. So coming into the second half, they're going to already lose a timeout, go down to 1, and might open themselves up to a few more mistakes being punished.
Yeah, I don't know how low we were on our timer. I'm not sure if we had our timer all the way down yet, but usually the timeout gets kind of pulled out of them. I think they called that one themselves.
Usually, I think, especially going from the Gauntlet area, the general console area to the PC, that's a 2-minute turnaround. It's Fortnite on 5 PCs. You got to get it up. You got to make sure. Having, again, worked with Havoc, Psycho, even when we were together, I kind of had this general philosophy of if you get down to 5 seconds and we're not starting the game, if you burn the timeout, you control when it starts. So at that point, I can tell people stand up, stretch it out, get something to drink. If you need a moment, use this time now that we have to use it. If you let it become a forfeit or a penalty, the game master is basically going to tell you, are you in? Start the game. So I think they just made the decision that, hey, let us control what all is happening and what we're going to do. Buy us a little bit of time. Maybe too many people watching that Street Fighter gameplay that didn't need to, and not enough people focused on just getting, Fortnite set up.
Yeah, with the new tiering system that we have in the league as well, these games have looked a lot different than they have in the past. We have the xGODS at 11 and the Cyclones at 3, and that's so much more rare this season than it was in previous seasons, where the top teams full of top-tier players would destroy the teams at the bottom of the standings frequently. Now, this 11-3 scoreline is something that's so much more rare. Even the Blaze and the bots being one of the top teams in the league right now, and the Blaze being further toward the lower end, it was 15-10. The Blaze are still able to take 40% of the games in that matchup. So the scorelines have come so much closer, and I think this shows the domination of the xGODS, that every other team, the Cyclones have been close. The xGODS, they can't even get a foot in the door.
That's, you and I, we've been chatting about these top 2 teams. In the South, it's the xGODS. In the North, it's the Reapers. They do seem like they just are on a different level currently. And that's really unfortunate for this xGODS team, knowing it came in a hard game. But more than anything, you're kind of seeing where you are. You've played every team close, pretty much, that you've gone up against. Relatively close. Again, every single time you win a game, your opponent loses the ability to gain that point. So it can really dramatically change the scores. Really, if five of these games, 4 of these games changed hands,
Yeah.
this score could be flipped.
Yeah.
Overall, and so now we got to look at Fortnite and see where they're going to find a win. Sending in Silver and Baba Yagins, not who I would have expected, especially with the likes of Tekken still being on the wheel. You absolutely want him available because then a game that I would pretty much favor you for, you could lose in these moments. But maybe they know something I don't, and that Silver and Baba Yagins are the shooters that can help them find more of these wins.
Yeah, BlazBlue I would be a little bit nervous about. Maybe that's why they kept Psycho out. He's kind of their backup fighter. He's in the Tier 3 position because they're training him up to cover quite a few things at once. So they do have a backup fighter in him for sure. We saw that he was one of the only players that was able to even put damage on X-Ray Aspect. So there's a reason they kept him out. I'm sure it was for that. Silver is a younger player. He probably did grow up with Fortnite being a popular game in his circle. So very possible that he has some talent in this game in particular, and we're going to have the finals coming up after this. So actually from 5v5 shooter into 5v5 shooter.
The rough roll, I think, for the Cyclones, to be honest, because they have their guaranteed 5 that have to go in.
Okay. This is reminding me that we've seen Bosif in Fortnite in particular because I do remember this solid snake with the shark shovel very well.
He's this is a lot of people always talk about QWERTY, but forget that Bosif was also on a tear, already moving out, looking to get some damage and to take some fights, and now immediately putting up walls.
Oh my goodness!
He said, "Oh, you want to fight me? Well, anyway, I'm already prepared." Now trying to take height, it looks like, to beat Bosif out just to the high ground. And so the big question here is, are the LA xGODS able to do so now, blocking themselves as he drops down and starts to put threat on these players in the yellow base?
Yeah, he's boxed them in pretty well down there, but he's going to move back to his own high ground. He sees that they're still climbing, and he's going to decide to take the fight and go straight back to building. He does get cut off for a moment, but he's trying to continue to get the high ground here. You see that circle coming in, but it's not going to challenge him too quickly. He's trying to land these shots. He doesn't have a down yet, but he's been nailing his shots so far.
Doing a great job of moving and shifting and trying their best. Now, for those that are wondering, on the side of the LA xGODS, who are going up against Pizza Man and Bosif, as well as the rest of the Cyclones, Bosif notably goes down. He's going to need to get into a position where he can get healed. Good job of maybe targeting their best player. That was from Electric, Havoc, Hasaj, Sin, and AJ. AJ is the one that is down. Looks like he was the one fighting with Bosif up there. And Baba Yagin's now moving on over, but takes a big hit in the process. He's trying to get to Bosif, trying to get to his carry wherever possible to get him up.
Pizza Man is also dead. He's been completely eliminated at this point. He was spectating when we switched over to him, so you cannot lose Bosif here if you've already lost Pizza Man. It looks like Bosif is not going to get back up, and the xGODS are going to be able to come closer to taking this round. That's 3 down at least for the side of the Cyclones so far. Now this hand cannon from afar. Sin just trying to put down some damage from a distance. Maybe not wanting to take the close range fight. Not sure if he has the weapons for it. That hand cannon can do significant damage from a distance, especially if you land a headshot with it.
And AJ notably still up here on the high ground, and I think Electric is the other one of the LA xGODS still up. So now it's going to come down to who are they challenging here, as well as Hasaj. So it should be a 3v1, 3v2 situation. It does look like it's going to be important how we're able to take. It looks like the Cyclones just boxed in here, trying to deal with this assault. Nice job dropping down, doing some great building and moving out, looking now to move towards the middle and to take a few opportunities. You're trying to build forward, you're trying to get there, but you're not going to be able to get there without taking some damage. They break down these builds and is now going to be swarmed by all of these xGODS players.
Yeah, AJ is on his way up there right now, and he comes close to getting it down. I don't think that player ended up going down. He's still building above him. AJ's trying not to get caught in there right now. He wants to build up, and he lands his shot for the elimination, so there should only be 1 remaining.
So they have that is an LA xGODS round to win. We're going to be moving on to the next round. And based on that last reaction, that was actually Sauce that we saw there as the last surviving one of the Cyclones players.
Yeah, they still have 1 more round, so it's not a complete victory just yet. And yeah, it looks like they do. I see. So when you take the teleporter to get into your starting base, it puts you onto a team. And so because they want more materials.
Well, it's max of 3 sides. Three players.
Max of 3 per side, right. So 2 have to go to another spawn for each team. So you have 2 spawns that you go to. And so each team, sometimes the players will be on different quote-unquote teams, so they have to be sure not to try and eliminate each other by calling out their positions.
And now we're seeing we're on Bosif, we're on Pizza Man, the two of them now playing together. I think the big error in that last play had to come from Bosif pushing up completely on his own. It seemed like the LAX guys were kind of prepared and isolated him by himself and forced him to fight maybe multiple fights from multiple angles where he was not able to use his skill, which he might be the highest skilled player, but even you can't necessarily fight 3, 4, 5 players by yourself all the time.
Yeah, and
now you
Pizza
can
Man,
see,
being a shooter who grew up with Fortnite, going down as the first player to be eliminated, that was really rough for the team as well.
and this is what you see by the LAX guys. They're winning this game by virtue of not kind of playing the normal Fortnite game. They're not looking to build and battle you, and they're not looking to 1v1 you. No, instead, they are really looking at each game as an individual matchup. And now we finally see Bosif starting to build up and maybe looking for another option. The loadouts are randomized, so maybe he ended up with some of these further range weapons, so both sides wanting to maybe take a little bit more time to take their shots.
Yeah, you talked about his error being that he moved in too quickly last round, so nice to see him make an adjustment. He's playing with the team. Just because you consider yourself the best player on the team in a category doesn't mean you have to play alone. He's going to find himself now in the middle of the map. He's taking shots, but he's going to start to build. Hopefully his team moves up with him here, because if he can get support this time, he may be able to take those fights that he wasn't able to before. Now we're going to see Baba Yagins shooting down some of these structures, using up a lot of his ammo. He's got plenty of it still left. But he does want to be careful, because if this game goes too long and they keep playing this pokey distance, he doesn't want to run out.
Yeah, and also the zone is coming in. We're going to see conflict pretty heavily. Nice realization that someone was up on height there and that he can't hold this upward position. Finally getting some shield damage like he took onto his opponent and moving back down, shielding back up. And now they just have to keep playing, maybe realizing that, hey, force them when they get close, and they have to be able to play. I hear calls if he's low. And now looking, I think right now in control of the game is the Cyclones of this specific round. They just need to play together. Notice when they don't go down separately and early, they're able to take a fight.
Yeah, and I think it was AJ that went down first, was the call out as well. So losing their tier 1 already, the xGODS, a player that was there at the end to help them clutch. And now Baba Yagins is going to go down as well. So the xGODS getting kills of their own. And it looks like they're close. They're all huddled together there. So even a revive on Baba Yagins would be tough here. You see Sin trying to break down some of these structures. He's low on health, but has enough shields to maybe take a fight, hopefully, as his teammates here. But right now, he's scrambling to the high ground to stay away.
And that's Psycho Flame being eliminated. I don't know how Electric got out of that situation where he was surrounded by 3 Cyclones players and get a down, but now they're in this middle area just looking down, trying to find, and they realize someone is pushing up high. It has to be Bosif is my belief, but he unfortunately was not able to find the win and find the fight, and now they realize that maybe Pizza Man is just left, and that is an xGODS win.
xGODS taking another one, putting one up on the board, one that we thought the Cyclones would be able to get in their grasp, start pulling this one back. The finals is coming up. It is a first-person 5v5 shooter, so even more back into the wheelhouse of the xGODS again. The Cyclones, they have their shooters available again. We know all 5 of the players that are going to go in, and Bosif and Pizza Man are still there, but Fortnite is one of those games that should have been special for them. That should have been especially in their wheelhouse, and they weren't able to take the win.
The idea that they lost Fortnite with both Bosif and Pizza in is something that a lot of people, I think, had to not necessarily expect, and speaks to these LAX gods. It's not just individual talent. Again, this is a team effort. They all can shoot, they all can aim, they all can play, and they're ready to take wins wherever possible.
Yeah, they have to. Cyclones have to steal it from them. Basically, it's got to be something outrageous. We even saw that. It's got to be kind of like those interceptions that we saw in college football earlier. This finals 5v5 is going to be heavy on the team coordination. They have to be really, really locked in with each other and synchronous and following each other's call-outs. They have to have an in-game leader, and that role falls on Bosif, not only with this being a shooter, but with him being the tier 1 on the team. He has to be that team leader making the calls for his players. We're going to find out what it is they want. The xGODS have the choice of setup here, so they get to decide if they want game mode or map, depending on what it is. It'll probably be game mode, because we see the game mode.
I agree. I think that
So often be the
unless
same.
there are a lot of teams I think that are starting to realize that maybe map is the better choice. But with that game yesterday, that might change. Power Shift specifically is a game mode we've seen a lot of players play. They like the tug of war, the back and forth with the platform. And so people started to care about map. But now if people start representing some of those other game modes, you don't just get the default to be like, well, I'm just going to take my map if they're going to pick the mode I want anyway. And this is where we're going to have to see. I have to believe at the end of the day, they don't play just one mode. People in this league, good players in this league, are going to be playing every mode, testing out every rule, and finding out where they can find the most advantage. The lucky thing is after this, they're going to have a full reset. And if they wanted momentum, I think I'm going to have to ask for Tekken 8 for the side of the Cyclones. They got to get it. Maybe a Blaze Blue CF, maybe a Dragon Ball Fighters. Any one of those fighting games with silver available would be, I think, a pretty big win for them. And on the flip side of that, if I'm the LAX guys, I just want a game. Whatever rolls.
Truthfully, they have most of everything in their court at the moment. Checkmate Showdown, maybe another one that the Cyclones would like to see.
Silver has put on some really impressive performances.
Yeah.
And if they're watching back, because I love to speak to teams, this might just be the best shooting team in the league. I only hesitate to say that because we haven't seen them play the Reapers yet, but I feel like even the Reapers would have wanted Hollywood on their team to take on this LAX God team. You don't just this is not a team where you're happy to have your best shooters. You want as many good shooters as you can to match up with the likes of Sin, Hasaj, Electric. You see AJ was there challenging Bosif up on the high ground. Nexus is no slouch. Havoc is no slouch. Even X-Ray Aspect, who might be their worst shooter on the team, is no slouch in any of these
plenty
games.
fine, even in the UEL. So that is a deep roster for shooters, and that's what's so impressive about them is that they certainly are not just a shooter team. There are some teams that we would look at that way, and honestly, in this match, it kind of just feels like we're talking about every team that went up against the Reapers in playoffs last season as, man, I hope these fighting games roll because that's your only shot.
And I don't know if you've been in the coaching role before, not necessarily here, but just in general. And that is another timeout being taken from the xGODS, taking a little bit long to get into this finals game. But my question is going to be to you, how do you reflect on this game with your players after the fact if you're a Cyclones coaching staff?
So I would have gone into this one with the mindset that this is going to be our most valuable game of the season because it's where we're going to learn the most about our team. So I would already go in that way. I don't want my players thinking that they have to beat themselves up when they go into halftime 3-10 because there's no reason to feel that way. That shouldn't be the expectation that it would be any other way based on how the season has gone so far. You know what players you have. You're fielding a new rookie at this point. You have a very young player in the 6 slot that has a lot to learn about gaming and esports in general. He's already performing so well, and he's got more growth to have. So you have a weapon there for the future. I would take this game and have it be a review session, a constant review session, not just for right now, but for the future. If I'm already up to 15 games at this point, that is so much to discuss over the entirety of the season, to focus on categories throughout each week, improve on your shooters in week 1, and start looking at all the shooters that you played against the xGODS. Then in week 2, start looking at your sports games and figure out where you went wrong. Why did you lose Bosif's strongest category so heavy in favor of the other team? You start locking in those specific things, and if the mindset going into this was that you were going to learn anyway, then players are going to be much more receptive to playing their best during the game so that you're getting the best feedback that you possibly can, and they're not getting down on themselves and having poor showings just because they think they should have been winning this one.
That's some good insight. See, this is why I asked you, because I know that you are going to be able to give these teams insights that they might not always think of. I know that, again, there's a difference between coming in with the expectation, to your point, of learning and just coming in with okay, we probably lose this will be a hard game, but coming in specifically with the mindset of learning and pushing your limits to see exactly where you stand, I think is some great insight. We do have a little bit more time left on this timeout from the LAX guys. They do have no more on the board, so the next one of these that do pop up will go ahead and be a forfeit. And to them, I now am talking more in perspective of the finals, of the future, where if you're telling the valuable lessons to be learned for the Cyclones, then the lesson here for the LAX guys has to be one of perfection. And it sounds really weird, but you need to chase it. You are chasing and looking to challenge a team that has now won 3 times against historically the best rosters that were available to be fielded against them. They've always found a way, and they will punish each and every single one of those mistakes. In the world where you can send X-Ray Aspect in Street Fighter 6, you can't do that necessarily against the Reapers. In the world where they can have really good setups and get the bomb down in Rainbow Six, you can't do that necessarily against the Reapers, where they find their footing in Valorant and start to take a couple of rounds. It sounds like I'm repeating myself, but I am now looking at them. If the Cyclones are looking to see where they're at, then the xGODS should be looking to where they are trying to get to and chasing better and better play. It is, in fact, terminal shift, so we are seeing that 5v5 search and destroy style gameplay again. So it looks like teams are maybe starting to diversify and branch out, maybe deciding that that previous game mode wasn't what they wanted to play.
Yeah, terminal attack on Monaco. This tells me that these players are more familiar with the Call of Duty style of shooters, the standard shooters that people grow up with before they expand into other categories. And the lineup that we're getting right now is very damage focused. It doesn't look like we're getting any more changes to any heavies, so extremely damage focused. We do get one heavy coming out. Nice to see this is a very balanced lineup from the side of the xGODS, and I think that's going to serve them the best here on their defense that they're actually starting on.
And so it's going to be the LAX that we are watching Sin specifically. You can see him lit up there in color down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And like I said, this is search and destroy, so they're going to have 2 points they need to stop the Cyclones from planting the bomb on. And now on the other side, I think Havoc was on that heavy that we saw swap at the last second. So I want to see how they're playing. Maybe notices something wrong.
Yeah, I believe it was his grappling hook was not bound to the right key. It looked like he was jumping and looking up but not grappling, so he's rebinding his grappling hook now. And we're going to get a jump pad here under the, I believe this is the B objective. Yes, it is. So a jump pad that Hasaj sets down to make sure that if a fight begins, they'll be able to maneuver up and down on this map. We see too many times when the fights go to the inside of the objective building, things get really hectic. Explosions start happening, health starts being lost. You don't want that to happen too early, so having this jump pad allows him to get back up onto the roof consistently, be able to take shots at the enemies as they come in.
And here we go. This is Hasaj as well. We've seen him. We've talked about him a lot. He's the front runner technically, not just as Rookie of the Year, but MVP. You've said it a couple of times now, taking these shots on this light, and is meant to be the damage dealer for his team. Do they already have control of the spike?
So it looks like the bomb has not been planted, but the area control has gone the way of the Cyclones. However, they are dropping. That's 3 now in a row that have dropped trying to push this objective. So many landmines down here. So this floor, even if the Cyclones do push in, this level of the building is going to be non-existent.
And he has been detected. So when Hasaj was coming up the steps, I think the decryption key was sitting there on the steps. He should know that they don't have easy access. Yes, it's right there as he's moving down. So they took control of the floor, but no one was still holding on to that valuable item that they need to win the round. They have to get it planted. And now we see Psycho trying his best to get whatever kills he can. He ends up running around. We hear the yell from the floor. And the first round going down. I'm happy to hear them in good spirits at the very least.
Yeah, Psycho going down to the gas there. They tried to push in, but no success on the B objective. We're going to have to see how they go on this next attack. Like I said, I think that balanced composition from the other side over there on the xGODS is going to serve them well on defense. It's a balanced composition for the Cyclones too, so I'm hoping that their defense will look even better on their first round. They still have plenty opportunity to learn and improve their attack, though. Maybe hold this decryption key a little tighter to the chest.
Let's see. So for those at home that do not already ended up inside of a wall, that do not know, the Cyclones did not make sure their names and their setup was exactly right. Ended up losing a timeout for that, so you'll see that now reflected on your scoreboard there at the top of the screen. So both teams now on incredibly low timeouts.
And we see right now Psycho is just going to be making his way through. He pops the invisibility, but immediately finds an enemy. He's going to go invisible again, and was that the low health target or not is the question. Will he be able to pick up an easy kill? Either way, that single target is very low and not going to be able to hold this fight. So he's going to keep blasting his way through here. He's making himself a pathway of his own that only he will know how to maneuver to get in and out. Playing this light character, that exactly how you want to play. Beautiful shots down on that player. Another elimination for the side of the Cyclones, and this time they are up 5-3, and the description has begun.
And just as quickly as it began, one of their players falls down, immediately traded back.
Yeah, now Psycho moving on in. He's got the high ground. He finishes that kill quickly. All headshots from above, and they finally win that round. So learning very quickly from their first round loss, and they are heading back in. Another round of attack. They've got the upper hand now. They know how they want to formulate their attacks, and it is on the xGODS to respond with a new style of defense.
All right, let's see.
Picks up this decryption key here. Some goo already being put down. Those goo grenades, very helpful for creating barriers. Bullets cannot pass through them, but they can do damage to them. So over time, if you shoot it long enough, the goo wall will go down. Very useful for setting up on objectives and stopping the enemy from pushing in on them. Now we see some nades being lobbed. This is Sin that we're going to be watching here on this light. Using that same weapon, that same SMG that we saw Psycho using. He's going to get the highest crown in the game. He does not have a ranged weapon, so he's going to have to hope that this cathedral gets taken from above, maybe expecting them to push in from that way. I got to throw some grenades. I think that is a sensor grenade going in, so he's going to know if anybody pushes that objective. Finding some more high ground, just maneuvering his way around the map whenever that hook has cooldown. Decryption already has begun. Nobody was watching the objective in particular. It may have been thrown. And now they are just assaulting on the low ground. There are turrets putting out plenty of damage. Sin can't even engage without taking a quarter of his health bar. So how is he going to engage on this decryption? More of his health bar gone. He's lower than half. Nobody on the chase right now. So being a distraction for the turrets while his teammates pick up kills. But they have to get more. This decryption is reaching halfway.
More and more damage, and another kill there. Ambushman waiting in the wings, and now we're back onto the rookie Sauce. He's moving back to the site. He's looking to maybe find a fight. Shots were a little bit off to start with, but he manages to get a kill on Havoc. He realizes, though, that the young rookie is low. He just needs to survive long enough to prevent description. He doesn't need to stop them. He can check to see if they go for that decryption. He finds the shots, and he lands it. Good job from Sauce, keeping his team in the game and winning them their second round.
Yeah, the rookie closing it out with 2 kills to keep them alive, and now they are up with an advantage here in the finals. They have 2 rounds. This will be the last round before we switch sides, so after this, the Cyclones will be going on defense. Their attack, barring that first round where they had to learn and adapt a bit, has been very strong, so they want to take a win right here because I don't know if they're going to be as confident going into the defense. They might feel once again like, oh man, things are changing right under our feet. We have to adapt once again.
Now I want to bring to your attention, they've actually opted to give the heavy Ambushman control of the decryption key, allowing their faster, smaller players to deal more and more damage. And is now making the call, deciding what site they want to go ahead and push. Let's see if they're able to execute.
Yeah, I would have to think that what this means is that they want to engage the objective with a fight this time. Sending in a light with the encryption key is how they started that last one so early without much opposition. This time, sending in the heavy, I have a feeling they want to move as a pack and actually engage with a fight. We're going to see them move their way over now. The A objective is very close, but they have to make their way up first. Very smart from the xGODS to leave someone on the bottom floor. They had every possible angle watched at that point. Not taking the encryption key here. Ambushman has to pick it up, but he keeps finding the grapple. Another player probably calling out that they can grab it. So Ambushman taking a lot of damage, putting up the shield. He's going to have to heal that back. RPG, the shot is in, but he does not find the kill. He's the only player left alive. The xGODS have systematically destroyed the entire team. All Ambushman has now is the HP of a medium character, and he's going to have to try to find a kill here, but he cannot, and it'll be a clean round for the xGODS, making their own adaptation to make it even before the side switch.
All right, so now let's see if you can do what your opponent couldn't do. Both sides are even, and I don't know who I favor here. That last round of defense looked really strong once again coming out of the xGODS.
Yeah, but the sides have switched, so this is another learning round now. We're even, which means no team is better than the other on either attack or defense. This could go just as even. We could see a 3-3 and even potentially a 4-4 in this case. Now, these are going to be Nexus's throwing knives. They are disguised as CDs, but trust me, they're just as much damage as a throwing knife would. In fact, thinking about a well-polished CD making contact is a little bit scary. So maybe CD is enough, but a strange place for the jump pad to go down. There is an awning there on the side of that building between the two gaps, so it's going to be hard for them to maneuver around it if they want to hold that position. But moving towards this A and B, they just want to get on the roofs over there. Looks like A is where they want to push, but they're going to start by taking the Cathedral, and a really long shot explosive canister being shot at the objective. Maybe a distraction so they can rotate to the other objective?
We saw this on Valorant. They were fully willing to put some pressure on one side, rotate back, put some pressure there, rotate back. I wonder if the Cyclones have figured out that, hey, they're not going to commit until they feel like they have a good enough position to do so.
Yeah, the sensor grenade I don't think goes as far as Nexus would have liked, and that may be a good thing because they would have known that the engagement was on this objective. Even without the perfect information, the Cyclones are able to pick up the first kill, so it doesn't seem to have slowed down the xGODS at all. They are still funneling their way in like ants out of an anthill. Nexus is on the roof now. It is an even game at 4-4. Nexus trying to find his entryway. He goes in a floor lower than he would have wanted, but he is with the objective. He has to get that encryption key, so opting to go back down to the bottom floor. He's going to try to make his way up as one of his teammates falls. There are still 4 on the side of the Cyclones that need to be eliminated. Nexus unchallenged on the objective as he starts to move it. It's an even game now. I would have thought the Cyclones would look a little bit closer, but the B objective is going to be engaged, and he locks that one in. Nexus got the decryption started. The objective is being challenged at an even 3-3. The damage coming out, a very nice shot from Nexus. They are hard to throw. They are projectiles. He is zipping his way around, but he's finally able to make his way out. I can't believe he's alive, but he is the last player remaining. One of those players maybe, oh, he does go down, which means that the Cyclones aren't going to be able to decrypt this encryption key.
And are you sure? Okay, cool. I was going to say that was a little bit longer than that round popping up. Cycle, they're not letting him get away. Nexus doing a lot of really good work. His maneuverability that round was doing a great job.
Yeah, did get himself caught in that corner, unfortunately, at the end. I do wonder how that round would have gone if he didn't take all that damage trying to escape. Maybe he could have been able to challenge, but either way, truthfully, the Cyclones had that one locked down. Psycho has been playing this one very well, so I have no reason to believe that the Cyclones couldn't have still won that one.
So let's see, what do we have here? I'm looking. Let's see. It was a good offense round, to be fair. They did lose somebody early, so I'd love to see them get to the point with all 5 players and maybe, not lose control of the key and get on the site a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, it could be a very different round now. It looks like they know which objective they want to engage. They're not going to fake for another one this time. They know where they want to go, and they're going to get on the roofs immediately. Now they are pushing that B objective. They do still have the encryption key. Trying to stay to the inside now, so maybe they haven't been spotted yet as they engage, but as they play the open ground, they're going to get spotted out. Some damage goes out from afar, but these just aren't the weapons to really be doing it.
This was my one issue with them taking to the rooftops. It's a lot harder to catch somebody ducking between these streets on the lower ground, but by going up to the rooftops, anybody that has that upper vantage point, where did the xGODS go? There's only 2 of them left remaining on this staircase, and now it's a 2v3. They're managing to find their wins and deal their damage, and I think they might have found the opportunity to plant this key, having to jump out and go get it. Here's Asajj, but he seems less concerned about planting the decryption key and finding those remaining Cyclones.
Yeah, there's still a minute remaining in our round, so he's going to put down a turret of his own in the middle of the staircase so that he knows when rotates are coming. He's going up to the high ground, and will he be able to win the fight? It's a 3-round burst weapon. He's not able to outgun the light machine gun from the heavy, but the heavy's very low. If his teammate's able to engage here, maybe they can get the kill. This is Psycho on the light, creeping around, trying to find the last player who may have grabbed the encryption key. There are call-outs coming. I think that last player for the xGODS was on the roof. They're playing the high ground now. Finally slowed it down a bit. Psycho's going to play to the roof again. Going to go invisible. This is going to allow him to move around wherever he wants.
Now, this is really smart. We haven't seen too many teams do this. They dropped down the point. Rather than trying to contest it up in the sky.
Very nice flick from Psycho to finish that round. He knew that that player was one shot, and all he had to do was open spray.
I want to compliment them, though. Because the LAX guys realized they had a hard hold of that top floor, rather than continuing to force it to try to get up there, we used destructibility to our advantage. They brought it down 2 whole floors, and that forced Psycho to reposition. It just so happened that he happened to choose the right time to find that last xGODS player moving.
Yeah, and it's something you see often in cash out as well, because you get much more time to work with. You don't see it nearly as often in this game mode where you only get 2 minutes to get the job done. So I'm very impressed with the fact that the xGODS were able to get it all the way down. I don't know if that's exactly what Bosif was looking for, nor was that, but he was trying to collect some materials. They're hard set on A right now. If it's a B encryption, this is going to be very difficult for them to run up on. Their entire team has dedicated themselves to A, probably knowing that it's the ideal location. If the xGODS are able to start encrypting on this objective, it's the best spot to hold, so that's why they don't expect them to go B, and the xGODS are sticking to it.
And it was a gamble, but it's looking like it's paying off. But we've seen this xGOD team constantly rotate back to another site. But you mentioned it, the ease of holding on here. There's only 2 of the Cyclones left. Now it's just Bosif.
Bosif lands
He
his
finds a kill.
shots, makes
Love
it a
to see
1v3.
it. They now know where he is, so he's going to need to be moving around. He sees a player go up to the rooftops. He's not able to find the kill, importantly.
Gonna try his best to chase this one down, but he's losing encryption time right now. Nailing shots on that player. He's able to find himself now in a 1v2. He didn't lose any time. There's no encryption happening. He's gonna find another kill.
But
That's
he's
so
dropped
much
down.
damage. He's taking damage of his own. We have to see if that player from behind is gonna be able to find him, or if he's gonna be able to find this player he was chasing first. Did they have the encryption key, and are they headed to the objective? They may start encrypting B now, which would put him in a tricky situation because there's a player behind and one running down the objective.
We heard the team call it out that, hey, go defend that. They have to decrypt it. So you now see him pursuing the fight. He just needs to win this and get out, but he's unable to.
The xGODS are still alive. They keep themselves in it by surrounding Bosif.
I think I would have wanted him to actually let them plant there, knowing that they needed to be there and expect that a teammate would be either watching them plant or watching the building. Bosif could have caught the player unaware the moment he hears it, them starting to plant and get that kill. He was just short. He knew one of them had to be incredibly low from a previous engagement. And so now all he needed to do there was, I think, play just a little bit slower. Just pump the brakes ever so slightly.
Yeah, he probably should have been watching. It's hard to take your sights off of a player once you see them, but if he would have had a little bit of trigger discipline, then the scenario that you're talking about really could have worked out for him. He did want to go for the kill. He wanted to make it a 1v1 as quick as possible, and unfortunately he wasn't able to. So it was a 1v2. The Heavy was able to take him out with some straight melee damage. And now it's going to be Havoc here running the encryption key, throwing it down toward the objective, and he's going to charge his way in, make sure that this is an open objective for them to start taking.
Kills the turret, importantly, and sets off these glitch traps.
Yeah, now it looks like he's just getting rid of everything inside. He's letting the roof come down, making it a really, really difficult spot to hold, and he goes down, so all of that Heavy's health that you have to use as a wall is gone. It's a 4v4 now. We see X-Ray Aspect trying to find his targets, and he's shooting into his shield at the moment.
That's Ambush Man.
Yeah, he's trying to put down the damage, and finally they're able to find the kill. That might have been Ambush Man there that finally went down, lost his shield. So 3v3, and they find another almost dead. That player going to try to heal themselves back up by getting out of this fight, but X-Ray's not letting him go. He wants to chase him down, so going to have to find which angle he took. He's not able to. Maybe going to regroup with his team. Yes, he is. He's got a teammate hiding in the corner there, in fact.
Let me know when
We'll
you're
have
ready.
to see where they want to run in on this encryption key. They
Yeah.
probably know how hard it's being defended, but with a player running the other way, you have to think that you have the player advantage to run in and play with this encryption key. The turret's down now. They have an engagement. There is a sensor grenade.
I just found somebody. They weren't looking behind them, and that was Bosif. Now it's just a 1v3 situation, and they found him inside of this building, and I have to believe that he goes down, and here we go to our final round of play. Do we swap again?
We do swap again as we go into this last overtime round here. This is the tiebreaker. No overtime. Overtime implies some rule sets and some back and forth. This is just the tiebreaker round, and you do get a flip. Now, both teams are 2-2 on attack. Sorry, 4-4 on attack on defense. Both teams are exactly even. So this is such a toss-up round. They have to go back to their roots, how they started this game. What did you succeed on your attack or defense that made it work so well in the first 4 rounds of the game? What were the 2 rounds that you performed the best? And the last round did go the way of the xGODS in the first half.
And now we see Sin here climbing up to the rooftops, trying to get an eye out, try to get the sensor grenade as far out as possible to make sure he can maybe get some type of indication of where the Cyclones want to attack.
Yeah, and he's got nothing yet. So just going to be jiggle crouching rather than jiggle peeking. Just taking the sight over the top of the roof. It's smart because as a light character, you don't get a lot of HP, which means you don't get to recover a lot of HP after you lose it. You only get to go back up to 100 rather than such as a heavy who gets to go up to 150, a medium. So very smart of him to play his life. He does not get a lot of health. So he wants to scout, he wants to put out damage if he can, but he doesn't want to do it at the cost of all of his HP and a future life. They're going to engage now, it looks like, on the Cathedral. They're going to play around it a bit, and I think Sin is trying to rotate on the back line. He sees all the sensor grenades, all those abilities. He knows exactly what direction they're facing. Throws in a grenade that gets some damage from behind, and now him and a teammate are both on the backside. They get an elimination. He takes damage, goes down, but his teammate finds a kill too, so they're up 4-3. His trade is going to work out for his team. Damage coming out from both sides, but it's going to be 4-2 now. We see Hasaj here putting out damage with that 3-round burst. He gets the damage, but one of his teammates goes down. More damage going out on a light. He's going to find the kill, and it's just one more player that they have to hunt down for the win. Who will it be? Whose hands are the fate of the Cyclones in for this game of the finals that they've worked so hard to try and win? You cannot go down to round 9 and drop it like that when you've been fighting all game. It's going to be Ambush Man with this LMG. He still has 293 health remaining. There's some mediums and lights on the other side for him to take out. This is very possible despite how it looks. Did they see him take the objective? Do they know that the encryption key is in his hands? Or can he maybe try to make his way around the map and really
He has 15 seconds, though.
He has to plant this key down. He can't find anybody so smart by the xGODS to decide to play the objective. I don't even know if Ambush Man has enough time. It takes time to plant this encryption key, and he's not going to get there in time. The turrets are there. He throws it, but that's not enough time. He can't get the eliminations, and it's going to be a loss for the Cyclones. Another win for the xGODS. It is 13-3 for them now. That is a lead right there. 13-3. You are up by 10. We talked about it being amazing that they got to 10 in the first half. They are up by 10 now before our final hour.
That is 5 shooters now that have gone the way of the LA xGODS. That is the closest one by far. All of them have been competitive, but that one was so close. I think you're going to watch that one back and see maybe a few fights that if you had just won, a few decisions if you had just made, you might have been able to take the win. But 2K coming up next, you have Bosif available, but he's going to have to go up against, it looks like AJ and Nexus is going to be my immediate guess. So maybe now the question is it Bosif? Is it Baba Yagins? Is it maybe the rookie Sauce? We never know who is going to be the winner and who's going to be the strongest player here on the map. It's just going to come down to now a little bit of coverage, and it's not just that they hit 13 points. Not just that they're up by 10. They are 4 games away now from that magic number of 17. That will turn this game from a can the Cyclones win to are the xGODS chasing some of those record games in terms of difference of score.
Yeah, it would be one of the highest score lines we've had so far, which is amazing because the Cyclones they're not reminiscent of a team that goes down like this. So I'm really scared for a lot of teams in the league now. The Cyclones are on par with all of those teams that are fighting for the middle slots. They're trying to find their footing. They've had some really tough games, but they have been so close in the past. You got to wonder if they're ever going to be able to pull it back. This one is going to really kick them down, but we have some words from the floor. AV is going to let us know what's going on out there after that close game.
Bro, I'm going to just say that it got super loud in here, and the xGODS are popping off. They are really feeling themselves here. But I do want to say, for these Cyclones, they missed the perfect opportunity to put pizza and sauce on the same in this game, bro. I'm just saying, pizza sauce, come on.
Pizza sauce would be a very nice duo, absolutely. But it's going to be Bosif sauce that's coming out here, which I don't think is quite as good. I don't think that would be anything that you would want to order at Subway. So
maybe. You never know.
Maybe he might get sponsored. We'll see what happens. The Bosif sauce. Do you think it would be like a ranchero sauce, or do you think it would be like a chipotle or...
That's really hard. Bosif.
He is a little bit, I know we've got a guy named Spicy in the league, but I do feel like Bosif's would be something spicy. He's got some flair to his personality. Maybe a jalapeno sauce.
A jalapeno sauce. Bosif jalapenos.
Bosif jalapeno. Yeah, that would be. That's the one.
That kind of that has the right flair to it. That has the right flair to it. Making sure everything is set up here.
Don't worry, I only want 90% when the deal goes through.
Only 90%?
I'm gonna give him a little. I'm gonna let.
Okay,
him
that's
have
nice.
some.
That's nice. You're a nice guy there. Now looking across the aisle here. So if you're looking at the bottom of your side, you're going to be looking for points for each team. One's going to say opponent, that will be the LAX guys. The other will say your team, that will be the Cyclones. So if you are fans here, you will have to find it. I will tell you who's who just in a second. Everybody's getting set up here, trying to find what they want to do. Everybody's got to get their stuff together. Players got to find exactly what they need to do. So you see, they just need to turn it, I believe, off of. I believe they just need to turn off of their layup timings and their shot timings. They need to take this off a real player percentage and to go from there. One more player should need to do this. That'll put us at 4 players, which is everybody involved in this 2K game.
Yeah, and after this, we're going into another sports game immediately. NHL.
Ooh, is Bosif available? No, yes, it should be. It should be. There should have, after that game, they should be close enough to a reset.
At least one player, yeah. They'll be able to reset and have at least one player. So it looks like we are going to be watching.
I will see here. The Curry, that makes me think AJ. I think AJ consistently has played Curry. But we have to see. We'll find out here in a second if this shot does go in. It does not. Fine purchase. Kareem go ahead, get the rebound, kicks it to Kobe. Kobe gets that first step, but actually doesn't end up taking the lane. Ends up moving back, gets some space, kicks it down. And I have to believe that we're going to go ahead and find it. That point went to your team. So in the white, you will have the LAX guys. In the blue and, in the black, you will have the Cyclones. There we go. Took me a second there.
Yeah. Yes. No. What? Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
No,
your team.
Black
Your team.
is not in this. No. Bosif, I believe, is Curry.
We'll find out here in a
Yeah,
second.
we'll let you know in a minute. But for now, we've got a 1-1 game, and that over-the-head layup will not go in. Curry from the 3, though, always reliable. Not this time. Embiid's going to send it out back to Curry. Another 3, and that one will go in.
Unable to find it. Kareem. I'm letting you know that is Kobe Bryant and Kareem going on the Cyclones. So yes, your team is the Cyclones there in the black jerseys, and in the white is the are the players over there on the xGODS. Not the showing I would have expected, but maybe taking some time to heat up. Again, we have to see as we move through it. Going ahead and stepping in. Curry not able to find the shot. The defense has been impeccable from these two players. Now, if you're looking for that young rookie, he is on Kobe Bryant, looking to make a play with Kareem being that of Bosif. Again, the play was a little bit delayed there. Maybe not immediately seeing the play. He had the opportunity there for the give and go, but feeling confident in his own play. And now stepping down low, kicking it back. They have 18 seconds. They're going to need to start finding an opportunity. Knight pick into the roll, takes the shot this time. Luckily, his teammates there to take it, but the big man on the side of the LAX guys take it themselves. That would be AJ on the Embiid. And here we go, Sauce with another shot. Doesn't find the spot. AJ with another rebound. Kicks it to Nexus. Nexus looking to hold on to the ball and then take another one of these shots to put his team up by 4. And that might just be it. It is.
Ooh, from further than he even needed as well. What a lock for Nexus. Putting that one in for his team. Now it's going to be Sauce with control of the ball. Maybe looking for a 3-pointer. No, he finds an opening, and he's going to take a 2-pointer from the inside. He actually does go in. It looks for a second like that one was coming back out.
I like the decision. Some teams get really rushed, even though they don't need to, and start trying to take some of the more risky, longer-range shots. If you have Curry, I expect you to be taking some shots. But there, they start looking at Nexus a little too heavily, and guess what happens? Immediately, AJ is there to punish them down low. He's just sitting there looking for the block. And the pass over again, these points are staying close at that 3-point difference. We need a couple of stops, though, coming out of the side of the Cyclones. That was a close ball that could have been taken.
Yeah,
here.
very nice touch there by Nexus, just barely able to tip the ball. And ends up putting another point on the board. So even though playing Curry, not supposed to be playing under the net, he's still able to make that layup, put up another point. Curry running into the big man cannot get through. And Kobe's going to go ahead and put that one up. So that'll be Sauce putting up more points on the board for the Cyclones. But like you said, the scoreline is just staying at 3.
Nice foul there just to reset the play.
Oh.
That doesn't count.
Does not count.
But that Curry, that's Nexus just showing, like, don't give me room. Shoot, if you take the room away, I still might make the shot.
Yeah. Truthfully, now he is under net, but
Kicks
he's going to
it
send it
back.
to the outside. That's going to be
The
AJ
handoff.
almost. He fakes a three-pointer, and now it's going to be Nexus comfortable on the line. He puts it up high, arcs in, but they're going to get control again. Now Nexus is going to go up from far. That one almost going in. Out to Sauce on the three-point line. Not going for anything too crazy yet. Might want to make an approach. He doesn't really step back to the 3 too often. He usually tries to get more of an approach than this. We're going to see it again. He's going to go under the net, make the pass to the big man, and from a distance, we're going to get that one laid up into the net.
Bosif was losing there because AJ kept stepping inside of him and boxing him out there on the low side of the boards. I was happy to finally see him shift so that he could give his team another chance, and they bring this game back within one shot, one possession. They both jump, but is anyone there? Nice job. I love Sauce's awareness. He stepped back out, was watching for that shot, realized that maybe that they were trying to bait him down on the low block. But this looks like AJ feels confident to go up against and play one-on-one with Bosif, trying to get that shot, trying to get that area under the boards, and finally finds a nice spot to just go ahead and lay it in off the glass. Back to a three-point game. Let's see if they're able to answer quick enough. Not taking a three, but stepping in, looking to make a shot. But instead, we're running around. Kareem's not going to take that. You notice no one's biting for him to step out. And goes ahead and kicks it down low, kicks it to Kobe, and they're going back to running these laps. Once again, under 20 seconds. They got to find their shot. They got to find their opportunity. Bosif just takes the one, keep them within 2, and keep the game playing. We don't know time yet, but I have to believe 1 minute is left on that clock. As I ask for it, the game master lets us know on the floor. They need to get a stop here. With no one to pick up the rebound, this is easy for AJ to grab and put back in. And now you need 2 scores. You have to stop them after you make another basket. 2 would be the perfect thing here, but if you can't get 2, you'll have to settle for 1. You don't want to take that shot. You're moving. Your feet aren't there. They're trying just to get enough space to give Kobe the open look. He takes the shot, and it goes in. This is a 1-point game.
Oh, man, this one is close. Now it is up to Nexus to try to put this one in, or AJ, if they can get him under the net. It's pretty open right now, so AJ's going to go up, and he's going to put one in.
But this could be a tie game. Importantly, they have to find another one of those shots, if at all possible, and that's why you see both players out there on the edge. He finds the space. He's looking for the opportunity. He takes the shot. It doesn't go in. He's going to have to kick back and find another one. They both pursue him, and they end up taking the one. But with 10 seconds left, I think that's going to be the game in the favor of the LA xGODS. A valiant attempt.
All right. So that'll be a win for the xGODS. They go up to 14-11 up on the Cyclones now. This might be one of the biggest score lines we've had all season.
Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is.
It's going to end. Yeah, it's going to end really impressively, truthfully. Yeah, I don't know. We're going into this NHL now off of a sports loss by the Cyclones and Bosif yet again. This time they do not have Bosif. They do not have Sauce for this sports game. It's just going to be everyone else left on the roster. xGODS are going to have X-Ray Aspect, Electric, and the player of their choice, which AJ
Nexus, whichever one they feel like sending in.
Yeah.
Maybe Havoc's put some more time into it, and they just decide to throw him in.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
a lot of them are just probably looking for practice now here more than anything else, and so
Good
we will
point.
see them go ahead and pick whoever they want. Not having Bosif is the hard answer here. I think Baba Yagins is the default. And then after that, there's a lot of question marks. If Silver's looking to show maybe his growth as a player, we might see him go ahead and step into that role as well. But we have to see.
Yeah. A lot of players, honestly, on the side of the Cyclones have to step up. They have to step up into a lot of different roles because they have expectations already. We already know what we want out of them, and they are not delivering. Bosif, the tier 1 with a specialty in sports games, has a negative sports record today. That is
it's
simply
0.
not acceptable against any team. I don't care if you're playing the Reapers from last season, if you're playing the Eclipse from last season, 2 seasons ago. it really doesn't. It doesn't matter. Your tier 1 specialist in a category has to take a win in their special tier, in their special
I
category.
agree with you, but today, this is the one issue I have. AJ and Nexus are 2 of the best sports players in the league. They've been the best sports duo time and time again. And this is that one scary point is I think a lot of these tier 1s win you almost every single game in their category, except when they meet those players that are matching here. And I wonder if it is a support issue, but I don't know. I can't say. I talked to Nexus during half. Talked to him, and to quote him directly, I said, "So it looks like you've been playing some more college football since the last time you played it." And he's like, "No, haven't touched it. Just felt comfortable."
So it was just a fluke the first time.
And he just figured it out. He said, like, I don't know, his offense was easier to read, and he was able to find those interceptions. He just was in the right space, walked forward, pressed Y. That was his entire reality. I think this is just the situation. We're also like where they roll and where they come in, right?
Yeah, the one thing I want to say about the Cyclones is that I will give an exception for NBA, not college football, but for NBA, because Bosif was paired with Sauce, who came in today to fill for the 7 tier. I doubt those two have much practice in that game, and that may be some of the communication that we saw them not being perfect on.
It's a hard call. To me, it's a hard call. And the call is Silver, Baba Yagins, and Pizza Man going up against X-Ray, Aspect, Electric, and you called it AJ and MK1 being the next game. And I think that means that Silver won't be available for MK, if I'm being honest, as well.
Yeah, we're going to see how this one kicks off. We are into the park, and we've got Lightning and Oilers. It will be the xGODS on the Oilers in those blue and orange jerseys. And in the white and blue, we have the Lightning, which will be the Cyclones. Cyclones, Lightning shouldn't be too hard to remember.
All right, let's see how they're able to play.
Our first 2 pucks could end this game.
Yeah.
We have a money puck +3 and a money puck +2. Which 5 is the magic number for winning in this one. So, oh my goodness, the passing plays are beautiful right now from the xGODS.
The stick work as well. They look like they want to end this one quick and continue to get these points as we approach the 1 hour mark. It's going to be important. I want to see how they're able to play. I want to see where they're able to go. This isn't out of the realm of expectations. We've seen it a lot of times where people assume that Bosif isn't available and his team loses. But the reality is that a lot of times Bosif trains up his team to be prepared to play with or without him. But if this first puck goes in, you have to get the second. Ooh, that slide out there isn't the best spot. You have given control back to the LAX gods, who get the chance to throw another shot and bring that stamina on the goalie even further down.
Yeah, some passing coming out from the Cyclones. They push in toward the goalie here. The puck's just going to sit there for a moment. Nobody really getting a handle on it. It'll be the xGODS that find control. The pass across goes a little wide, but they are able to recover. I'm sorry, it is fought for, and the Cyclones get control. It's a back and forth right now in the middle of the ice, but that is all xGODS up front. They're not able to score, and I think one of those men just almost lost his arm.
Choosing to lay on the puck there. I don't think it was safe to pass it out in any capacity, any direction, and not risk giving up a goal. But here we go on to the attack once again. If you're looking for AJ, that's going to be that yellow player. And as I glance down,
it's going to be the xGODS putting in a money puck +3, putting themselves up to a 3, which means this money puck +2 could be the end of the game if it's scored by the xGODS. However, the Cyclones putting it in would really close this up. All right, so that one will be sat on by the Cyclones for a moment, which means that it'll be sent back down the ice in control of the xGODS. And they've got passing close across the ice, but still somehow able to hold on to possession of the puck for so long. The pass gets blocked off. Once again, great stick work, great blocking. The xGODS just have so much control over the ice right now. They go for another one, wipes out, trying to score that one. Not going to go in. The Cyclones have to get this one out of there. They have to send this man up the ice. He takes the shot, but it goes off the glove of the goalie.
Back on the Cyclone side of the rink and back in control of the LAX guys. They send it there on the back. Their goalie's laying on top of it, and I can't believe he's going to go ahead and release that any time soon. So here we go. LAX guys on attack. They throw it off the wall. They try to send it to one another. They are unable to, and this is what we want to see from the Cyclones. Never mind, scratch that. It's AJ Little Blue looking to end the game and is not able to do so. So here we go once again. In red, we have X-Ray Aspect, and that blue player will be Electric. Light blue has control of it. Sends it back to his goalie. Don't know if you wanted to send it there. Sends it out as well with 2 of these LAX guys sitting around ready and willing to take a shot, and that's the first period. Importantly, there are only 2 periods in this game now, which means it's do or die. We're going to need to see a score coming out right now. Light blue is Baba Yagens, purple is Silver, and green is Pizza.
Yeah, Pizza, Baba, Silver, all really needing to make Bosif proud here. It seems like they're getting coached by their coach and not their sports game players. So the 3 of them all huddled around, as you can see. X-Ray, Electric, and AJ look pretty comfortable out there. AJ not centering for his team. They've actually got X-Ray in the middle. All of these players locked in. It's so funny to see them all lean in together with their controllers when it's game time again. Now we're going to see a side switch as well. The xGODS on the Oilers are going to be up top moving down the ice, and you're going to see the Cyclones moving up the ice there on the Lightning. So the Lightning goalkeeper is now down at the bottom. The xGODS, who only need this puck to win the game, trying to score down on the bottom here. They take a hard shot, but they're unable to hold on to it. They give it away to the goalie, and now the Cyclones finally with control, finally with some nice stick work as well. Pizza Man tries to make that one, but it is not going to go in.
Sends it around the ring to the outside. This is AJ Little Blue. He sends it on over to Electric. Electric with the shot. Wasn't able to find the goal, but they immediately check and force that puck back out into the open ice.
Yeah, we see X-Ray sending it up as well. The control might go over to AJ here. Sends it out, and that one just goes to the corner. They're just playing the time on this one. They really only have to play for 2 minutes. Even if this puck does go in, it won't be an even game. So the more control the xGODS get, the more likely they are to win this no matter what the circumstance. You can see they're kind of just throwing it off the wall as well. Control for Electric only for a second. Now it goes to Silver, who sends it up the ice once again, trying to get it around to his teammate, but it'll be AJ sending it right back up. Electric tries to get control. Silver with a really far shot. The goalkeeper did not even move. He just stood and took it, and now AJ with a 1v1 with the goalie. No, going to hold on to the puck. Now he takes a slap shot from far, and not going to get that one in either. Trying to take shots every once in a while, but it doesn't seem to be the main priority. Right now the priority for the team is letting the clock tick down, and this clock feels, honestly, a lot lengthier than most sports game clocks. I feel like the last 40 seconds have gone by over the course of 2 minutes, so this one's slow, dramatic. AJ with another approach. They keep sending him in, and that's why, because he's going to score the winning goal for their team and shut out the Cyclones.
The reset was the big difference there. AJ showing those leadership, those managerial skills that he's developed over seasons, playing with both good, bad teammates, whatever term you want to use for them, but playing with a plethora of teammates and knowing how to put pieces in place, how to lead those pieces to find success in those sports games. It's one of the big keys. I think if we'd have seen Bosif in that game, that is the sign of a telltale good sports player here in the league, is leadership skills second to none, and AJ's been doing it for so long. Doesn't surprise me with him being available. He's able to find not just a win, but like a fairly quick one with 2 beneficial money pucks, obviously helping him.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. We only have 2 periods in the game now. Back when we had 3-period games, most games would go the distance. So when you see it wrapping up halfway through the second period, now that we've shortened it, it should go to time even more. But no, the xGODS still want to close it out quickly. And as a team who's sitting so far in the lead, you would think that they would want to just take it easy, but they're steamrolling through this wheel, and they're 2 games away from the beautiful Magic 17 that guarantees you a win no matter how the rest of the game goes. They could throw out all their forfeits and let the Cyclones win everything else, and if they're sitting at 17, there's nothing the Cyclones can do to win.
So I don't know where to read this game next one, MK going. It's going to be Ambushman and Psycho. Psycho's who you would want from the Cyclones, but X-Ray Aspect is available, and his Raiden has been kind of a boss character for a lot of teams to have to get around and deal with. That's ignoring the fact that other players can go in. It looks like they're sending in Nexus along with X-Ray, that 2 and that 3. So it's going to be 2 and 3 versus 2 and 3. Each one of these tiers are trying to make an argument for themselves, not just for this week, but for next week and all the weeks going forward. And this hopefully can be a moment for you to look back and be like, hey, I am where I am for a reason. Did Silver move down the tier list? I just realized that.
Silver, was he in the 3?
I want to say he was in the 3. Psycho was in the 2 before.
He was in the 3 because he was placed higher than his brother Scarlet, and Scarlet was in the 5, was he not? Or was he in the 6?
He was in the 2.
Oh, Scarlet was in the 2. No, I believe Silver was down near the 4 or 5. One of them was much higher than the other, so I do believe Silver was in the 5, and Silver was notably, for a lot of their head-to-head showings, showing up his brother a little bit. There were a couple of scenarios where he got the upper hand, so I remember the consideration of the fact that Silver was lower in his tier on his team, but still winning games against Scarlet.
So the Raiden and the Kinshi, this has to be where, we're starting out with Psycho and Havoc. So the electricity, the Raiden you see on the right-hand side of your screen is going to be great. And Silver will be available for grabbing. Ball fighters should be a good time. And it looks like they're going to want it because right now, Psycho, though, getting some damage out. The Breaker to not deal with any of the shenanigans. And here we go. X-Ray Aspect starting it up with this Raiden. He's always able to find some damage and has to block it out. But unfortunately, he gets hit once again. And this is going to be some huge damage. Forces out the Breaker. Neither side really has a meter anymore. So it's going to force them to play a little bit more neutral. Catches him twice. And now just mixing him with these high lows. Finally getting blocked. Uses the super, but nothing followed. Never mind, he pressed a button. This is going to get rid of the fatal blow, and you have to hope that it's going to end the round, but I don't believe there's enough damage here to do so. Importantly, no, he needs to win this round, and he does. Good job by Psycho, going up 1 life over X-Ray Aspect.
Making that final really worth it, because if he were to lose that round after using it, he'd be in a terrible position. So now he's got to win this one straight up on his own, and of course he can do it, but coming so dangerously close and so even last time, it does make you question.
But I think X-Ray is starting to figure out a couple of his sequences, and now we're going to see some of that big damage come out. Now, overhead. Again, overhead. Are you going to guess again? He went low this time. Now, where are you going? Overhead. Are you going to be able to guess? High, low. He went low this time. I need you to guess. Overhead. Now, one more time for game. That was another overhead. This is where the mind games really begin, where the 50-50s in the games happen. It sounds like third is going out there. Somebody needs to get in there. I want to see them sitting down with Cyclone helping out. He's now stuck in the corner, dealing at the same time. Nice job blocking the low. Now he has to still find an opportunity to take his turn. Is he able to? No, he's not able to. He dodges the throw, ends up getting the freeze, and now I need him to take his turn back. Importantly, he doesn't have his fatal blow for this, but is able to get some damage. That's a nice 11%, and now forcing the Breaker out of X-Ray Aspect. But X-Ray is not done forcing the block. This is a new version of the game. Some things have changed between some characters. Don't know how much time either one of these players have been looking at it. But the break comes out, and now we're looking as the two move forward. It looks like Psycho is dashing up, taking a little bit of space. He does have the health lead here. If he just lives and doesn't take too much damage for the next 40 seconds, he will win over X-Ray Aspect and put his team in the advantage. But you don't want to be in the corner where you have to deal with these highs and lows. Now you've lost the life lead, and you're back into this guessing game. Never mind, you might just be dead.
Yeah, he wants to close that one out with style, and he will. Oh my God, that makes me. All right, I can't. Strix, you got to do that.
Oh yeah, no, I need you to understand. I need you to understand. Mortal Kombat is a brutal game, and that is 42% coming off of Psycho, and the round being finished. X-Ray Aspect only has 1 life, but it is over for Psycho.
Dude, why the kneecaps, man? I can't. That's like the only thing I can't do. Like the rest of the game, I know it's just a game, but when they go for the kneecaps, that I can feel that in my legs. It's so uncomfortable. All right, well, Ambushman is coming in. Psycho did some damage. We do know that X-Ray Aspect only has 1 life remaining, so even if he's able to take a round off of Ambushman, Ambushman only has to take 1 from X-Ray, so he just has to find a rhythm. Even if he needs a round to start making the reads, he has the time.
Goes ahead and picks the Sub-Zero. So to see which one of these characters get the advantage. It's a hard game to play. I think that like both sides were kind of discussing what they need to do. Another a few laps on the floor. Heard third say like it's only X-Ray Aspect. He has 1 life left. I think that that's a very good. I think that's a very good call for your player.
X-Ray Aspect.
I think you have to talk to your player in a reasonable way. You can't be like, well, you're fighting you know, the winner of Evo here. You got to just do your best. Like, nah, it's just a person sitting across from you.
Yeah.
And now here's the big thing. Does Ambushman know there is a block button in Mortal Kombat? I would assume so. This is the first check immediately in Mortal Kombat. He has to block low there, and now we're back into the blender. The overhead, a nice block. He tries to take his opportunity, gets some damage in, throwing out a few buttons, but is unable to find a win here. And the overhead low, we've seen this happen once again. Overhead low. And then you get into a game of wondering whether you see third kind of giving the idea there of, hey, overhead or low. Ambushman coming out strong here, but immediately being put back into the corner and being comboed off of the throw. Not a whole lot of damage, but some damage nonetheless. Every single one of these teleports seems to be just enough to catch his opponent off guard. X-Ray Aspect playing his role again. He knows his limits. He knows how good or bad he is. He's just looking for an opportunity to get some damage. And Ambushman got some damage of his own. Let's see it, Ambush. We have it. I see maybe why he was willing to play here, but X-Ray is going to, I think, come back in with a ton of damage. Isn't able to finish up the game, but one more hit will surely do it, and that should be the hit. A ton of damage coming out, and that is the game for X-Ray.
Yeah, X-Ray Aspect puts the xGODS in position where they only need one more game for the guaranteed win. Now, the Cyclones may make a stop here before they get there. Dragon Ball FighterZ with silver available is huge for the Cyclones. This is a chance for them to make the stop.
Importantly, they've also caught the xGODS kind of out of position once again here with no major fighting game players available. Havoc plays, Electric plays. This one I have to assume Hasaj and Sin play, but Silver is one of the best Dragon Ball FighterZ players in the league. I say one of the best. I'm talking like he is in the conversation for top 3. And it all depends where he goes. There's a lot of argument that he is the best in the league. So this is a moment for them to get their 4th win and to come out and to stop that 17 point.
I like the Cyclone strategy right now of using this as valuable practice time. Third Anarchist is sitting down with his players and coaching them through everything because this is real-time experience that they're gaining against the best team in the conference and maybe the best in the league. There is no more valuable practice than this because, unfortunately, the odds of the xGODS scrimming the Cyclones later down the road is going to be only to the point where they're about to reach playoffs. They are not going to want that kind of scrimmage going up into the Reapers because the Cyclones are not going to be a challenge to them. They're not going to be the scrimmage that they're looking for. They want a tougher team from the other conference that they don't have to play later on. So this is the chance that the Cyclones have.
Well. They have Silver and Cycle. They should win this. Unless somebody on the xGODS is insane that I do not know. Yeah, unless there's somebody I just don't know. I have to believe that it's going to go the way of the Cyclones. And again, I really want to jump on that point that you mentioned about coaching and preparing your players. There's a lot of people in the building that will look at a top fighter, and X-Ray Aspect has that respect. He's up there. He's proven himself time and time again. They forfeited. It sounded like the xGODS ended up forfeiting, realizing they didn't have a chance, letting the game go. But I want to highlight his. To climb a mountain, you can't look at it as a mountain. You have to look at it as a step up a hill along the way. If it feels unconquerable, you're not going to be able to conquer it, and Roller Champs the next game up on the wheel. If it feels unconquerable, I'll go back to what I was saying. Then you won't be able to do it. So I think the right call there is I don't care if you're sitting down in front of, I could list any number of players in this league, but at the end of the day, if you're sitting down across from the top fighter and you decide that you cannot beat them, if you're sitting across from somebody and decide they're better than you at these games across any of these 5 categories, whoever it is, be it Bosif in NHL, be it AJ in 2K, be it anybody, anywhere, you are setting yourself up to lose. Because you have to believe, first and foremost, you have to have the confidence to say, I can win this. I will find a way. If it doesn't happen, oh well. But you have to at least have the confidence to start off there.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get some words from the floor with AV. AV, what's going on out there?
I'm so upset. I'm so upset they didn't play Dragon Ball Z because they were trying to push an ego so hard for the Cyclones. They wanted that win so bad. But X-Ray said that the xGODS did not have enough time to set up the game. No one was setting up Dragon Ball Fighters. So with them not having any more timeouts, they decided we'll forfeit. Now, to talk about a little bit of Ambush Man, I think he did really well towards the second half. I think that once he learned how to do his combos, he forgot how to block. So he's like a Pokemon. He only got 4 moves. He had to forget another move.
There's always the option to flee.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he was unable and got caught up in the combos. So we will have roller champs coming up next. It's going to be Havoc and likely AJ and Nexus, I would think.
Forgot to block is an insane statement. I need you to understand.
I'm trying to move away from it.
No. He forgot to block. Roller champions, Havoc has to go in. Havoc is a pretty good player. He played it in his rookie season when it was on the wheel. BOSI sports player. Maybe we see them taking their first sports game of the day. It's just roller champions and FC left in that sports category.
Yeah. I mean, if they are able to take it, Cyclones, 6 games? That's pretty much the entire sports category. They didn't take all the sports games, but it's about what people may have expected them to win. They're no Blaze where they're going to dominate the sports category against almost every team, but you'd expect Bosif, with how many he's been able to go in for, to take more of them.
Yeah.
Now the question is who you anchor on the side of the Cyclones.
Doing a quick glance at what's left on this wheel. I want to think about that a little bit, but maybe we can get a better look by taking a look at these tier 1s to see who's playing. Both teams have the rough day. AJ, not so much, and there you go. Almost a perfect reflection of each other. These are 2 sports tier 1s, but I think the overall coverage right now is in the favor of AJ. He coming from, a championship team. He's come from a leadership position. The shooters, he's 3-0. 0-5 in the shooters for BOSI.
Yeah, 0-5 in the shooters, 0-2 in the sports. If it weren't for Sin, the racing rookie LVP of the year, AJ Littleblue would be undefeated here. So, no, Sin is very competent at racers, but unfortunately, AJ Littleblue not with a 10-0. We do want to take a look at our tier 2s, though. We have Nexus and Ambushman. Take a look at it. Cyclones 2-7, sorry. And then Nexus standing up with that 9-1 as well. Same record as his tier 1. They've gone in for a lot of similar games. At this point, 3 sports for Nexus, but it's been 0 sports games played for Ambushman. Somehow he's avoided all of the ones that have spun on the wheel. He hasn't been necessary to play in any of them. He's lost 2 strategy games, been able to win 2 racers. That's where he picked up. He's probably got one of the best records on his team at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah. If he's been in for 2 of their wins, 4 of them are, all that's there.
It's half. He was part of half of the wins for his team. That's not too bad. It was only 4 wins, unfortunately. I'm just looking at that Season 9, Week 5 over there on the sides, and
Week 5.
Yeah, we're coming up to a really pivotal point in the season. At the halfway point, a lot of teams are going to start getting stigmas, and they're going to start thinking things of themselves, whether they're a high-tier team or a low-tier team. And the Cyclones are going to walk out of this one 0-4 unless they can win 13 games in the next 39 minutes. So, if they win a game every 3 minutes.
So that just means that the xGODS fail every setup for the next 40 minutes. Every 4 minutes, they get a win, guaranteed.
Listen. Actually, that wouldn't even work because they need to win a game every 3 minutes, and there are 4-minute setups.
The Cyclones forfeit. I'm not going to comment on anything else that possibly may have been said on the floor. Next up is StarCraft 2, and we've been hearing about it all day. I'm happy. For people that know, people at home, what's happening to my caster, the game was played, they was forfeited, and I believe we heard a what the Sigma call from the floor.
Alpha has to be the worst thing that's ever happened, ever in the history of the world. that's upsetting that just happened live in the UEL, but we do have StarCraft 4v4. So to pivot off of Gen Alpha and go back to, what would it be, Baby Boomers? We're going to play some StarCraft. So
Baby, no,
4v4
millennials. No. We're not getting away. That's definitely a millennial call. Whoa, Baby Boomers?
Yeah, somewhere around there, right? You talked about playing it on the N64 the other day.
Yeah,
I'm going to pretend.
That's the 90s.
For
That's
the sake of this
millennials.
argument, I'm going to pretend I didn't grow up with an N64. You talked about playing it on the N64 the other day. That's an old people thing, Strix.
That's a millennial. Millennials are like 40 now.
I'm not a millennial. I had one. Doesn't mean anything.
No, you're old.
Maybe your grandparents
You're old.
had
No,
one.
you're old. You're old. I need you to understand. You're trying to pretend that you're not old, and it's okay.
I'm
sweetie.
not.
You're old.
I'm
no.
not.
Please let us know. Go ahead and tweet at UEL Esports.
Whether
if
I'm
you can-
old?
Yes. Go ahead and let Speedy know that he is in fact old. He doesn't get to go away from that. He had an
my.
N64, and that's an old console. That's incredible. It is one of the older consoles. Oh my! And now I'm getting called ancient. That's great. All right, cool. Anyway, StarCraft 2, an amazing game. Probably the most legacied game here on the wheel, the most seasoned game, the most wise game here on the wheel.
You got some really good antonyms for old. They
Yeah, antonyms, because they're not old.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah,
Thank
I
you.
did. I messed
Thank
up the
you.
joke. You're right.
Thank you. I
You're
appreciate it. There we go. The best game on the wheel.
Yeah. All right. So
Absolutely.
Gramps is
StarCraft
done
2.
yapping. We're heading into StarCraft 4v4. Bosif is going to be promised to go into this one for the Cyclones, and then they will be able to select 3 players to go in. The xGODS have a pretty wide selection. They've got Havoc. They have X-Ray. Some of the big brains on this team. AJ, their team leader, of course, big brain boy over there. So plenty of ideal lineup. And as long as they can get into this one, which, come on, a SurfThing can run like the entire Blizzard library at once. We don't recommend it, but Overwatch 2 and StarCraft 2 have run at the same time on those things
Starting
before.
StarCraft.
So-
Somebody call Billy.
Yeah, we're about on the way in. Yeah, somebody called Billy for what? He's going to cry if he watches these guys play.
No, again, look, there's a lot of people with the opinion that Havoc is the second best StarCraft player in the league.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, they said they're worried about Ambushman, so maybe there's something there. Overwatch 2 being next. I know my young Zoomer co-caster's happy about that, but right now we're in StarCraft 2. The goal here is going to be to build bases and to take a play.
I'm getting attacked from our director and my co-caster at the same time. That's insane.
So anyway, Bosif, really importantly here, Bosif and Psycho played with Havoc last season, so they have an idea of what they want to happen here.
Right.
And now immediately it looks like Ambushman's making a few calls to get his team in position.
Yeah, we do have unlimited resources as well, so you're going to see these builds go up so quickly. Pylons going out, going to be gathering information. I'm curious if either of these teams are going to try to run something early on to try and take the win just right out of the gate, but we often see this one going down to the end of resource building.
And it's hilarious to me that Ambushman is not trying, but I think that is a line of probes.
Oh yeah, look at
coming in from the xGODS. There could be some shenanigans afoot. If they're not ready, they could be dropping cannons, and this could spell the death of one or two of the players almost immediately.
Yeah, cannon rushing, a very viable strategy, especially if the team isn't prepared for it, if you don't usually play it. So we have to see if, like you said, some of these players have a read on their former teammates.
It looks like Havoc has elected to leave the starting area and instead build elsewhere so that he is prepared to begin to play. I hear some fighting going on, which means the cannons have to have gone down, and it looks like that's Havoc as well, not only getting his build started, but harassing the opponents and putting as much pressure down as possible, not letting them play. This is a thing that a lot of people don't realize. If you at home thought, well, Havoc and Ambushman is going to be a really close and even fight, Havoc is not looking for an even fight. Havoc is looking for a win. He's going to put you under as much pressure as possible, and if you aren't prepared, you could die very easily. Havoc now taking a break here. He's going to start building up his forces, and we have to see where they end up. I want to see what Ambushman is able to do and where Ambushman is able to take a fight. Those gateways finishing up for Havoc as he continues to build more and more cannons. Now, the one good thing here is that creep prevents any of the pylons being placed now onto that to stop kind of the general cannon rush. But now they are still trying here. You notice Havoc's not ever stopping and wasting a moment. Now the Zerglings have come out to try to deal with this cannon rush, but it might just be Ambush Man against the world, and I don't know if he can build up enough forces to be able to actually take this fight. Now we pop over to Ambush Man. He has a bunch of Evo chambers. He's going to be working on all of his upgrades while at the same time trying to keep his teammates alive. We see so many of these bases. He has tons and tons of queens injecting. He's trying to build up this armor. We haven't seen Zerg yet be played over the course of the season. I had a few conversations with him, and he really feels confident in his ability to use Zerglings and use the Zerg race as a whole to be able to get an advantage. I see that Muta Den done, so I have to believe that we are going to see Mutalisks popping out large in mass here very shortly. The important thing, though, is his teammates are pretty much out of the game. They might have been able to move, maybe set up. It doesn't look like they have. They are instead being cannon rushed. So now he has to do this all on his own. And here we go. The mutas come out. Tons and tons of mutas. The sky will be filled. And he is now clearing as many of these cannons as possible. But in the meantime, he has to be wary of the forces of the xGODS that sit behind this. Notice Havoc did this, and we saw Havoc already building up his forces in the back, but he has to be able to deal with both sets of groups. He's making more and more units. He's trying to keep this production up, and it's going to be a matter of how fast can he continually build these units. He seems like he's possibly saved a teammate and now maybe looking to engage the opponents, and it's just a matter of can these stalkers, we see tons and tons, waves and waves. He's even willing to back up now, realizing that maybe the numbers are a little bit too great and trying to find a better fight, another well-positioned fight. And this is the worry of dealing with Protoss. They can produce so much so consistently that I don't know that you just win this without your opponent having bad positioning. He runs in and takes this fight now and is able to take out the Void Rays relatively quickly. Has he hit the critical mass to be able to take out these Stalkers? We see more Stalkers appearing constantly. Every time he kills a few, more and more appear. He's going to need greater and greater waves. He pulls back once again to reposition for another fight. I don't think he has enough. Luckily, this choke point isn't buying him a little bit more time. If I was on the side of the LAX Scots, I would be saying walk in. And we see the Blink finally finishing up now, trying to surround these Mutalisks and deal as much damage. And the waves of Stalkers seem to have no end. More and more are coming in. More and more flood the screen. I don't know here if we will have the opportunity to find a win. And now I have to see he gets some more upgrades. And he's trying his best. But it looks like the numbers right now are holding. He's pushing this line and moving a little bit forward. But he's fighting 4 players on his own. It seems like he's still managing to go more and more, but I see him pull back there for a second, and on the other side we see Havoc calmly building up, looking. We see more warpins coming in from X-Ray Aspect. This wave will never end. The river will continue. But more importantly, the Dark Templar have arrived. With no detection available, the supply will disappear. The ability to continue to replenish these armies will be gone. We don't know. I don't see on Ambush Man's side, I don't believe he has any detection, nothing to see these invisible units. And so he watches as his entire army is just standing there, unable to deal with these invisible units. And X-Ray Aspect not having to deal with the front, but just being at the back with a knife ready to take him down. And now Ambush Man, even with an army of a great size, he needs something. He needs to be able to stop his buildings from going down. They realize we just need to get rid of these hatcheries. If these hatcheries disappear, we might be able to win. He's trying to rebuild, and now he has to take another fight. The Stalkers are still there. There are more Void Rays now. He just has to fight and pray that there is enough. But with 4 players in front of him, it's hard for me to believe that he can turn the tide.
His army used to look massive, but now he's starting to be outnumbered. They aren't producing in the same great lengths that he is, but they over time are able to just overwhelm him, and now you can't even see the ground game anymore. You have no idea what's happening down there. They're just firing at his units, and they're going to start going down quicker than they did previously. You see he's trying to build up some more. Will he pull back these ones? Not quite yet. They're doing a great job of clearing the waves still.
He has a lot of Mutalisks, and they're able to break down this Stalkers wave after wave. I'm now wondering where the remainder of the LAX Gods Fortress forces, and they step in. The one good thing here is against Void Rays. Void Rays do less damage against biological units compared to some of those mechanical options, which mean this is a good matchup into Void Rays having these Mutalisks. It's going to come down to now if he can just continue to produce enough. Normally, the Zerg is looking to overwhelm with numbers, but as his bases fall, as he's unable to replenish as quickly, he has to find an opportunity now in these moments to just continue to make more. You see him trying to build more bases, trying to find more opportunities for a few more units. I hear the call 2 minutes before building is stopped. Neither side has stopped fighting since minute 3.
Yeah,
This
it kicked off hot.
is crazy, the play that's going on here. His teammates, I wonder what happened. I said his teammates were out of the game, but they had to have an opportunity to maybe build something else, to do a little bit more, to continue to try and help him. But he's pushed them back. He might have found it. Maybe Ambushman is proving me wrong, the league wrong. I think everyone sitting here watching, he's had enough. The Mutas are enough here to just win out and to take the remaining forces. He had to pull back once again, and when he does, the Stalkers just step forward. And this is where it's going to be hard, and now the carriers have arrived. More and more units for him to deal with, and he pulls back again, but he's running out of space. He's being backed into a corner. What is he able to do, and is he able to find a win? I think against any other team that is not the bots, that is not X-Ray Aspect, that is not Havoc to your face, you have a chance in StarCraft fairly easily. But to beat them, it cannot just be you. You need 2, 3, 4 good players that are going to be able to match not just what you're able to do, but what your opponents are able to do. Because in a one-on-one, yeah, you can beat Havoc. In a one-on-one, you can beat X-Ray. But in a 4v4, this requires you to have as many competent teammates as possible. Notice his bases are gone. He's trying to fight forces, but now he's just dealing with more and more. They ignored him. They went over and killed his bases, but he continues to fight. He continues to try. But as we see the Mutalisks disappear, he having to build Corruptors to try to deal with the carriers. He's able to get stuff done, but there's just too much. Just too much for him to do. So I hope that he queues up as many as possible, and from here he just has to fight it out. He has to believe. No more building. He's going to have to win with what he has. But I think, as I said, the tide is not coming back in. And in this case, the LA xGODS will stand victorious. I have to believe with just the sheer number of Stalkers. The LA xGODS, again, the only criticism, you should be walking forward. There's no reason for you to be standing at the ramp where none of your teammates can now walk up. Blink forward, do something. Continue to walk forward and to try to take this fight and not let him back up. Instead, they just might realize that, hey, he can't beat everything, so if I continue to put this pressure on, we will just win. And this is the thing. I said Ambushman 1v4. I don't know anybody that could win 1v4 in this format of StarCraft with unlimited resources.
Yeah, he is trying his best, and he's still putting out that damage all the same, but you just talk about the overwhelming forces. Eventually, they're going to whittle him down, even if it takes all day. And you can see that there's just no end in sight to the amount of forces coming in. So despite how many he knocks down, there's just so many behind them ready to stand back up. And now it looks like as they flood his base even further, he's going to have more to focus on. These units are going to start moving in different directions, destroying more of his base inside. And he has to figure out which angle he wants to deal with them from. And if he separates these units, it's just not going to be as effective.
Yeah, and I think you notice here, that's unfortunately going to be the tail. More carriers continue to flood in, and I think we have seen it. It was a valiant effort, a great fight, but again, 1v4, you can't do this. His teammates got set far enough behind by that cannon rush that it meant that they just were unable to do much to stop what was coming. Maybe a few more minutes, and he would have been able to do it. We saw him, he held it off all the way up into our stop building mark. But now we have to see now. We have to find that moment. And I think now we're just watching the slow march to victory for the LAX
Yeah,
guys.
it's about over right here. They've just got to wipe the rest of these resources out, all of these buildings, the rest of this base, and that'll be a wrap for them. The LAX gods, they've already hit the point of no return. They have locked this game in. We have 25 minutes remaining, and they're going to go up by yet another. We talked about them being up to 10 at the half and possibly being able to take 20 this game. That is still possible. We have Overwatch 2 coming up next. Hopefully, everybody remembers to close out of StarCraft this time.
We have to see, looking around the map, seeing if there's anything less, any other possible options. One thing that I probably would say is maybe in the future, build up in that north part, try to maybe section off your army, have 2 separate armies. He also wasn't ever given a chance to attack his opponents. And you can just see there's a never-ending fight. In StarCraft, there's a thing with the Protoss called the Golden Armada, and this might be the closest you get a chance to see it in game, this never-ending flight of ships and damage. And it looks like there's just maybe a few buildings left around the map that Ambushmen and they have to find. They have to find every single one of these buildings to end. So this will take us a little bit more time before this game is over, but this is...
I think they found here up in the far right of the map, and the xGODS are going to be declared the victors as they find these final buildings. So there we go, up to the 18 now. 4-18. That is a heavy lead for the xGODS. I mean, we've had some games similar to this. Not a lot. We talked about that previously. Not a lot of games are going this way this season, but a lot of those did feel closer. And with the Cyclones being close to taking wins over several other teams in the league, I think it says so much more about the xGODS than it does about the Cyclones right now.
They did it. Yeah. The xGODS impressed across the board. I think all that's left is for Tekken to roll and them somehow to win that. And then the 2 games they were worried about, they found wins and they found purchase. They did a great job. I know things are like seems like finally quiet out there on the floor, but that was my worry. I think we have AV coming in to talk to us from the floor. AV, what's going on?
The xGODS are loving all of this, man. Not a lot of emotions coming from the Cyclones from this last game. They look like they're locked in for this Overwatch and they're ready to play that. But I actually came onto the floor. I came off the floor to let you guys know, as viewers, we're gonna have a wonderful event for our Halloween coming up. And if you guys haven't noticed, there is a poll, and what that poll does is we have 4 of our casters for Halloween. They are going to have to drink a vanilla Sly and try to commentate through the game. So whoever wins in this poll, or in these polls as we put them through as the week progresses, the winners are going to be drinking a vanilla Sly and trying to stay awake.
You said 4, right?
Yes.
All right, so I'll see you on that day, because you and I are gonna.
Third's in the lead.
Lockdown.
Oh, third in Tony, yes. Okay, Tony needs some rest at home. If you don't know, Dad Hat Tony needs some rest, so go ahead and make sure he's on there. And then, I would love to see the Goon. The Goon's a happy guy. He's amazing.
Yes.
Go ahead and show some love to the Goon. Those are just a few of our amazing casters. You want to go ahead and show some love to them and let them enjoy this casting. Maybe even get Cutters and Cat back on the desk as well.
True. There's so many options for them to choose from.
It's great. Just like so many options in this Overwatch 2, since we play open queue, the compositions have no one singular form. They're very adaptable. So how are you feeling about this? What do you want to see? Last time we saw the LAX guys play, you were kind of impressed, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, the LAX guys have a lock on these team shooters for sure. They're going to have Electric available, Hasaj, Sin, and then they're going to have some of their players that I would think would lean more in this direction. I actually think X-Ray Aspect, this is a shooter really up his alley because you get to use your brain hardcore while you play this shooter.
He plays one of the best Ramachas in the league. And Ramacha right now...
Ramatra always.
Yeah, but when you see him play, he's going to, it might just feel like a fighting game and a strategy game when he's playing. Because I feel like he's always in your face killing you every single time. He's like, yeah, he's got the staff. He's like, yeah, no fist.
Yeah, definitely. You always go for it. So I am excited to see him if he decides to use that. We do have a tank-heavy composition in the league somewhere around a modern disgrace of goats is typically
modern
what we end up having.
Disgrace is crazy.
I mean, classic goats is just unbeatable. You run Lucio, Ana, Diva, Zarya, Reinhardt. You're unbeatable. You will not be killed.
Who was the 6th character back when it was
Brig? Brigitte. And Brigitte was busted.
This is also when she's stunned, right?
This is when she's stunned through shields, so it was really important to have her because she could stun the other Brig and the Reinhardt on the other side to stop the damage from being mitigated.
Blizzard, good job not letting... I don't know if I liked the previous version of the character for obvious reasons. But I guess thanks that it doesn't exist in the same way now.
Yeah, as a Reinhardt player, thank you. That's from all of us.
That's a Reinhardt player. That's crazy.
Listen, I'm tired of getting shield bashed through my own shield. It's a shield.
Speaking of Reinhardt, it looks like Sin is stepping up there. And we're on Coliseum push. This is one of those most common play formats in the league. Checkmate Showdown being the next game.
Yeah, and we do have a... Now, I like this as a standards codes composition, actually. This feels like a legitimate update. I made a joke about it being a disgrace, the modern format, but what we have right now is Reinhardt, Mauga, Ramatra, and then Lucio with the Kiriko to mitigate the Ramatra fire damage that goes out, the anti-nades that may come out from an Ana. I really like that adaptation to the GOATS concept, and I would be willing to call this a really clean version of a modern GOATS.
Oh, it looks like the two teams are having a conversation in chat.
Yes, they are. That has been dangerous for pro Overwatch players in the past. We will make sure that they're doing... Oops, wrong chat. That's. I have a feeling it wasn't. I'm going...
I am Cammy.
Rhea this game? Zarya this game? I'm not sure what he said. Oops.
I'm going Fortnite. I'm going Fortnite.
I'm going Fortnite.
I am Cammy as well was also.
Yes,
I
am.
I think they might be wondering what.
Oh, I think he said Reyna. I think he said he was going Reyna was the first one. All right, so we see Sin approaching on the Reinhardt, getting this mid ground. Is that a Roadhog shotgun we see? Sin, you are going to give people epilepsy at home. You need to calm down. Putting up the shield, not using a ton of it. Ramatra engaging quickly. He's going to pin the Roadhog. Starts to get the damage, and it goes out quick, but the healing is going to go through. They do find a kill onto the Zarya quick, so that's already a tank down. The D.Va here, not in a good place. No pin comes through. A very nice eat on the Fire Strike, but Sin still going to be able to kill the baby D.Va as they call her out. And now it's going to be Roadhog that they pin and crush. Sin just wants to deal with these supports now, and they may be able to make their way back. That Lucio and Moira are both very mobile. So they're going to play the objective for now. Stand on it, hang out, let those supports get back. You can see Lucio up there throwing out some shots. Some of those Cheerios, as they call them. The objective not moving. Nobody was standing on it for a moment. They'll finally get it going again as they round this first corner. It's the one of several corners that they have to get around. The Orisa change is going to come in. That may have been a swap. That may have just been a character that we didn't see, but the Orisa is going to be there. Mauga is going to engage. He's not have his ult yet. Sometimes you really get worried when he charges in like that. Reinhardt throwing out his fire strikes. Sin charging up toward this ultimate. He's 85% of the way there. 90 now. Doesn't get the pin. The D.Va is in gold, but he's putting out a lot of damage. The Earth Shatter is ready. He's looking for it. He wants to get the back line. He does get him down. Both of the supports are down. He gets a swing on the Moira. She's going to die first. The Orisa goes next. That Lucio is still alive to speed everybody up, but he's not going to be able to. The Roadhog goes down. It will only be one tank and one support remaining that get out. They don't seem to mind. They let these players get out. They take the objective. Oh, and the baby D.Va getting hit with a fire strike on the way out. She just wanted her way out, and the get sniped call from the floor. Sin very, very proud of himself, and he's actually using the objective for an upward shield here. I think he knew that that was a feature of Ramatra. That will be X-Ray Aspect now ulting. The Moira comes out with a Coalescence. That's Bosif, and he gets 2 kills. D.Va gets a kill as well. This is an even fight. In fact, I think the lead is going the way of the Cyclones, so finally they have something. They just have to pinch this Ramatra down.
No, X-Ray Aspect's actually... He's on the Reinhardt?
Oh, but no. Sin is on the Reinhardt.
No, I said Reinhardt. It was a character. It's an Overwatch character. They all are the same. All the tanks are the tanks.
So now we see Bobby Yagan over here. He is on the Orisa. So this is the Orisa player that we saw earlier that was coming back in with the gold. He does have his ultimate. Maybe he can jump in with it. Kiriko just used her cleanse, so unable to use it any further. The Reinhardt shield is going to mitigate any damage that tries to follow up on it. They're still pushing in, though. They're making way with the objective, pushing forward. Ramatra making sure nobody goes aerial. Not that any of these players can. The D.Va's out of mech. She does get back in before the damage can come out, but the Orisa goes down first. Bobby Yagan's no longer alive. Swaps over to that Mauga. I think we saw an Earth Shatter come out, and it all for naught. We see now this is going to be the rookie here on the Roadhog. Just trying to disrupt as much as he can, get the supports broken away from the rest of the team, and he's taking so much damage at once, he's just going to get melted down.
He absorbs so much in X-Ray Aspect. There we go. I found the name finally. It was Mauga. He's on Mauga. There we go. And again, a good push. They really showed that they can hold their own and maybe just needed to find their fight. We see Psycho Flame here on the Lucio trying to heal his team up, but we're back on Big Body Reinhardt. Psych, make that Hasaj here.
Yeah, it's Hasaj playing the Ramatra, so that would be why we see X-Ray Aspect playing the Mauga.
Yeah. And maybe just realizing, like, hey, like, he can do a little bit more with the damage, with his abilities, with the ranged portion of the character.
Oh,
and just feeling comfortable.
no.
Staggered death.
Yeah, Baby D.Va getting staggered out, the easiest character to stagger in the game. Mauga is anti-healed. He got hooked up, but unfortunately he is going to be healed up. He uses his ult to trap this Roadhog in here with him. His tanks are going to back him up. They are melting down the entire enemy team. There was no fight. It was just an ultimate showcase from the xGODS. They're going to move this robot up the last bend and try to take the final straightaway. These tanks are going to hold far up. They're going to put a lot of damage out. We'll see if an anti-nade comes out at any point. The shield goes up from Hasaj there. Sin is just going to hang out with the robot, let it push him while he takes a nap. Throwing out these fire strikes, using the shield sparingly, just eating up a little bit of damage with it, giving his supports some ultimate charge. They're able to take out the Lucio. That is very little healing left now. Gonna stop the pin midway. He wants to swing and get all this damage instead, but it's a counter shatter. Unfortunately, the damage does not come through. Stuns the Baby D.Va, blocks somehow the D.Va bomb, kills nothing. And this final little stretch is going to be covered by the xGODS. They're gonna push their way into the end here. Will there be any touch? There is a touch from the Lucio coming out, the Reinhardt as well, so they group up as a team just so they can die together, and they'll be buried on the plots next door. D.Va unable to touch. The Roadhog gets pinned. The xGODS take a 19th win, and they want to take number 20 in the next match, this 7v7 Checkmate Showdown. I have no doubt that this will be our last game. You don't look happy.
That was disgusting. It was very good to watch the xGODS.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen worse last week.
Yeah, last week was crazy. You're not wrong. But it was just one of those things that it almost looked like they were playing with their food a little bit.
It did.
They were not necessarily fully engaged. And again, you get the opportunity, you're playing well, go ahead and do it. But, man. And you never know. Checkmate Showdown could end in 2 moves.
It really could. Yeah, it depends on what kind of openings you find. So, Checkmate Showdown right now, we have to expect that Silver is going to be a really instrumental, for lack of a better word, piece in this one. Probably playing that King and Queen, or we've actually seen it be switched up to where they'll play the King and the Bishop, because I think people are starting to realize that although the Queen has a great moveset, those who can execute this fighting game the best on the Bishop, of course, a strategy game at the fighting side of the game, with the Bishop, if you can execute well enough, that can be one of the most powerful pieces on the board.
It is that strategy portion where both these sides, we saw Silver plays a decent bit of chess when he and Scarlet went back and forth. I know that I believe it is Sin and Havoc going to be working together on the other side, so we'll see some good chess. But yeah, like you said, this game is chess up until 2 of the non-pawn pieces run into each other. Then it very quickly turns into this fighting game that if you just know better than your opponent how to capitalize on openings, you can take any piece with any piece and run over a game. And you give a player like Silver the ability to play the games he wants to play and play that aggressive style, and he will run you over with no time. So I'd love to be able to see this. This game could take long. Last time we played it, I think it did take us 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, Silver versus Scarlet, the Bandits versus the Cyclones did go the distance, and maybe we don't see it. They're calling a timeout, so they want to play this game, it seems like. So we might see some firing gameplay. I think we might be getting some words from the floor here shortly. I think some people, I think the words might be getting shared and sent back and forth between the 2 players.
Yeah, there's something going on. They look shocked out there. So, AV, what's going on?
I personally don't think that that was a good call of a timeout, because I guarantee you the xGODS are going to forfeit this game. And the reason I say that is because the xGODS have yet to sit down.
Ah, I see. It's interesting that we have people who can observe that and make the decision, and the Cyclones did not see that coming. Very, very strange to me that the Cyclones weren't ready for that. maybe the xGODS just aren't super serious about this one, and they don't really care how it goes. But yeah, like you said, a forfeit is most likely.
Usually this late in the game, teams start picking what game they want to finish the night out on. Maybe they want to play Tekken, see how well they can do against Silver.
Yep.
Beyond that, for people at home, I'm just gonna give you the rundown. Maybe you'll see where me and Speedy are. All right, ready? So, no, in no particular order. We're not gonna go down the order of operations in this game.
All right.
Shooters: Rainbow Six, Fortnite, Finals, Overwatch 2, Apex, Valorant. All wins for the LA xGODS. Sports games: 2K, NHL, college football, Lethal League Blaze, Roller Champions. No, Roller Champions was a win for the Cyclones. Excuse me, that was a forfeit. Correction.
Was that a forfeit?
LA
Went the way of the Cyclones, though?
No, I was right. Cool. Roller Champion. I was like mistaken. I was like, did I write this down wrong? No. That was all of those went to the way of the xGODS. If we go over to the strategy category, Midnight Ghost Hunt, Dead by Daylight, StarCraft 2, all went the way of the LA xGODS. If we step over into the fighter category, we actually find the Cyclones a couple of wins. Dragon Ball Fighters and Skullgirls, both of those were forfeits. Don't worry about
forfeits, Yeah. They would have won. I think they would have won. I think
they
the xGODS know that. So.
Die by the Blade, Street Fighter 6, and MK1 all went the way of the LA
Still a majority.
xGODS. And then the Racers, the C, I think both these, they're trying to find their way out. Everybody's like, very much like, oh, I wanted to play the game.
Yeah, xGODS forfeit. And, well, I am a happy man because we are going to get Need for Speed coming up next. And it sounds like there's some excitement from the floor, actually. I don't know if that is on the side of the Cyclones or the xGODS. It sounded like some young voices out there, so I'm going to assume it was the xGODS. I don't think the Cyclones would be screaming and jumping, but hey, the Cyclones broke 5. That's halfway to double digits.
And that is their first strategy win of the day as well.
It is. I think there's a reason for that. Yeah, that's a lot of fighting-oriented games. You know, obviously that is a strategy game, but it is a fighting-oriented game. So the 3 forfeits that the xGODS have used have been around that fighting style of gameplay.
Just realizing that maybe they can't match Silver in a lot of these games. Street Fighter might have been the exception, Die by the Blade as well.
Yeah, which is very interesting to me because X-Ray Aspect and Havoc can hold their own in fighting games. Silver is just insanely good. It shows you that he's on another level. He's up there with the top fighters.
Yes, and the way I would tell a lot of people to value and view fighting game players, there are a lot of good fighting game players in the league. A great fighting game player is not defined by how good they are playing the game, not how high the combos they hit are, but by how consistent they are in their gameplay. The more consistent they are, the scarier they are. You're going to have more or less options and opportunities to punish them. And just so that people at home are wondering, the 2 games they did win were both Wreckfest and Forza in the Racer category, but CTR and F1 went the way of the LA xGODS. So covering, again, great play from the LA xGODS across the categories. Again, once again, they've shown very clear domination and maybe looking for another Racer win to. So I'm going to say this, and this could be very troll if they are doing this. If they win Need for Speed, they will have won every category on the wheel.
Yes,
in terms of games and record.
Yeah, they couldn't be beaten. Yeah.
And that could be very troll, but again, they might be just having some fun here. We have to see what these teams look like, and I have to see what this LA xGODS team continues to develop into and see who is going to be the team that challenges them. They have a lot of teams along the road, and maybe we assume it's the Reapers, but as has already happened in the league, some unexpected variables always can end up coming in. Unexpected teams showing up. You never know. You have to take every single game seriously, which I think, funnily enough, Havoc is a very good person in this respect. Always love working with Havoc because I think he is reasonable. He's going to be like, no, I think we could take this many games. I think we might lose this many games. I think this is a reasonable place. He's never going to discount a team just because of where they are in the standings. He's going to look at this logically and find is out. How are you feeling about the game, though, Speedy, and about the team that you are the biggest fan of? I'm surprised that they haven't sent you a jersey yet for the LA xGODS.
Yeah. Listen, you act like I've said more good things about them than you have. I don't know if you've heard yourself on this desk, but you're quite impressed yourself. They are a great team, and we both know this. The only reason you think I'm an xGODS fan is because I have yet to cast a Reapers game, all right? So I'm not saying I'm a Reapers fan, but you're going to see me talk in the exact same way when I get over to that side of the conference, of the league, over to their conference.
Right.
When I get over there casting the Reapers games, I'm going to be talking just as highly because I tell it how it is. The Cyclones are not showing up, but they have had close games. I will give them the credit where the credit is due. There are teams in this league that don't deserve the credit, and I'm not going to call them out right now. They have a lot of work to do. The Cyclones are on their way there. Some of these other teams have to prove themselves still, and I think they may be on their way, but they got to show us first. Otherwise, I have no reason to believe that they can take wins over any other team.
Production, just because I think it'd be funny, make the first Reapers game Reapers versus xGOD that he casts. Just so he has to spend the entire game.
And then you'll see just how fair I really am.
Fair.
Well, you think I'm going to be fanboying over the xGODS
Yes.
just because they're the
Fanboying
prettiest
both.
team in the league?
They did call themselves beautiful
They
at the top of the
They're
day.
beautiful. That was it. The most beautiful team in the league. So you think that they're like a K-pop boy band to me?
Oh, wow.
Is that
The
a forfeit?
xGODS forfeited the game.
Huh.
Who could have ever guessed? Can we just find out what game they're looking for?
That's strange.
I think they're looking for a specific game.
No, stop. What? Okay. We have more. No, that's exactly what I didn't want. Okay, we have more news from the floor from AV. So what?
You just want me to come back? That's wild. We have more.
No. What? As in, I'm confused. Like what? Like what? Like what?
So this is the problem with not having any more timeouts left, and like this is the result of it, right? Like they're not able to. The xGODS got a forfeit because they weren't in the game within enough time.
They probably wanted to play that.
Yeah, they did. So like now that they haven't gotten in the game, it's on them. There's that forfeit from them, and this is where like the tide can be changed. Oh, obviously not now because we got 5 minutes, but potentially,
In the league.
this could
Yes,
exactly.
normally,
So
yes.
that's exactly what's happening. But it looks like we have Maelstrom coming up next. So
Doubt it.
Maelstrom. You sure? Havoc
the
is available. You sure
xGODS
the Cyclones want to play this
If
one?
the xGODS are going to forfeit checkmate because they don't want to play it and they're looking for a game they want to play, Maelstrom isn't their game. Maelstrom's not the game that they're looking for that they want to play.
Havoc
It
wants to play
was
it.
Need for Speed. Havoc?
Havoc want to play Maelstrom.
They like him?
They might. I feel like
Yeah,
Havoc's
they
a very
might.
personable guy. Like I wouldn't have a problem playing if Havoc wanted to play a game.
True. That's true.
But
if,
again-
if he can sway his team with his personality, if he's, that lovable guy on the team, then you might be right. He might be able to sway him to actually go in and
Because
play.
right now, I just want to highlight. There's Maelstrom, Final Stand Ragnarok, FC, Halo, Blaze Blue, Tekken 8, Lumina Rush, and Ejected Rivals left on this week.
So what would they want to play?
That's why, to me, it has to be Tekken. It has to be
Right.
Tekken is the only other question mark game they had today. They played StarCraft.
Lumina Rush?
But the LAX guys aren't going to play that.
Yeah. No.
I think Silver's very good at the game. But, like, if you've been watching the LAX gods and watching Havoc, you've seen him. If that's the game you want to play, that's the game you want to play. I'm not going to take that away from y'all. But I don't think that's the game they would have. I don't know. I think if you wanted to make a statement, you come in and you say, like, there were a couple of games that we were worried about, but we managed to win them. StarCraft was pretty overwhelming. If they can do a similar thing and beat Silver and Tekken. Again, I always apologize for that. I have an older brother. People call me by his name all the time. It's the worst thing in the word Silver. I do apologize. But if they can beat Silver, then I think that they can kind of book in this game saying, hey, even the games we were worried about, we managed to take wins in.
That would be nice because, like you said, StarCraft was the other one when they interviewed X-Ray Aspect. When AV was talking to him, he mentioned that StarCraft and Tekken were the two games that they were worried about. So if they were to go into, or StarCraft and, Tekken?
Tekken, yes.
Was the other game that they were worried about. So if they were able to take, that would be both of them. So it's not just even like they took the one StarCraft, they would have the other. However, hearing ready calls from the floor makes me think that we're just going in. Hassaj, X-Ray Aspect, Havoc, they're ready to go, and we're going
Ambushman,
to
Silver, and we'll find out who the third is.
Any guesses?
Ambushman, this might not be updated after, might not have been updated just yet. The lineups might not have after Checkmate and Need for Speed and all the different forfeits. So it looks like it's going to be Ambushman, Baba Yaggins, as well as Bo Seif going in there for Maelstrom. This is one of our featured games. I'm happy that the players are loving these featured games and wanting to close out the night on one of them. It's really nice to see. We actually, I think this might be the first game where we did we see any other Midnight Ghost Hunt is the only other featured game on the wheel this season
we
that we
didn't
did.
get Lumina Rush. We didn't get
Ejected,
and we didn't get Ragnarok, Final Stand Ragnarok. Yeah.
Hey, they did their thing, but here we go. We're jumping in the game, so we are playing a game of Maelstrom. So welcome to the High Seas, me hearties.
Yes. High Seas Battle Royale.
Halo, it was the last game. Would have been the last game.
Well, that's all right. This is probably, this is the warm-up lobby that they're in right now, but we can see what kind of compositions they're running because like a lot of those team shooters, this does have composition-based gameplay. Something interesting is happening in which the players seem to be going back into the lobby. So we'll just have to see what's going on here. Maybe the search didn't go as planned and they're going to try again. But
it looks like they mightn't have ended up in their own lobby, so they're trying to fix and clean everything up to make sure that everything does
maybe
work.
They really wanted to play Halo.
Okay, I think we'll pop back over to us casters while we get everything figured out.
We'll
and
see.
There's a tech timeout.
Yeah,
like
technical timeout. That reminds me of this guy. All right, let me tell you about him. His name is Logan Summit. And he hosts a show on the UEL YouTube channel. It's this crazy show where he runs down the week of the UEL. He talks about the players. He talks about the games. He talks about the highlight moments, and he talks about the lowlights more than just about anything, Strix. He loves the lowlights. You would think they were highlights. You would think that they were the stage lights that we have on set. He loves the lowlights. Every single time you make a mistake in the UEL, you can guarantee you're going to end up on this sort of clip show that he runs.
But, like, what's the name of this show?
It is called Technical Timeout. A really weird coincidence. I'm sorry. I know. Not to freak you out or anything, but it premieres every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to check it out live each week, you can get the rundown by watching it Wednesday nights.
I appreciate that. I was going to ask where to go ahead and catch it when. You answered all my questions. Thank you, Speedy.
Anytime.
Appreciate you. And it looks like we're finally into the game here. Someone has fire wings.
Yes. Yes, a little bit of a defensive mechanism. Going to launch those out and make sure you're covered whenever you get closed in on.
That's fine.
And we're watching, once again, Hasaj here. I would love to see his box score after this. I think he's only extended his lead on the rest of the league over the course of today. I think the bigger question is, did any of the LAX gods have perfect records and forfeited a game to lose?
Yeah, that...
There's a lot of, like, 3v3s, 2v2s, but forfeiting, like, checkmate means all of them guaranteed now have a loss. No matter what happens. But here we go. We get into the game. So this is a nautical battle royale. You're in your boat. You pick a captain that gives you different abilities. You pick crewmates to augment your playstyle. And what we're doing here in the UEL is this far closer to a kill race, but it's more focused on the damage you're able to do. You want to get as much damage as possible, and then your final placements, if you're in the top 3, will also grab you points. So damage and placements, those are the two things that you're going to care about. But you have to watch out for those maelstroms lest you fall in. But we see them jettison by at high speed.
Yeah, tell us a little bit, too, about the composition that we're seeing. What are the specialties of these boats, and why were they maybe chosen?
So we see 2 of the dwarf boats here. The dwarf boats have a unique mechanic where they're able to actually back up and go forward. They don't just have to go in one direction. But most notably, they are tankier than a lot of the other ships. This one in particular is the tankiest ship in the game. They're able to shoot in all 4 directions, and they have various abilities depending on their captain. And it does look like the captain we do have in here, the case here from Hasaj, is the torpedo captain, which we don't always see. It allows them to deal a decent chunk of damage from afar. Looks like they've maybe found some players here to deal some damage to and to ultimately gain some of these points they're going to need for a win. You see moving in here just trying to trap their opponents. They have the life and the tankiness to be able to deal with it, killing the first player and moving on to kill the second player that is trapped between the 3 of them.
Oh yeah, getting all this damage out quickly. They are getting shot at from the side, but they're pinning the players one at a time to make sure that the damage is less and less each time that they eliminate one. And it looks like it is X-Ray Aspect that has eliminated that player. So now teaming up to take out the last one of that. And strangely enough, and the Cyclones are going to forfeit because they submitted an incorrect lineup. That is how they're going to give away their last game of the day to the xGODS. That is a very unfortunate way to close this one out. The Cyclones just off their game as we come to the end. Maelstrom is a good game to get live practice on, and they're not going to be able to get it because they did not submit their lineups correctly.
I think that was intentional. I have full belief that was intentional. Not like there's no way you forget your lineup.
They still have forfeits on the board.
Or alternatively, they didn't realize the changes to their lineup based on how all the games rolled. They weren't thinking through each one of those steps. Because you have to remember we played StarCraft, we played Overwatch. Checkmate was forfeited. It left you alone. Need for Speed meant you had to have played 4 people, and then you need to know exactly which 3 people you have left up. If you skip any of those steps, you're going to end up in a situation where your lineup's not correct, and you'll end up forfeiting like they just did.
Yeah, and that's how it's going to end. We hear the timer going. That is game. You see final up on the screen. Our final score line will be 20-6. The xGODS will dominate this one and reach that 20 score line that we talked about.
This is the first team to hit 20 points in a game this season. We have not had a team. Teams have hit 18. Teams have hit 19, I believe, but I don't believe any team has hit 20 just yet.
Wow, not even the Reapers, our other top team. So maybe that tells you something about these xGODS. They're going to be dangerous, and we're going to find out just how dangerous they are when we get to our interviews. Stick around with us because this is not quite the end just yet. We're going to talk to these players just after this.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in. They're taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
I am joined by the Cyclones.
I'm not Speedy.
A difficult game. I know, a difficult game for y'all. So I'm gonna jump out and how are y'all feeling after that game? With the state of your season, just in general, how are y'all feeling?
You're good. You got it. It's the #1 team in the South. Like, I've experienced this on the Cobras. You've experienced it on the Bucks. You go against one of the top teams in the league. It's kind of an uphill battle. But today's goal was to make sure the teamwork was getting better and that things were getting tighter. Our performance in StarCraft, I couldn't have been happier with. We lost, but the team did well. The practice is working. The knowledge is growing.
That's good to hear. Now, Bosif, a difficult day for you. So I'm going to have to – I think you've been performing well all season, but I want to ask, sports today seemed like a difficult point for y'all. What happened there in comparison to the rest of the games you played so far?
Sports games. Did I think I only played 2K. Oh, I played NCAA. All right. NCAA, skill issue. That's
hey.
And then 2K, I've never played with winner on 2K. So us keeping it to basically a 3-point, I'm not mad about it. We don't have chem. We just got to build it. You know what I'm saying?
Fair answer. I think straight up fair answer. Beyond that, today, y'all did play a rookie. I think you just mentioned him. What was some of the decision-making behind that? How did y'all feel he fit into his first game of UEL, and what's the outlook going forward?
We want to talk about the player side of it, then I'll talk about the coaching
Yeah,
side?
so he does a lot of schooling, so he's not always at practice, but he is putting in the work, he's putting in the time. We're going to develop him as a player, get him good enough. Hopefully, the next few weeks because we have a bye week, and then we play either Reapers or Click or something
Reapers
like that.
first, Click
yeah,
second.
Reapers and then Click. So hopefully you're going to be able to catch him up with where we are right now. He does give us a good opportunity in sports and shooters, and we're getting him better at sponsored games and strategy for right now.
Yeah.
From the coaching perspective?
Bosie pretty hit the nail on the head. It was nice to have another sports player in. And like I said, for weak chemistry, only being down by 1 by the end of 2K against, a team led by the sports belt champion, and then also the Exiles being this complete sports team. I like the performance. I liked how it was in shooters. There's definitely some familiarity he needs to get with some of the games more. But the teamwork and the chemistry definitely started to pick up. And then, as you know, one of my biggest things is communication, and that's something he just has to work on playing with the team.
That makes a ton of sense. So I'm going to give y'all the question to the people at home that are supporting y'all, that love y'all, that have been rooting for y'all all day. What do y'all have to say to them, sponsors, anybody? The floor is yours.
Hey, we're the Cyclones. The storm only can start small before it gets bigger. We can't just blow all the buildings and walls down. Build with us, roll with us, let this Category 1 become a Cat 4. We're going to be here. We're going to keep working. Thank you for your support.
I mean, thank you for supporting us. I really do appreciate it. That's all I can say. All the people that have been texting me, telling me, I've been showing out all that stuff, telling me I've been doing my best, doing all I can for my team. That's all I can do.
Appreciate it. Once again, this has been the Texas Cyclones. I'm going to let y'all go ahead and have a great night, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway.
Looking
to that camera.
It is Speedy, joined here by AJ, Lil Blue, and Hassaj. Hassaj, the #1 statistical player in the league right now, not only vying for Rookie of the Year, but wants to grab himself an MVP this season. AJ Lil Blue, he's here too. No, a fantastic player in his own right. Tier 1 for the xGODS, a team that is now 4-0. You are leading the charge. You two are some of the most popular players in the league right now, and I want to know from you guys, how did you get your team to this point, putting new players together with each other for the first time and building a roster with rookies?
So I mean, really, like 4 of us kind of were already playing together. Really, not so much Electric. I don't know, not so much that guy, but not like the top 3 of us. We really like played together for a lot the past year or two. Obviously, bringing in X-Ray from last season. He was a huge help for us on Eclipse or New Moon, whatever. And having him on our team, we just meshed well. Like the top 3, we already knew we meshed well, so we came together. Bringing on Electric, Hassaj, Sin, like all people that can play shooting games. That's what I really wanted to build. And then having Havoc was just like really the glue. The glue. Yep. Yeah, just plays weird games. He plays all the weird games. Like we needed someone like that. But like Hassaj and Sin have been huge for us. they meshed it like instantly, like just like that. You know, like I mean, just like I said, like I needed shooters, bro. I needed shooters, and I got Hasaj and Sin, man, and Electric. You know, he's over there.
Hasaj, Sin, Electric. You guys are a. It's usually dynamic duo, but it's a dynamic trio for the three of you. Honestly, seeing you guys lead the charge in those shooting games has been fantastic. But for a team like you that has found so much success, there's so much that we've already talked about with you guys through your wins. You're still undefeated. But what kind of things do you feel like you still need to work on? What does a winning team go into for practice from this point?
Just honestly, from my standpoint, just getting everyone, like especially the rookies, more so on the fighters. We definitely need to work on those. That's obviously, as everyone's seen, that's our weakest category. But I mean, we've been able with like X-Ray. He's been amazing. He's been able to steal some away like throughout, you know, like Street Fighter past couple weeks. You know, MK. He's been on his grind, but we need to help him out there. There's other games like Racers that we've seen today, like Wreckfest and Forza. We definitely need to work on. Sports for sure. I mean, like, you know, it's no secret that like without me and Nexus, like we need to really step it up there. Aside from that, everything else is looking really good for us.
Well, very brave of you to just bury your weaknesses on live like that. So. I'm sure you'll be practicing.
For everyone anyway. So.
Yeah. I'm sure you guys will be practicing up, and we're excited to see how far you go. Now, I do want to talk about one of your teammates for a moment, Sin. He did mention at the top of the show that he wanted to vie for Racing Rookie of the Year, and then he did start the game by losing you guys Forza by DNFing. So do you guys have any comments?
To be fair, did he DNF?
He was the only player to DNF.
Okay, so he was in the lead. Our lead for the whole time, and then he DNF'd. That was unfortunate, but the rest of us were literally all the way behind. Honestly, if he finished the race, he would have kept it, I guess, close maybe. I don't know, but yeah, that was rough. But you know, like Need for Speed, we didn't get to play it. That was just whatever. Need for Speed for sure in F1, he's been putting a lot of work into. Forza was one he did put in work, but today I guess. Just a little too much F1 practice, you know, a little too much spinning out got him, so.
All right, well, Hasaj, it's your turn to make the old man stop yapping. I've got a question for you to close this one out. No. We appreciate the insight from you, AJ. Hasaj, I've got one to close out for you. Yeah. You're coming into the league as a rookie, and rookies to close down on 33 games across 5 categories, it usually is a process where they have to build themselves up over multiple seasons. You've come in your very first season, taking the top spot as the statistical front runner for best player in the league. How did you come in and just shut down the entire league and adapt to every single game so quickly?
I will say that I've just practiced shooters a lot. It's my category. It's at home. It feels right. Everything else, huge help from these guys. You know, fighters. You know, I'm picking up Street Fighter, Racers, stuff like Maelstrom, Lumina Rush. All of that is all of my teammates. I literally couldn't win those games without them, but. I'll take my pride on shooters. I came out today, absolutely dominated. That's all I'll say. And yeah, I just say came in with good shooter expertise, and then the team helps me with everything else. So yeah.
You guys are killing it. Keep up the good work. We can't wait to see the rest of your games this season and just how far you'll go. Thank you for joining us.
Appreciate you, man.
Have a good one.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So yeah, I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30.
And those are our post-game interviews. So with that, this game is officially at a close. We move into the weekend with an xGODS win over the Cyclones, 20-6. AJ and Hasaj felt pretty good about how their team is moving along so far. They still have things to work on, but they know exactly what they are, and that's dangerous for the rest of the teams this season. So, I mean, this one was a shutout. What did you think?
Ultimately, it was one of the few games that went kind of how we expected them. And on the same note, the Cyclones seem to be in good spirits, and they even said it themselves. You got to support them now, get with them now while they're a Category 1. They'll become a Category 4. They're only going to grow and get better from here, echoing that sentiment that you had a little bit earlier in the game.
Yeah, they definitely are going to grow. They've already been doing it. This was a stop in the road for them, but only momentarily. They're going to cross this hurdle and only get better throughout the season. So we can't wait to see how both these teams progress. But for now, that's our Friday night. We will see you this weekend, 2 p.m. for both our Saturday and Sunday games. We hope to see you there, but that's all for us tonight. Thank you for joining. This is the UEL, where gamers go pro.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there
and that one goes in. They're taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.